Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Upasna and I work at Climate Bonds Initiative, and today I'll be your MC. A few quick housekeeping announcements before we begin. Please keep your phones on silent so we can fully enjoy the event without any interruption. And also, let's just be mindful of time since we do have a packed agenda today and many participants will be joining us from across time zones. So starting off, it's my pleasure to invite Neha Kumar, Head South Asia, Climate Bonds Initiative. She drives strategy and partner programs on climate risks and sustainable financial ecosystem. She also serves on the committee of IFSCA and Niti Aayog on climate finance, is a member of the committee instituted by Ministry of Finance on climate finance taxonomy development, and has contributed to international ESG standard setting bodies. She will be delivering the welcome and objective of today's conference. Please join me in welcoming Neha to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. It's a full house on what promises to be a full day. So let's begin without much ado. First of all, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the third edition of our flagship conference, annual conference of India Initiative on Climate Risks and Sustainable Finance, something that we started formally 3 years ago. In short, it is called IICRSF. I know it is a mouthful, so you can call it the India Initiative. And I was just saying to somebody in the morning that when the crowd becomes so large in one room over the years, and it feels like family and a caravan, then you know that you're doing something right. Today's gathering brings together a uniquely powerful assembly of bankers, corporates, development finance institutions, MDBs, think tanks, market players, economic policy thinkers, and policy shapers. Your ideas and actions will script the systemic shifts we need for India's net zero and Green Viksit Bharat. Please note, green is my addition. I want to begin by thanking our co-host, the National Stock Exchange, for partnering with us to convene this important conversation. I would also like to express my gratitude to our supporting partners, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and Amundi, and to our initiative partners, ODI Global and auctusESG. Your support and partnership is truly appreciated. Our theme, climate capital, risk, and impact in the era of volatility, aligning policy and markets for India's net zero and action agenda, recognizes that volatility is now a defining feature of the global economic landscape. We live in an era which has become much more uncertain, risky, and a world which has become much more fragmented. It is not the same world that signed the Paris Accord and the SDGs in 2015. The already important and tricky issues can now be fueled up further as stark binaries. I will list a few of them, but will change a key word for each of these challenges. I will replace versus by with, and that will outline the dimensions of our conversation today. Competitiveness with decarbonization. Global clean technology supply chains with domestic green industrial development. Short-term targeted investments and support with long-term financing strategy. Jobs creation with just transition. Fiscal constraints with debt sustainability. Financial stability with finance for transition. Public investments along with private investments. So what must we do differently? Let me be clear about what I'm asking of this distinguished audience today. At the conference today, can we look at old problems with a new lens? Can we have policy prescriptions that signal predictability to markets, form a basis of appropriate incentives? What are those finance instruments that can lower the cost of capital? How can we marshal capital at scale and manage trade-offs? How can we turn commitments from banks, asset managers, corporates into practical roadmaps? We have curated the day so that you can bring your expertise, share what has worked, what hasn't, and what you need from policymakers and partners to scale your efforts. If we leave with a clearer set of priorities, a handful of time-bound commitments, and stronger partnerships, we will have made meaningful progress. As I listed all of these things, you would have noticed that towards the end, climate didn't really surface, because all of these are structural issues. We need to clarify new solutions to some of the old structural issues, for climate risk to be managed better, for macroeconomic stability to be ascertained, and for finance to come to scale to where it is required. Finally, I want to underscore why this matters for India. As we advance towards becoming a stable, fast-growing economy, we will have to manage the fault lines that climate change is already exacerbating for us. I look forward to productive sessions, candid exchanges, and an action-oriented outcome that accelerates finance for a resilient, inclusive, and low-carbon India. Thank you. And with that, I'm pleased to declare the conference open.
Thank you so much, Neha. Moving on, we have Sean for the opening remarks. Sean Kidney, the CEO and co-founder at Climate Bonds Initiative, is a global leader in mobilizing capital for climate action, recognized for pioneering the green bond market and also serving on key international sustainable financial forums. May I welcome Sean?
Thank you. More claps. That's good. I like claps. Very kind. Thank you so much for being here today. Just a few introductory remarks before I introduce our illustrious panel, headlined by Ashish Kumar Chauhan, with Dr. Eric Berghoff and then Frank Sui in a few minutes. But look, just a bit of a scene setting. You know about the challenge. I won't tell you about emissions reductions challenges. Clearly, we still need to do it. The narrative has got confused by global pontificating on the topic. Ashish Kumar and I were talking earlier about the preaching from the West sometimes, about India having to pull in its belt, and the truth is the West hasn't done enough and has to do more. When we look at the trajectories of change that we needed to achieve to avoid catastrophic climate change, and we still need to achieve, the primary areas of change are in the US, Europe, and now China, which is now the world's largest polluter. So let's be very clear about that. But India is becoming a large polluter, and so the issue is live in terms of how we move forward. Of course, there is a question of equity in all of this. Now, I want to very specifically say, from the European perspective, that there are many forces that recognise this question, right? We need a global approach that is fair and just in terms of change. But we need change because we've started seeing the impact of climate change. 1.5 degrees Celsius has been breached this year. Our climate scientists now tell us that we are, in every country, especially in India, on track for the worst possible outcome. We're beginning to see severe heat, severe floods, severe drought, severe storms becoming the norm, and it's just the beginning. The next 30 years, these are going to get much, much worse, and that is now given. There is no way of stopping the climate change of the next 30 years. Anything we do globally to get emissions down will hopefully stop catastrophic consequences after 2050. And that's because of the latency effect in the world climate. Emissions we put in 30 years ago are starting to be felt now. So understand this, that no matter what we do on emissions, we have to prepare for a much tougher future, and we have to prepare fast. In India, the two primary impacts are going to be heat and flood drought. We expect to see much longer periods of drought and then much more severe floods as a norm. Essentially, everything becomes crazier, much more volatile, and you get a lot of extremes. Now that requires us to start thinking of the change. In our water management in India, we do need to make sure we have bigger reserves of water, learning from the now rudimentary but pioneering initiatives of 500 years ago, 1,500 years ago, where various rulers around India built water reservoirs in places like Ahmedabad and Delhi and so on. We have to do this on a massive scale now. And we need to make sure that that helps us with our energy system. Every water reservoir needs 2 levels to create a battery, because that's pumped hydro, 95% of electricity storage on the planet, and so on and so on. We need to start having some big thinking about the changes. My friend Arunabha Ghosh has spoken about this many times at CEW, but policy is still taking time to catch up. We are making progress, and this is, I think, the key point. I can talk for a long time about the impacts of climate coming through, but I want to say that the work that's been done so far globally to address climate and other issues associated has led to some revolutions that are underway. And I want to focus on the opportunity, because whilst we might have an argument about why it happened and how it happened, we are where we are. There are some things working for us, thanks to strong state action. And this is the real lesson out of a global crisis. By state action initially by Germany in 2001, when the Green Party and the Labour Party introduced the feed-in tariff, which went wild, and then got picked up by China in a few years later, with large-scale commissioning of renewable energy. Partly for air pollution reasons. You can understand why that might be the case if you've been in Delhi lately. And partly for security reasons. i.e. they didn't want to have to import oil through the Straits of Malacca if they could avoid it, because the US 7th Fleet could blockade them. They went on an extraordinarily large commissioning program for renewables, which drove down the cost. Now, China didn't do it by saying a couple of state enterprises are going to do it. They created a robust and aggressive market. There's been vicious competition amongst different companies in China, people going bankrupt at various times and so on. So it's a bit of a melding of state direction and robust capitalism. But what we have now is cheap solar and more cheap wind out of it, which has had a flow-on effect to the rest of the world. Last year, the International Energy Agency told me, and I'm on their Finance Advisory Board, that 93% of all investment globally in electricity generation was clean energy. 93%. Whoa! That's sort of game over for clean energy. We've also seen incredible developments in India, and Ashish Kumar was just telling me that Reliance announced yesterday, I think it was, a 20 gigawatt solar plant being built. Can't remember the state, but these announcements are now frequent. We've seen extraordinary growth in India in the renewable energy space. Now that is because, let's be very clear about that, that's because of strong state action in early parts of the learning rate. India has the opportunity to do these in new areas. Take hydrogen, for example, where we have a current account problem, current account deficit problem, because we import gas to create fertiliser. If we could substitute that with green hydrogen generated from solar plants in Rajasthan and so on, we could save the country money and keep it inside the country internally. And that's feasible now because of the cost of renewables coming down. And we do have people like Adani and Reliance working on this at the moment. But that requires scale commissioning, which we can do because we have a vast fertiliser subsidy program. If we shifted that sideways to green hydrogen and so on, you get my idea. The same occurs in every sector. Take the steel industry, where the cost of steel for someone like Mahindra is about 40% more if they buy green steel versus ordinary steel per tonne. but the cost to the consumer is about 1% because of all the extra thing that goes into a car. A modest tax incentive for Mahindra and others to use green steel in their auto manufacturing could turbocharge the steel industry and make it viable for the JSWs of the world to carry through the capex required, give them a 5-year time frame. In every sector we're looking at, the generation of large-scale offtake agreements is the learning we need to apply from the last 25 years of development in the renewable space. And look at what's happening in electric vehicles. Again, thanks to large-scale procurement incentives in China, we've seen a massive growth. 50% of all cars sold in China last year were electric. But you know what? In Pakistan, 26% of all cars sold last year were electric as well. Pakistan. This is incredible going forward. And of course, India, we've seen a massive growth of this in the last few years, including domestic production by Ola and others for two-wheelers. There are incredible opportunities in the biodiesel space. I mean, Ashish Kumar, again, going back to your earlier days of science in here, we've seen incredible growth. And I remember being in a panel with a representative of Indian Oil not long ago when they turned around to me and he said, "Oh, you misunderstand what I'm talking to you about, Sean. We're planning to be a biodiesel and biofuels company in the future." And I thought, Indian Oil? Whoa, that blew my mind. An example of the revolution that's currently underway. Of course, we have so much to do, given the resilience program we have, given the coming crisis of water and heat that we're going to have, we're going to need to manage our water better. And so drip irrigation around agriculture for small farmers, natural farming programs that reduce the need to import pesticides and so on, and better use existing understanding of natural pesticides, etc. All of these things are quite important to resilience going forward. And if we do it right, will be important to increasing the livelihoods of farmers. In every sector, the science is incredible. In every sector, the opportunities are rising out of the flourishing of science in these areas, combined with the necessity and of state action is giving us opportunities for change that will create a better world, that will create a cleaner world, that will create a wealthier world, that will create a world of development and jobs. And at the end of the day, whilst we have a climate agenda, we also have, in India above all, an incredible development and job creation mission that we have to achieve. We have so many young people coming into the workforce each year, they need jobs. We need to make sure that whatever we do is in the basis of increasing the growth, the wealth of India as it becomes the future, as it becomes the engine of the world economy in coming years. We need a lot of capital to do that. We need, on some estimates, around 3 trillion US, 270 trillion INR between now and 2030 to achieve our sustainability and green goals. That's a lot of capital. Whilst we do have deep capital resources within India, some of those are in the wrong places. For example, we invest a lot in gold in India. That's not a productive asset. That is not creating job opportunities, well, except in the gold industry, perhaps. So we have a misalignment of capital allocation within the country that we need to address going forward. That's going to take us a while to sort out. In the meantime, we need strong foreign direct investment in these kinds of investments. We need to attract capital as part of the change. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not one of those that says that India's change will be dependent on foreign capital. I see foreign capital as being a trigger, as being a necessity short-term goal. So I'm very keen that Frank Sui from Amundi is here today, because I don't think we can do this change without Amundi and other parts. But of course, the longer-term objective is to be able to create the capital resources and harness the existing capital resources within India for India's development. But that's going to take us time. In the meantime, there are significant opportunities for greater collaboration between the major economies of the world in creating a vibrant, sustainable future for India. We have the capital. We have been extraordinarily successful in the last 70 years of creating large pools of capital in the world, in pension funds, insurance funds, sovereign wealth funds. We are flush with capital. And remember, this is not a limited pie, is my point. We actually have continued inflows into asset owners around the world every year, even in the middle of crises like 2008. We've continued to grow our capital stock. Our problem is the deployment of capital stock. Every investor I speak to on the global stage wants to make their portfolios more sustainable as a way of matching their long-term anxieties. How do we create sustainable economies that are not going to be subject to environmental pressure? And short-term anxieties of achieving the nature of the risks and returns they need. They want pipeline. They're looking for deal flow. We're going to talk about that in tomorrow's event at the NSE. We've got things we're doing to grow the pie, but we are in choppy waters. We have a slightly mad president in the USA, I'm being polite there, which is creating all kinds of unnecessary, foolish, and unfortunate for the US volatility in the world. You know, I give this speech in every continent I'm in. When you look at a harbour, there is chop on the surface on some days outside of Mumbai, but the currents still flow in the same direction. We need to learn to look at the currents, not to worry about the chop. If we look at Japan, if we look at China, if we look at Europe, if we look at Brazil, this move towards a more sustainable economy and the capital flows that are required for it has not changed, nor has it changed in the US, where every investor I speak to has removed any reference to climate change from their websites, has removed any reference to diversity and inclusion, won't talk about sustainability. Larry Fink says they're not an ESG house at BlackRock anymore. But none of them are changing their investment methodologies. None of them. They're all investing quietly in green. BlackRock's one of the biggest programs is their green bond program, but no one's going to advertise it. The currents under the surface are travelling in the same direction. Ignore the chop, even though it's a problematic chop for things like tariffs and so on. We have other choppy waters. As we get wealthier, we install a lot more air conditioning. Sometimes that soaks up all the renewable energy capacity. We have to find technologies that dramatically reduce the energy consumption of air conditioning. That's happening, by the way, and it's available. We just got to deploy. And AI, of course, is the same thing. But I'm going to say the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge for us is urban development. In India, between now and 2050, we expect to see vast movement of people into the cities. We think we'll be 80% urbanised by 2050. That means we are going to create vast suburbs all around areas. If we do it right, it can be productive, it can be wealthy, and it can be healthy. If we do it wrong, it'll be more of the bad chaos of Mumbai, not the good chaos. Planning for the kind of future that we want in our cities is now critical, visceral, and replete with enormous opportunities for investment if we get it right. Next, we will see more guidance in this area. To wrap up, at the Ministry of Finance has published a taxonomy of sustainable finance. I know some of you would think, what is the hell a taxonomy? It's simply a shopping list for the future. If you think at my comments about urban development, in the taxonomy you will find guidance for what are clean, green, right kinds of urban development. You will see in the next area of cooperation between different countries, bilateral corporations encircling the US. We saw last week an Australia-India summit in Sydney with lots of discussions of sustainable finance and resource agreements. India needs a lot of resource from Australia. So the same thing will happen with Japan, particularly about capital investments. We expect to see significantly increased capital flows into India from Japan in the next 10 years. And in Europe, again, that's the agenda that we need to grow. Bilateral cooperation will be the feature of the next 3 years, and enormous opportunities for improving things. And then lastly, just a little bit of a thought for you in the context of the complicated narratives about climate change. The key learning, I'm going to argue, of the financial sector of the last 200 years, apart from amassing pools of capital, has been to pool pools of capital to share risk. That's essentially what a pension fund is. That is essentially what an insurance fund is. in a world of much greater volatility, which is what we're entering into, in a world of much greater impacts on ordinary people on a day-to-day level, because the poor that will suffer, as we know, one of the things we can do is to be much more creative about risk sharing and risk pooling. You know, in India, every single farmer ought to have some form of risk pooling access to insurance. The poorer farmers can get it paid for by the state or by overseas development, by other countries. But if you think of a farmer who can get access to satellite-based imagery to tell him what to plant this year for free if it's provided by the Indian government, because satellites are so cheap nowadays. Linking that to an insurance product, they plant the wrong thing and the monsoon doesn't come, they have an instant insurance payout. You can suddenly see how farmers' livelihoods could be much more viable going forward. The opportunities for insurance in a market like India, which is dramatically underinsured compared to the volatility we're going into, are enormous. That will be one of our themes next year in the Climate Bonds Conference going forward. My main message is, this is exciting. This is extraordinary. It's not just a technological revolution underway, it's a finance revolution underway, and that's why we're here today. But now I want to invite my guests to the stage. Please, can I welcome Ashish Kumar Chauhan, who's the Managing Director of the National Stock Exchange of India, has an incredible background. Join me on stage, Dr. Eric Bergloff, who's the Chief Economist of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the inaugural Chief Economist, in fact. And he sort of wondered, what was the AIIB doing before Eric got there? I don't know. He started off that role. And then Frank Sui, who's the Head of Responsible Development in Amundi Asia. Ashish Kumar has got a long and illustrious history. He was on the NSE founding team, but then he's spent 10 years as CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchanges, where we met a few years ago. Some of you may not know that he's the father of derivatives by some people in this country, one of the founders of the Nifty, brought in the first screen-based trading and many other initiatives. A luminary in the area. Dr. Eric Bergloff is previously at the London School of Economics and previously was the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development's chief economist, where I'm going to say, Eric, if I might, he played a fairly critical role in the recovery measures that were designed after 2008. He has an amazing global perspective, and when I've shared panels with him before, it's been a pleasure and a privilege because of insights. And then Frank Sui, who is leading Amundi's Asian Responsible Investment Division, is really in charge of Amundi is Europe's largest investor, largest fund manager by a country mile, and has a very interesting perspective on the relationship between European investors, global investors, and investment within emerging markets, which we'll hear a little bit more about in a minute. But let's get going. Let's see if this works. Yes, it does, thank God. Ashish Kumar, perhaps I can start with you, if I may. And this is not a set of speeches, by the way, a conversation we're having here. I'm interested in your perspectives about the role of green investments and how we might deepen those markets in India.
In a way, one is the larger theme of the sustainable framework, but it has to be backed by the real need. And in a way, India is in real need of new energy, which is not fossil-based, or clean water, or clean air, and clean environment. In a way, all what is required or what is covered now under ESG is pretty much what India needs today, and very acutely. And that's where I think India is playing a great role in taking the world forward in terms of thinking about how to sort of use these ideas into impacting lives of billions of people. And that's what, for me, that can be enabled only by way of technological changes, which reduces the cost of what we want to achieve. So 50, 60, 70 years of talking about the fossil fuel and in many such conferences got us to very little. But as soon as the solar and wind started becoming competitive, it could scale, it in a way that today 50% of all installed capacity of India's power is now in solar, 5 years ahead of the commitment. And that's where for me, as you rightly said, there are enormous pools of funds available, but they are also in a way searching for returns. And so if we can combine both of that, and that's the role of a stock exchange, that we try to ensure that the people who are trying to create those pools also get adequate returns for what they are trying to invest for, in addition to also doing good things for the society. And that's what last year alone, we had like 16% of all the funds raised in equities were for the, what I call, sustainable ESG related companies, if you can. And similarly, even SME companies, almost similar numbers. That is what we consider
SME.
Sorry,
did you say 60%?
16%.
60%. Okay, so we're
around
making progress.
3 billion, 3 billion of equities, which tells you that there is enough and more momentum. And lots of solar companies are now in the pipeline, Vari Energy, and that's also in manufacturing. Yesterday, actually the Reliance announcement is even much more deeper. I just took a photograph to just not forget what it said, is that on new energy, Ambani highlighted that gigafactories are under construction at Jamnagar for solar modules, battery systems and electrolyzers. Reliance has already produced 200 megawatt of hetero-junction solar modules with plans to scale up annual capacity to 20 gigawatts, not total capacity, but annual capacity. And the battery gigafactory will begin operations on 40 gigawatts 2026. And it will scalable to 100 gigawatts. And then it says in the same news item, in Kutch, they have taken 550,000 acres to go for creating solar plants, which will sort of satisfy 10% of India's electricity in next decade. So effectively, the plans of many of our large companies are massive, not only in electricity, but today the new information is coming that SECI, which is the Solar Energy Corporation of India, their tender has now, with battery backup, less than 4 cents per kilowatt hour. So effectively, that's becoming commercially, in fact, much more viable than the fossil-based sort of energy production. And that's where I think India, as you rightly pointed out, even Pakistan, each household is now generating their own power because it's becoming cheaper vis-a-vis and also sustainable vis-a-vis the fossil-based framework. And that's what is going to happen in many countries going forward, especially the countries with abundant sunlight.
Indeed, in Pakistan, I was in Beijing recently and I was being told that loans to coal-fired power companies or coal-fired investments in Pakistan are in trouble in many cases, whereas the financing of solar is going through the roof. And I did actually say in one of my talks that they should have listened to Xi Jinping 7 years ago, who was talking about greening the Belt and Road, because that's what's now happening in Pakistan. We see massive growth of renewables, electric vehicles and so on, and the fossil fuel side of things is in deep trouble. So it's everywhere. Here we have had a very aggressive policy, a public sector policy of promoting renewables, part of Modi's Gujarat experience, translated into a national policy program, which has been fantastic. So in terms of appetite through the NSE from investors, while we've seen growth, do you think that's actually translating into stronger investment appetite, or is this more like moving a large fridge down a corridor step by step, bit by bit? Or is there a big blatant demand there? Where are we?
For me, anytime a technological revolution comes, it starts slow and sometimes it's very chaotic. But then it scales up very fast. So we are in the new energy sector. We are in that scale-up sense because, and the equities market tend to sometimes run ahead of the opportunity. We think much more of the opportunity than actually exists, and we end up funding it, literally overfunding it sometimes. And that is true with the rest of the world also, the markets of the rest of the world. That's what is going to happen in the solar, because it's going to compete with other frameworks, and of course we'll have to also worry about the peak loads and also battery backups. If you don't, then again we'll have some gaps in the evenings and some of the sort of night durations and all. So that's where now the focus is going to shift, not only in production of the new energy, but also storage and then distribution. And of course, you can be off-grid, which is even more interesting in many ways to most people. So that's where I think overall Indian markets, I mean, we today at around $4.2 trillion economy, we save somewhere between 25-30%. So almost $1 trillion of money is largely that is now coming into the financial savings. Earlier, as you rightly stated, we were investing large portion of it in gold or in real estate. Now, some portion has started coming into equities. And that's where I have a huge hope that many of those businesses, when they start making profits vis-a-vis the traditional business in similar areas, that's where people are going to shift their investments from traditional businesses into the newer areas.
Exciting times.
Absolutely.
Let me go to Eric with ask for a more helicopter view. I mean, Eric, you've got a very global perspective in your work. I'm interested in your reflections on volatility. I mean, first, I talked about the coming volatility, the risks of climate, and AIIB has done a lot of work on a resilience agenda, how we prepare our economies for climate-related volatility. But of course, we're seeing geopolitical volatility at the moment and so on. Your thoughts about that, and more importantly about the investment flows needed for emerging markets and how we make this work, especially from a pivotal bank's perspective like AIIB.
Thank you, and thank you, Jean, for inviting me here, and I'm very excited. We have just actually completed a study of India's net zero transition, and I have the chance to say a little bit more about that later. But, you know, I think and other speakers have already emphasized this, you know, what we are talking about here is a global effort, but, you know, India doesn't do this for that reason. India needs to do this for its own needs. It's about, of course, getting clean, green energy for the massive growth that India needs and I'm sure will get. But it's also for dealing with you know, the air pollution, the heat, and the extreme heat, the water stress. All those reasons are there for India and for many other emerging and developing economies to do this net zero transition. And obviously there is, or the core for this will have to be, and particularly in India, the core has to be about domestic resource mobilization, and we heard already a lot about that, what has been achieved, you know, through this government program, and then, but really driven by the private sector, and the speed and the impressive width or span of these private sector activities are really truly impressive. Having said that, there's still a lot to do, not least in the state-owned, both enterprises and state-owned banks. You mentioned India Oil. I think this is a good example of, you know, we need to get at this over-reliance, this over-exposure of the state sector. It's not just India, it's all over Asia and I would say all over the emerging world. It's the same challenge. How do we use these tools that the government has to really drive this effort, and by giving the big fossil fuel companies also incentives to develop the renewables. That's the way to go, and that's how China did it, and that's, I think, when I look around the emerging world, that's the success. Give everybody a stake in this and make sure, of course, that it's a just transition. There will be huge challenges for small and medium-sized enterprises in India to go through this transition, but there needs to be government support. And of course, the multilateral development banks have a very important role here to fill. India, as you probably know, is our most important client, our most important partner. We're working with many states in India. We are also now moving from projects to policy-based lending to further help drive this change. So we really see a responsibility to help de-risk, help create transparency, governance, and so on. So this is very much something that's on our agenda to be part of this journey in India. And again, even if domestic resource mobilization is the core, and it's a core everywhere, but India will also need massive amounts of technology from abroad, massive amounts of capital from abroad. Finding the right way to do that, and the sort of that really can scale up, that is, I think, for me, the main challenge that the sort of financial system of India faces now. Thank you.
We're going to segue to Frank in a minute on that very topic, but before we do that, an agenda for the public sector. When you look at what we are doing and need to do in India, do you have some thoughts about next steps that the public sector needs to do, particularly around finance, to make this happen?
So I think there you can go through both the sort of enterprise sector and the banking sector. I mentioned the need to give a real stake for these fossil fuel companies in renewables. When I look at the experience on the state, on both financial institutions and state-owned enterprises in other successful examples, it's also about how you design incentives for managers in these companies. I think when I look at what happened in China, it was when environmental performance criteria were introduced as part of the evaluation of enterprise manager. That's when the real change started happening in China. And I think we need to think about how we design incentives for both for managers in the state-owned enterprises, but also in the state-owned financial institutions. The state-owned financial institutions, of course, here we will need the RBI and other regulators to really be on their back to make sure that this the capacity of the financial system and particularly of the commercial banks to really be part of this transformation, helping to finance, helping to put pressure on individual companies to really do this transition. So, and of course, the kind of initiatives that the Climate Bond Initiative is involved in are also very important to generate resources both domestically and globally. Thank you.
Frank, capital, international appetite. We've talked about the need for it. Where are we in practice? And I think one of the things everyone in the audience put, what's behind this? What's behind Amundi's giving you a title of responsible investment development in terms of your asset owners and clients? How deep is this appetite?
Well, Sean, thanks for having me here in the Nations. And I think it's my pleasure just to have, on the same panel with a stock exchange, AIIB, which is an MDB, which we represent, a very important and critical role to make this work here in Asia. As you said, Amundi actually has been doing a lot of plenty finance or mobilizing private capital to public projects in Europe. My role here in Asia is to extend that effort here in the region. I think there are actually a good thing, I would probably say challenges and opportunities here in Asia. I think what we just mentioned about China, not sure if everyone has read about the recent report that China's GHG emission is down by 1% for the first time. That it's a very meaningful number, despite it's not a huge number.
We've reached peak emissions. That's 5 years before their target.
Yeah.
Looks at it.
So it has been, this is actually not the first time that China recorded year-on-year decline in GHG emission, but this is the time that is driven by renewables. This is an encouraging news, despite the fact that China has been putting a lot of efforts in the last decade to have the capacity built on renewable energy. And the opportunities that we're seeing in India is very similar. Madhya Pradesh, there's a mega solar project to add 2.5% capacity for renewable energy in India. This is something very encouraging from a capital market point of view, because this is a type of PPP project. Why I'm saying this is Amundi actually has a very critical role, hopefully, that we could support the funding gap and activities here in Asia. So we have MDBs, we have stock exchange, we have regulators to set the scene, having deployment. Amundi's as an asset manager, we have a role to scale up. Hopefully, different projects, different, to fund these gaps. And at the same time, we hope to also contribute in capacity building in terms of letting investors know what are the risks and opportunities that we're seeing here in Asia. Because we're at the developing stage, early stage of transition financing, blended financing. A lot of the investors may not know the risks or understand properly on what kind of risk and return they're actually looking at. And secondly is from an issuer perspective, are we able to help to improve disclosure, which I think this is actually the challenges that we are here in Asia that we have to solve. Just give a couple of examples. If we look at the label bond issuance, which is a very important vehicle, CBI or asset managers are doing here in Asia, we're seeing a very kind of imbalanced type of issuance. Not only here in Asia though, but all over the world. That recent times, SSAs, super nations, they're dominating the issuance. We're seeing less non-financial entity issuing label bonds lately. So the problem is we're seeing less participation by the private or non-financial space, which gives a little bit challenging landscape here in Asia that we're not having diversified enough issuers, type of issuers, to help to drive all this transition of funding gap. So this is first thing. And second thing is the capacity building in terms of what I mentioned earlier about people's perceptions on risk return profile for this. I could talk a little bit more about greenium, all these kind of topical things later. But there has been a bit of challenges that we're seeing here in Asia, that when we're going out just to meet with issuers, investors, we actually need a bit more time to showcase what we're seeing and what are the insights here in Asia. So the capacity building and also understanding the transparency of the disclosure by issuers, which is also another key challenging part that we're trying to hopefully contribute, is the transparencies, how the use of processes are being monitored, to make investors feel comfortable that asset managers is also playing a role to have these investment and drive engagement, stewardship, this type of activities. So there are actually a couple of things that Amundi is trying to promote, support, and contribute to the transitioning process here in the region.
So disclosure is fundamentally about trust, right? It's ensuring that we have a market that asset owners can trust their funds are going to the right place. Exactly. And so on. In terms of the asset owner appetite, is that growing? Is that still, in terms of your client base, in other words?
Well, this is what I have just done last week to Paris, that right. We're just talking about, the growth of this part of business, globally. For within the emerging market, I think we're sitting in a region that, growth is very robust. We're seeing, a high level of alignment from different nations here in the regions that is trying to push things forward. One example is if we're just looking at the recent time of, the alignment of, say, label bonds with the global standards. China has gone from 30% alignment of, alignment with global standards to almost like in 2023 to almost about 70% in 2024 in just about 1 year time. There's been a lot of developments here in Asia. That is, we're seeing, I think, from a nation's point of view, there are huge pressing needs that we have to roll this out. So I think I'm not really concerned about the ambitions, the activities going on here in Asia. I think most of the people knows we actually need about 7.1 trillion funding by 2030 to make alignments of 1.5-degree Paris Agreement here in Asia. But it's about how we're funding this. So in Asia, I think the messages across different nations, markets, I think it's very clear. But it's just that how we're executing it, how we're bridging that funding gap. That's what we're trying to do here in the region.
So we've got strong support for sustainable bonds, and of course that's been supported by regulators. SEBI was one of the first regulators in the world to bring out green bonds guidelines. The Reserve Bank of India has been looking at this issue and looking at climate stress testing for banks. So my friend Amita down here has been helping with that program at auctusESG, one of our partners. The sustainable bond market in India is about 6 trillion INR outstanding now. The global bond market, sustainable bond market, is 530 trillion INR. So this is a pretty big market nowadays. It's continuing to grow. It was virtually zero when we started 16 years ago. So this has been a growth market nearly growing as fast as the Nifty and the stock exchange, but not quite, because of course you've been involved in that. What can, Ashish Kumar, what can NSE do to continue to support this and to make life easier for Amundi so that they can more quickly and efficiently invest in green and sustainable opportunities here?
In a way, as you rightly said, the standardization of reporting across all the jurisdictions have to be there, without which it's not easy to say something is a sustainable bond or not, or a climate bond or not. And that's where, for me, India has its own standard. We are slightly ahead of the rest of the world, but still, it's the other side is also true that whatever name we give, if the bonds and the entities which are going to sort of issue those bonds are going to be immensely profitable, then people are going to invest whatever name you give them or don't give them, right? So eventuality, whether you have sustainable bonds or climate bonds being issued in the name of climate bonds or not, but eventually, for me, the new energy companies, clean water companies, clean air companies are going to make so much money that people are not going to only give bonds, because somewhere bonds are not actually the commitment because you want money back. But equities is where you actually become a partner, right? So for me, what I see is that some of these companies are going to be so profitable that people are not going to give only money to take them back, but also become sort of equity holders. And that's how it happens slowly, but then it happens suddenly. And that's where that sudden part, in certain areas, because of the technological way things are evolving so fast, and the cost is becoming so competitive that some of the larger, what I call investments, which used to go into traditional areas, are now going to go into the newer areas. And that's what my hope is, that the stock market's job is to basically channelize the savings of the economy in the most productive capital in an efficient way, right? So if the future is about the solar or wind, you will see the markets giving it thumbs up. One of the municipal bonds, I recall in 2021, in the middle of COVID, one of the chief ministers, sort of their municipal bonds were issued, and I told him that you need to come to, at that time I was in BSc, you need to come to the market to show your face so that people become confident that the COVID doesn't have that impact, but also that you understand markets. So he came and asked me, so now that we have issued this bond, what do you want me to do further? And I said, if I give you, say, $10 million and you give me back $10 million with interest, then my market will give you $100 million. And then if you give me back with interest, then I'll give you $1 billion. So basically for my market, whether it's bond or equities, if you give me returns, there is no end to the money we can give you. But if the day you stop giving me returns, whatever preaching you do to me, it doesn't matter to my now I have 118 million unique investors. I have investors from Ladakh, which is at like 5,000, 6,000 meters on top. And I have investors in Andaman Nicobar near Indonesia. And I have investors in Dwarka. I have investors in Arunachal Pradesh. So I have 11.8 crore or 118 million unique investors. And they invest probably $20, $30 to even billions of dollars. And so you have a very large pool of capital available to you, provided you sort of get the returns. And today, I have no doubt in my mind that the technology has reached, the price points have reached to a level where whether you label them as sustainable or not, it's going to be the mainstay in next 2, 3, 5 years. It's going to scale up so massively that we cannot imagine.
NSE has been an critical engine in the democratisation of finance. As you say, you've got investors everywhere. And of course, one argument is that's also an opportunity for ordinary Indian citizens to be part of the revolution that's underway now, part of it. I certainly wish many successful green IPOs on you this year. We've got a few coming through. But I might just shift to Eric at that point, because Eric, you gave us a little teaser earlier about India's net zero transition report that you're looking at. Is there anything we need to know about that? I mean, the net zero transition has to be financially viable so that ordinary citizens can get a return. Any highlights out of that we should know about?
Well, I'll have my chance to say a bit more about the report.
Just give us a teaser.
Yeah, no, but this is, first of all, I should say we have worked very closely with the CEW team and also with the Navros Dubash team at the Sustainable Futures Collective. So this is, and we have also have an international team. We have done a similar study for China, and we are just finishing one for Brazil as well. And really what we're trying to show there is how you need to think systemically about this. And I think everything that has been said here, I think just illustrates that you need to bring the private sector along. Private sector has to be a driver of this, but it can only do so with the support of a government policy. And I think for us as a multilateral development bank, we want to obviously work with, and we, as you know, we have a target to have 50-50 between working with government and working with the private sector. We want to be more than 50% climate. So being part of this transformation in India is extremely important for us. Again, I said this is our most important market, and working with individual states, we are now talking to Maharashtra about maybe our first standalone climate policy-based loan in India.
For the state? For the state,
yeah. As you know, the MDBs typically work with the state, individual states. We work with several, quite a large number of states by now, but this is the first time that we do policy-based lending in India, and we did some of sort of COVID-related lending as well, but this is the first time we do this climate policy-based lending in India, and while we did this study is exactly to try to show how important it is to work both at the project level and at the policy level, and that we need to, this cannot happen just through policy, but it cannot also not happen without the policy lead.
And I think that's a really key theme for all of us, and certainly something that we talk about around the world, the need for close working relationships between the public sector, the private sector, the banking sector, including the development banks. We don't make a rapid transition to our economies with just one sector acting alone. We have to work in concert. We have capital holders. We have the engines of capital shift and mobilisation, the NSEs of the world. We have the drivers of differential risk understanding, the NDBs and so on. We have the investors whose capital has to be invested for us to make sure our pensions get paid later on. It's that union of the multiple forces that will lead to rapid change. And that's really the essence of what we're doing. But so Frank, I want to go to you. Your wish list then for India in terms of action in the future to make your life easier, because essentially we all want to make Amundi's life easier to invest here.
Well, I wouldn't want to say, to make my life or our life easier, but it's to make sure, this is not like a one-sided effort that, one is helping one, but it's actually, it's a whole ecosystem that we're, having, hand in hand, collaborations, just to make things work. Because I totally agree what Art just said about, the policy framework and everything. Because if we look at, how the transition or sustainable finance, platform work, there are a couple of key building blocks. So, yeah, just, the first thing is regulatory framework, so policy, how, government or regulator is setting the scene. So the framework, the target, I think actually has to be clear. We have many, different taxonomies here in Asia. So we're not talking about the quantity of it, but it's the persistence of the taxonomy, how investors or how issuers are, finding it more comfortable just to be aligned with, what is needed, to get things done. And I think secondly is, what we had also just discussed about, the market participation by different, stakeholders. We have, regulators, we just mentioned, commercial banks, asset managers, and also issuers or investors. These are the, success, factors that we're looking at to make things work. So each of these will actually have to be, very collaborative. Just going back to your questions about, India. To be honest, I think it's actually a very positive development in India, as I just mentioned about the mega solar projects, and I think India actually has been having a very robust pipeline and visibilities in terms of what is needed. I think for us, we definitely would promote or encourage more diversification, as I mentioned earlier about issuers, type of issuers. Not only limited to hard-to-abate sectors, such as cement or aluminium, all these kind of like heavy emissioner, but also across like different regions. So Amundi could actually play a role to be able to see the source of supply of these, label bonds, very important instruments for us to, implement the blended finance strategy. We have sufficient supply of these, to make the investment universe work. So this is first thing. Second, it's, going back to the capacity building about how people are perceiving label bonds, blended finance, how we could, enhance the knowledge transfer in the region. So as I said, the first thing is we want to see a more diversified, investment universe from a sector perspective. So this is more on the supply side, but from our side, it's actually more about the knowledge transfer, how we're actually making use of this setup to scale up, the mobilizations of private money to the public projects. So this is how I view this.
Eric.
No, I just wanted to speak a little bit about the role of AIIB or MDBs in these bond issuance. So of course we want to be an anchor investor and in that way help to mobilize interest in bonds. But we had a very interesting idea, I think, together with Amundi a few years ago, was to use the information that we get through these bond issues about the state of sort of the net zero transition in individual companies. And some companies don't need our help, and some companies are maybe too far away but we thought that by using this data, we could identify companies where we could be part of that journey and do what we call climate champions. I think we haven't gotten off to that exciting initial start yet, but I think there is a very solid idea behind this, that finding private companies that really want to be part of this transformation, working very closely with them as we can through investments in infrastructure, investments in climate-related activities, and using this collaboration with organizations like Amundi. I think that is a very important way to go forward.
And you've had a long collaboration for over years over this. But Frank, you want to add?
Yeah, just one thing to add on to these very meaningful collaborations. I think this is also reflected by our engagement efforts in the region. Last year, in 2024, Amundi carries out 2,883 engagement activities globally. Asia is the most. I think this is actually, Asia, we actually conducted over thousands of engagement. And part of the reasons why we want to do this is because we want to make corporates or issuer to be able to level up or maybe to articulate, their efforts to make the market, to see more transparencies on, what, efforts can be done, what measures can be, assessed in the region from a climate perspective. So just going back, it's, in Asia, the commitment and excitements are totally here in the region.
We need to wrap up. Frank, can I just ask you to, as a final comment, the benefits of green bonds, why is it? Why is it? Just to make it very clear for everyone, why you like them, why your clients like them, and then how you see the future.
Okay, I think for Amundi, it's very straightforward. It's the commitment. I think it's in the DNA for Amundi's investment process that doing sustainability investment, it's a core part of our missions globally. The green bond, what we're seeing is also the opportunities here in the region. As everyone probably know that the funding gap is huge, and label bonds, green bonds, are a very critical yet very transparent instruments to be able to get this job done, from a capital market perspective. So I think green bond, when we're looking at number of issuance is still going up, despite there's a little bit of setback from non-financials, as I mentioned earlier. But I think for green bonds, this is the most, I'll probably say, investment friendly, transparent, and kind of having a lot of articulations over the last few years' time to let the public know what alignments is needed, to make the label bond works. I think this is one of the reasons why Amundi is actually very, keen on, expanding or having management in this green bond market all these years.
Thank you. Eric, a parting reflection for our audience.
No, I think this, the whole green bond market is of course very exciting, but I think there are still very major challenges left. We need to make sure that this becomes truly additional. So in the sense that it is not just an accounting trick, and that the kind of process that I mentioned that we tried to achieve together with Amundi, where we would work with companies to make sure that this is actually driving change in these companies, I think is something that we need to work on. And probably also thinking more about also asset-based or asset-backed bonds, because those are more likely to be transformational. And I think this is particularly true in emerging developing economies. So I think we really need to make sure that going forward we increase additionality, really use these to drive change. When I look at India, amazing what's happened, of course, in the renewable space. But we still have to find those resources to make sure that these resources are used in the correct way or to the full capacity, investments in the grid and so on. I think that is where we are still in need of more resources. So very excited about what's happening here and really want to be part of it.
So we hear about diversification of supply needed from Frank. We talk about diversification of instruments needing to be addressed from Eric. Ashish, you're the engine of exchange, of diversification. What's your parting reflection leave the audience? What does the future hold?
In a way, when the industry is in a nascent stage, the business model is not clear. We have to kind of promote it using some of the state instruments like the policies and other things. And once the business model is sort of sufficiently robust and of course profitable, then by that time we need to figure out the standardization, the reporting standards, the frameworks. And then when I look at it, setting up markets like setting up railway tracks. Once you have set up the railway tracks, you can put millions and millions of wagons through that at the lowest cost. And that's what our job is, that once the business models are stable and robust, then literally either it's bonds or any type of instruments. And like we have just started electricity futures, which for me is also in a way connected to the green economy, because we are going to have massive funding, but they also need to know where their markets are, and we are able to provide them CFDs and other instruments going forward, also ability to deliver through our platform to the real consumers. And so the producers, the policymakers, the traders, and the consumer industries as well as individuals are able to actually plan for their future. And so we will try to sort of create those standards and frameworks to transact, but with an idea that how do we scale what is correct and where the business model is so good that millions of people would be willing to invest either in bonds or in hybrids or into the equities.
Fantastic. And what a wonderful metaphor of the railroad tracks, low carbon transport. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Please thank our audience, our wonderful panelists and our audience. Over to the next.
Yeah, thank you so much to our dignitaries. Can I request you to be on stage? Can I request all of you to be on stage? We're going to move towards the launch of the report titled Macro and Micro Prudential Perspectives on Implementing Basel Principles on Climate-Related Financial Risks, Considerations for Reserve Bank of India. Can I also call upon the authors, Ms. Namita Vikas, Ms. Smita Hari, Ms. Neha Kumar, and also if we have Yanis Dafamos online. Thank you.
Now, if you're wondering about the name of this report, Macro-Prudential and Micro-Prudential Perspectives on Implementing the Basel Principles on Climate-Related Financial Risks for the Reserve Bank of India. It's a long title, but it is critical. Please.
Do please note that we have our author, Dr. Yanis Dafamos, on screen. Joining us live. Thank you, Yanis, for waking up in the morning. This is the work, took us a little bit of time, but yes, here we are today and we're very, very happy to release this report. You will find the online copy also on our website. Please read. I will just, in 2 sentences, summarize the report. One is the micro-prudential aspect, which is at the financial institution level on what you need to do in terms of management of risk. But the report also talks about the system-based interactions between the banking sector and macroeconomy. So it's extremely important for our regulatory frameworks, for supervisors, as well as the banks themselves. Please do have a copy and please read. Basel has introduced climate change and risk management as part of its core principles. We will hear a lot about it during today, as well as in India and elsewhere in the world. Thank you so much. Thank you for the conversation we just had. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Frank. We are running a little bit behind time, and I have to say that Sean Kidney is more Indian than Indian themselves. We do have to time keep a little bit better because we have our speakers joining online. But before that, we have the presentation by Eric, right? Yes. Eric, I would welcome you here. If you could start with your presentation. Our speakers who are going to start off in the next panel, some of them are online. I would really request them to just bear with us, and I will tell you that this presentation will be worth the wait. Thank you.
The clicker. Or the computer. Thank you. So you got a little bit of a teaser, but now I have a chance to say a bit more about this work. And again, as I said, this is very much joint work with Aruna Baghosh and his team at CEW and Navroz Dubash at the Sustainable Futures Collective. And together with those two and an international team, we have been trying to think through how can you combine the sort of planning instruments, the market instruments, the financial governance instruments that we have focused on in much of the discussion today. And we started doing that in China just after China had announced its net zero targets. And there's a lot to say, of course, about the strengths and weaknesses of the Chinese approach. But what is clear is that what China did was that was very successful was, of course, the planning dimension. But when it came to the market dimension, it has been still has several challenges left to deal with, and also when it comes to financial government. So when I'm going to talk now about India's challenge, it is, of course, the fact that even with any scenario, we are not still seeing peaking in India. We mentioned earlier that China has peaked earlier than anticipated. I wouldn't make too much of that at this point because it is certainly related to maybe the slower than anticipated growth in China. But still, it is something that every economy has to, at some point, do the peaking if you're going to get to net zero. So this is a bit, the challenge that we are facing in India, and of course, what was very important when we had this discussion in China was that yes, there was this target of 2060, and then there was this intermediate target of peaking. But of course, it matters a lot at what level you peak. So if you run up, the carbon footprint, and then you have to try to bring it down to reach net zero, that's going to make it much more costly and the disruption much more palpable. So it's very important to manage the whole process, creating interim targets, and that is something that I'm going to talk a little bit about. So we already said a lot about what has been achieved by the extraordinary private engine in India. That this is actually one of the fastest growing renewable pipelines. It has really brought in installed capacity into making a very real contribution in India. And also the cost dimension. India now has one of the lowest costs of commissioned renewable projects. This going down the cost curve has been extraordinary in the Indian context. But as I said before, the challenges are very real in state-owned enterprises and state-owned financial institutions. Many of them have excessive exposures in the carbon sector. It is actually, as I said also, it's not unique to India. If you go across Asia, that's essentially the same, and it's a pattern in most of the emerging world that these state-owned institutions are lagging behind, and thinking about what can be done to bring them along is one of the key issues that India is facing. But again, it's not just India, it's the rest of the emerging world as well. The green finance needs to be scaled up. It also needs, and again here, China also faces this challenge. It has expanded the renewable capacity extraordinarily, but actually there's still quite low capacity utilization of these new resources because of the lack of adjustment of the grid and also not very effective policies to manage demand. And the emissions trading system in China, which is of course incredibly large in terms of scale, it still is not really sending the price signals into the economy that we would like. There's a lot of trading, but it goes on just around the compliance date. So in between, there's very little information generated in the Chinese market. So this is, again, just to give you some examples of things that India will also need to address. How can we get the pricing through the emissions trading system to become more effective? And one needs to balance and complement market and non-market based instruments. You need to introduce them in terms of both to reduce environmental, economic and political roadblocks. So thinking about how you can do this without creating a lot of opposition. Carbon pricing is incredibly important, but as India has so often emphasized, it needs to be done in a fair way. It needs to be combined with efforts to bring in the most vulnerable, and we need to find ways of making this transition workable for medium and small and medium-sized enterprises. We need to gradually tighten these targets associated with these NDCs. We need to, probably over time, this is again the journey that China made. It started with a system that is not a cap-based system, but now in the next 5-year plan, I think the intention is to move to a capacity-based system, and I think that's what India eventually will have to do. But in the beginning, when you don't have a lot of information about the possibilities in individual companies to to make this transition, what the costs are, it's probably not a bad idea to have us to wait with introducing the absolute capacity-based system. What is, of course, a very real challenge, and this is again not unique to India, but there's so much difference across states in India in terms of state capacity, and one needs to think of how can we use the capacity that we have in the most effective way. And I here just give you 3 areas that I think are absolutely critical. The first area is around credibility. How can you use the government resources and so the policy tools to create predictability for investors? How can you make sure that you get benchmarking? How can you change maybe the incentive schemes in the state-owned enterprises? The second element of state capacity is coordination. All this will require huge amount of coordination across different sectors. When you do that, you need to really think about what is your capacity so you don't extend yourself. So working with, for example, country platforms that have become the standard tool in many emerging economies. India still has not really gone down that route, but at some point I think this will be a very important step to take to try to create a mechanism that can help both drive domestic resource mobilization but also attract investments from abroad. The third element of state capacity is to really create those centers of excellence, of expertise that can help drive both the innovation in terms of developing new technologies, new applications, but also in selecting what technologies to bring in from abroad and creating these kind of centers of excellence. And of course, the federal structure of India is a massive challenge because, as I said before, as an MDB, we work mainly with state governments, but we realize, of course, that this coordination has to happen at the federal level, and what we do at the state level needs to be fit into that larger picture. And when we look at the conditions in individual states, and you know this much better than I do, the conditions are so different. We looked at Odisha, we looked at Kerala, we looked at Maharashtra, and of course here the challenges are extremely different, and the ability to grasp this opportunity of the green transformation is different, and we need to have schemes that allows maybe states like Odisha that is so exposed and so tied to the fossil fuel sector needs to be supported, of course, in making that transition. But I focused a lot when I spoke earlier about on the domestic resource mobilization, but what India really needs is also a structure that brings together domestic resource mobilization and brings in technologies, brings in capital from overseas. There are some really well-functioning examples of this. Egypt has a very successful for the energy sector particularly. Brazil just launched its own country platform. There are a number of models out there that India could emulate. Again, India would be the ultimate challenge because it's so large, so complex, and the needs are so great in terms of the total resources needed. So I think this is for us MDBs, if we can play some small role in helping India think through and manage that process, it's a very meaningful task. We can be part of de-risking, we can be part of maybe improving governance, we can help develop rupee financing. All those things needs to be done to attract and make sure that when you bring in capital, this happens in a way so it doesn't lead to massive vulnerabilities, exposures in foreign currency. I won't go into the details of this, but part of what when we did this study was to, and we did the same in China and the same now in Brazil, is to look at, how does the central coordination work? To what extent is there a very clear direction of travel? To what extent are different ministries that are affected, different agencies affected at different levels of the federal structure? And we talked quite a lot about the needs, and we think again that this idea of a country-owned platform can be a very effective way of bringing together these different stakes. So let me summarize. There's no question that for India, as for basically every country in the world, maybe excepting a few oil states, domestic resource mobilization has been the driver of the economic transformation, and that's going to be true now for the net zero transformation as well. And but in India's case, it won't be able to finance this on its own, and it shouldn't. There is a lot of finance available out there, and I think that needs to be channeled to the most productive use, and I think a lot of that will happen in India. We suggest that thinking through the climate policy architecture and really assigning the roles to new low-carbon development institutions and really bring out the role of states. A lot of the climate policy has been driven everywhere at the federal level, but really bringing it down and implementing at the state level is going to be absolutely key. And I spoke about the state-owned sector, the need to transform. And in the end, it's not the minutiae of the arrangements and exactly what you do. What really is the key is the commitment at the central level. And I see a very strong sense of commitment from your leadership, and I think that is going to be the key asset in driving this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I do have a quick announcement. High tea is being served outside. You're welcome to just grab a bite or just get it inside, because we'll be carrying on with the program. Moving on, we'll be talking about panel 1. This session will examine macroeconomic trends, trade-offs, and links with climate-aligned growth, policy coordination, and possible ways to attract and unlock trillions of dollars to meet our targets. We are joined today by Dr. Rajiv Lal, Distinguished Fellow at Artha Global. He's an economist and former founding CEO of IDFC Bank, with deep expertise in finance and infrastructure, with a distinguished career spanning institutions like Warburg Pincus, Morgan Stanley, and the World Bank. Mr. Siva Subramaniam Raman, Chairman PFRDA. He has also served as an officer of the Indian Audit and Accounts Service. Prior to joining PFRDA, he was the Deputy Comptroller and Auditor General and CTO in the Office of Comptroller and Auditor General. Mr. Navneet Munot, CEO of HDFC Asset Management Company. He has 3 decades of experience in financial markets and has previously led investments at SBI Funds, Morgan Stanley, and Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mr. Akhilesh Tilotia, Co-Chair, Climate and Sustainability Council, IVCA. He's a strategist, author, climate finance leader, and a career spanning NIIF, Axis Bank, Kotak, BCG, and authorship of 2 acclaimed books. We also have Mr. Janak Raj, who is the Senior Fellow at Center for Social and Economic Progress, where he leads the macroeconomic segment in the Growth, Finance and Development vertical. This panel will be chaired by Ms. Pooja Mehra, Senior Fellow, IICRSF and Consulting Editor, Mint. She has over 17 years of experience analyzing India's policy and economy. Please welcome them all.
Good morning. Should we start or are we waiting for Navneet? Right. So, I think this stellar panel is just ideally placed to take forward the conversation we've been hearing since morning, where we learned how well India has done on solar, for instance, where government support helped create virtuous cycles that drove costs down, grew volumes, and has made that sustainable and a big success. We also learned how there is over-reliance on government, how there are pools of capital available overseas, but we need to find robust channels to raise it from there and bring it here and deploy it. I think from that big picture view, we have this panel here. Each one of our panelists is ideally placed to tell us how to get down to doing the job, how to roll up our sleeves and how to get down to doing the job. I want to start this discussion with Dr. Rajiv Lal, veteran banker, who better than him to help us, understand how do we develop these markets where this money can be raised, it can be brought here, it can be deployed. Especially building climate finance requires a great deal of upfront capital, where periods of deployment are long, returns come late. Investors are typically cagey about putting their money into such risky markets. So what can we do to develop these markets, both on the supply side as well as on the demand side, so that we have climate finance at scale?
First of all, thank you to Climate Bonds Initiative for inviting me to participate. It's a real pleasure. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. What I thought I'd do is take a couple of minutes, maybe 3 minutes, to share with you a framework for thinking about prioritizing policy and other initiatives in the space of climate finance. Now, climate finance is really a reflection of the underlying real economy challenges that we need to navigate for a successful transition. The transition itself to a greener future requires funding various aspects or bits of the broad ecosystem for transition. So the core of that ecosystem is actually the development of climate-related infrastructure. So infrastructure basically is electricity generation, storage capacity, transmission capacity, distribution. That's what we can think of as broadly as infrastructure. The charging stations, etc., for the transportation industry, for example, that I would consider as part of the infrastructure bit of the ecosystem. Then there is now a growing need to also finance the associated manufacturing supply chain. So increasingly panels, cells for solar PV development, turbines, etc. All of these things will be manufactured in India. And so to fund the development of that supply chain, the manufacturing of that supply chain, that's another aspect of the climate finance challenge. The third is, to your point about the demand side. So, we have a massive push to convert consumers of electricity into what one might call prosumers. This is a new term. So I'm a consumer of electricity because I have rooftop solar, I can also contribute the energy that I generate through my panel into the grid or to other users. So financing that community or segment of the ecosystem is the third leg. And finally, the fourth leg is the innovation community. So you will need tech innovations along the way. There is foundational tech that needs to be done, which we may not be able to do right away. But certainly there's a lot of tech innovation in applying solutions in agriculture or other aspects of the economy towards a greener future. So that's the real sector ecosystem. Now, this ecosystem needs both debt and equity in terms of finance. But my submission to the group is that the immediate priority for us, who are focused on how to make the finance happen, should be on the infrastructure piece, because unless the momentum in greening the infrastructure for a greener future, that momentum is not maintained, none of the other things will happen. So I will spend just another minute then on fleshing out, at least to my mind, what are the priorities for financing the momentum of the infrastructure piece. So again, who are the people who can finance infrastructure? So there are public financial institutions, there are banks, both domestic and international, there are non-banks of different kinds. Critically, there are insurance and pension funds that can finance this infrastructure piece. There is the equity markets, there are private investors in the equity markets, both domestic and foreign. So the second big takeaway that I want you to internalize from my perspective is that in financing the infrastructure piece, I think we have done an extremely good job of mobilizing equity finance from domestic sources, but primarily from international sources. It's the debt piece that we really need to focus on. And the debt piece for infrastructure finance, I would submit, really needs to come from domestic sources of savings, not so much foreign sources, because of the currency mismatch, for which, especially for long-term asset development, there are no easy solutions. But there is a huge opportunity to develop domestic markets, deepen domestic markets, so that they can continue to provide and support debt for infrastructure development, green infrastructure development. So far, we have been disproportionately dependent on public finance institutions and just one or two public sector banks. So the challenge now, the immediate challenge, is to diversify the sources of debt finance somewhat away from public financial institutions and crowding, in particular, pension and insurance. What is the biggest problem in being able to do that? It's the mismatch between the risk appetite of insurance and pension and the needs of infrastructure development. So to drill down now specifically, We need to focus on financial innovation to bridge this gap between risk appetite and the needs of infrastructure asset development. And for that, there are some of this innovation has already happened. InvITs, for example, are a very good example of risk pooling that should be able to offer financial instruments that are more investable by insurance and pension companies that have a much lower risk appetite than the PFIs have. But we also need to work on developing debt pools that might be credit enhanced. And against these pools, we issue bonds that are of a quality such that insurance and pensions are comfortable investing in it. So in Singapore, for example, there is this company called Clifford Capital, which does precisely this. It makes use of some contribution of government funds to credit enhance pools of infrastructure debt such that they can then be placed in international markets as well as domestic markets and meet the risk profile requirements of pension funds and insurance companies. So from the very general to the very specific, that's my summary of the structure for climate finance and the immediate needs. Final point I made is, if we are able to prioritize our efforts in this way, it is my personal belief that once the infrastructure for green transition reaches a certain critical tipping point, the domestic and international financial system will by itself come forward to finance the rest of the ecosystem. So whether it's the manufacturing supply chain, the consumers, the prosumers, and even tech innovators, that will crowd in market participation over time if we are able to accelerate the momentum of asset development, the challenges for which I have described to you. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Navneet, my next question's for you. Disclosure norms, filling the data gaps, understanding how to account, the whole accounting of risk. These points were made earlier today also by Eric, by Frank, and now Dr. Lal makes those points. Investment managers and financial institutions, what do you think they would need for proper accounting of risk to take place so that they can identify and select projects, to get the job done?
Sure. Thank you, Pooja, and thank you, Climate Bonds Initiative, for having me. I'm very happy that you chose to keep the title India's Climate Capital Opportunity rather than saying India's Climate Capital Challenge, because I clearly see as a big opportunity over the next several decades. Thank you, Eric, for having a wonderful presentation. A lot of points that I wanted to make. I think he put it so eloquently that I'll skip all of that, what needs to be done. I'll just make 2 points. Number one, that in a world which is geopolitically realigning and given the challenges and the debate on the environment globally, I think India remains steadfastly committed to net zero, remains steadfastly committed to the way we put it when we hosted the G20 2 years back, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the whole planet is my family. So the 2 things I'll mention, number one, that as a country, I think we are uniquely placed where on one side we have a target of becoming a developed country by 2047, but at the same time our journey towards transitioning from a developing to developed will be very different than anybody else in the world. I think India is creating an economic miracle which is unparalleled in human history, because this growth from $3-4 trillion to $30-40 trillion, or let's say $2,500 per capita to $15,000-20,000 will be very different, because it will be democratic, it will be sustainable, it will be equitable, and it will be inclusive. That makes a very, very big difference than the journey we have seen. We are 18% of humanity, we are also 18% of the cattle population. If we grow exactly in the same manner as every other country has grown in last 100 or 200 years, I think we'll do a lot of damage to the planet, but India is very committed. And I think before coming to the institutional investors like us, I think the Prime Minister's commitment, particularly the whole Panchamrit of the absolute target on renewable energy, percentage of energy coming from renewable, I think the reduction in the carbon footprint, I think reduction in the energy intensity, and of course the net zero by 2070, we remain like very, very committed. Now coming to the institutional capital side, again, it's an opportunity for India, while everybody says that given the sheer requirement of the money, and I won't quote those numbers, they keep changing, what is needed for 2070, what is needed for 2030 and 2035. But I remain convinced, and looking at the example of financial inclusion, that for 50, 60 years, we could not provide an opportunity for people to get onto the mainstream financial system. Like 50% plus population was like unbanked. And in a short period of time, by using technology, by using the power of digitization, we have got like 100% financial inclusion. I think similar way, I remain very optimistic that if we have a deep commitment towards what needs to be done on this side, we will find ways to ensure that we also have the funding mechanism, we also have the market instruments to move in that direction. We will have the governance structure, we'll have the whole ecosystem to move in that direction. So I remain very, very positive. On the institutional side in India, I think our industry just crossed a landmark of 75 trillion rupees in assets under management. This is like $800 billion. This is where US was in 1988, and by 1999 they were at $5 trillion. And there are like striking parallels between where India is today and where US was in 80s. And I remain very optimistic on the sheer size of expansion of the domestic asset management industry. And again, talking about like one, I said the different approach of Indian government versus several of the other governments in the world. Even on the investing side, when just last week we read about the alliance for the banking alliance for net zero is folding up. A lot of large global institutional investors taking pride in saying that we are moving out of climate action 100 plus, several of them like diluting what they committed till few years back. I think in India is completely other way around. It's not by regulatory compulsion, but by conviction. We remain highly committed to the India's growth journey over the next several years. We have clearly seen in the primary market over the last couple of years the kind of equity funding that has happened from the domestic institutions. And I call this let's say the ETF opportunity. I think the energy transition, the transportation transition, and the food, I think, industry transition, these are the three largest sources of the carbon footprint, and I can clearly see the innovation on the entrepreneurial side and of course on the supply of both private and the public capital. On the public capital side, I think sheer size of the pace at which the domestic industry is growing, I would expect like a larger and larger funding to come from us. I think Rajiv made a very pertinent point on the bond side. Of course, there are some hopes, and the government has came out with the 2 years back on the green bond. We are seeing like some interesting developments on the GIFT City side, the way market is developing for the sustainable bonds, green bonds for the private sector. I see it like tremendous scope there, but there is a lot more that needs to be done on that side. Now maybe with the rating upgrade and some of the other developments, I think over a period of time, India becomes a larger destination for the fixed income investors globally, as well as we can mobilize more money on the fixed income side locally also. So I think unlike some of the other parts of the world where it was more by, I would say, compulsion, I think in India it is by the conviction that institutional investors will look at as a longer term opportunity.
Mr. Sivaraman, could I bring you in at this point? The point's been made about crowding in pension funds. One of the main challenges in domestic resource mobilization for India is the lack of dedicated pools of institutional capital, looking preferentially for green projects. How do you think pension funds could be unlocked? Do we need incentives? Do we need mandates? What's the best way of going about this?
Very good morning to all of you. Sorry, I just joined a few minutes late. So, but I did catch a few important points that Rajiv had made. We really need to look at the long-term capital in terms of what pension funds hold, what the EPFO has got, because that's another very large pool of capital, and of course the insurance companies. I think the point made very well about the kind of size of capital in the mutual fund space is very well acknowledged. But I think if we're looking at long-term assets in the infrastructure space, then clearly it's probably more the responsibility of the long-term funds, and pension funds certainly fall into that. If we're looking at the whole lens from a climate risk perspective, then what really stands out is the two sectors which are the hard to abate sectors, that is steel and cement. So, if we really drill down to the essentials of what immediately is needed, then what is the work that's going around these two particular sectors, I think becomes even more critical. As mentioned, as a country, we've made significant steps in the sources of power that we have from the capacity. So I think somewhere we've even met our 2030 goals already. And in terms of the share of non-renewables and the share of renewables. We probably, from an operational point of view, need something similar to a credit rating, where projects are actually rated by probably the new ESG rating companies which have got licenses from SEBI. And that actually makes it easier for micro-level decisions to be taken by the pension fund, because at the end of it, you would like some credible authority to give you insights which you probably don't have. And, the way bonds are invested today, it's really entirely based on a rating. And therefore, my own sense is that even if it were not to be bonds, even if it was in the equity space, can we look at some kind of rating that stocks have? The BRSR have done a great job in terms of disclosures. And of course, the equity, sort of closely follow these BRSR disclosures. But I'm just wondering whether that is sufficient for them to be able to drill down and make that a decision of, I will not invest in company A because it has a very high, sort of portfolio of steel or cement. So I'm just putting the question forward that if we're serious about tackling this issue of the most difficult sectors within climate risk, then should we not make it easier for these to be taken? And one will need to also look at the fact that with the kind of growth that the Indian economy is contemplating and what we are actually witnessing, how easy is it for India to create that additional investment to make the steel and cement sectors more green? So, you will end up coming to that dilemma and that decision point that are we sacrificing our growth for, adhering to high climate standards? As a country, I think on a per capita basis, our carbon footprint is extremely small. But then, as stated, as develop in the same manner as it is happening today, we are probably going to end up contributing more significantly than any other country to the whole carbon, sort of footprint. So we do need to find these balances, whether it is our own taxonomy that we're waiting for, which will come from the government, or a gentle push towards a TCFD-based, analysis and disclosure. But at the end of it, disclosures only take you that far, is my own personal view. And it would therefore be much more helpful to the fund industry to have a number by which they could go by. So I think I'll just stop there.
Yeah, you make very important points about the heavy emitting industries on which Dr. Janak Raj has a recent working paper with Dr. Rakesh Mohan. I'll come to you on that. But before I go to him, Mr. Raman, I want to ask you another question, which is about, what are the financial institution innovations that could be thought of, to sort of bring in pension funds to invest more?
So, one, I think we as a regulator probably haven't come out with a clarity to the pension funds. So that's something which certainly is on the table, and it's, work is happening on that. We've largely relied on the discussion papers and the, circulars that have come from RBI with regard to the kind of bonds into which the pension funds can invest. So the track record of the pension funds investing in green bonds is already there. It bears witness. But to the extent that the green bonds are just one more class of bonds, I think the onus lies more on the green bonds to be able to show that they are meeting their objectives. That industry again needs to drill down a little better so that if, as holders of green bonds, we are also assured that the issuers of the bonds are meeting the objectives. So I think, that ability to have an assessment of what is it that the money is being used for, that's again very important. In terms of how pension funds can possibly innovate, that's something which really, I think we're all ready for having those discussions. We're already talking to NABFID on how their future issuances could be supported by, the pension funds as well as the insurance funds. And I think the need for NABFID to build in the additional risk factors, because, they are looking at doing some credit enhancement or a partial credit enhancement as it was announced. Now, while doing that, probably they could even look at bringing in a better understanding of the climate risk at that stage itself. So, it will help a lot if countries were to sort of approach a body like NABFID, obtain whatever credit enhancements that they would probably be looking for. But is it also possible, because it's largely in the infra space that we're talking about, and therefore for pension funds to hold that 25-year paper is something which is highly attractive. But if it can also be built in that while doing the credit enhancement, it can also provide you the kind of insights into the risk. That would again help a lot, because at the end of it, you don't want to be sitting with stranded assets at the end of 17 or 18 years, just because things have changed a lot and then the world has moved ahead. So how do we take care of that risk, which is a climate risk, but finally comes into a financial risk? So that's the kind of innovations which are on the ground would be very helpful.
So we've heard of the role for regulators, the role that needs to be played by pension funds, by mutual funds with their commitment. Dr. Raj, you've studied with Dr. Rakesh Mohan the numbers of the most polluting sectors, the heavy emitters, and that belch out more than half of India's carbon emissions. And you have prescribed a role for policy on how to get them the funding that they need to sort of decarbonize, which alongside building new infrastructure plays a big role towards getting net zero. And you have estimated a new set of numbers where our funding requirement is probably not going to be as large as initially believed. What are your sort of recommendations?
Thank you, Pooja, and thank you for inviting me for this conference. Before I give the numbers, let me give the motivation, what made us to undertake this study. When we are looking at climate finance numbers, not only at India level, but also at global and emerging market level, of course, numbers were large, but it's not that the number were large, but also that whatever methodologies were followed, they were not fully explained. And, there was also mix-up of, climate finance and normal development finance. And what is climate finance was also not clearly explained. And since they were all top-down approaches, they all followed all the researchers. And numbers were highly sensitive to assumptions you make. So then we decided to undertake a study. So what I'm going to talk about the numbers about India, but actually we have taken a study for 9 emerging market economies. We have released study only for India 2-3 days back. Study on 9 emerging market economies, which are all part of G20. Like it includes China, Brazil, Russia, Mexico, and Turkey. All they are part of G20, and that study is likely to be released in the next 15 days or so. It has actually gone for a print. So that was the motivation for us to undertake this study. So let me now come to the numbers for India, which we have got. So first of all, what we define climate finance is only for moving to a low transition, to a low carbon economy. It's capital expenditure required over and above the capital expenditure you have planned in the business as usual, which we very clearly defined. So we covered 4 sectors. As you mentioned, they are the 4 largest emitters of carbon dioxide, and they are power, road transport, cement and steel. As my co-panelists mentioned, they are hard to abate sectors. So in the case of power sectors, we didn't only take the cost of transitioning from fossil fuel sources of power to renewables, but we also factored in the cost of storage battery and pump storage. For road transport, we also took into account the cost of developing charging infrastructure. And of course, we took cement and steel. We used all possible avenues through which these 2 sectors could be carbonized. So the numbers which we have got, for all the 4 sectors combined, what number we get is $467 billion. Since this was a part of the 9 economies, so numbers are in US dollar. So $467 billion up to 2030, which works out to $54 billion a year and 1.3% of GDP. And all these numbers for road transport and power, we have taken into account all the possible sources of renewables and fossil fuel sources of power. And for road transport, we have taken all sorts of vehicles, 2-wheeler, 3-wheelers, commercial vehicle, passenger vehicles. So while you are incurring more capital expenditure for setting up renewable plants, but you are also saving on by not setting up the coal-based power plants to the extent you would have set up otherwise. So we get something like $57 billion for the power sector, which includes $47 billion for transitioning from fossil fuel sources of power to renewables, and $10 billion for storage. For road transport, we get $18 billion. $10 billion is for transitioning from ICEVs to EVs, like internal combustion engine vehicles to EVs, and $10 billion for developing charging infrastructure. The cement and steel, since they are hard to abate sectors, and in India, the production of both cement and steel is going to go up by 80% by 2030. The projections are up to 2030, and all these numbers are based on official projections. So the steel production is going to go up by 82%, and cement production is going to go up by 80% or so. So the carbon intensity of steel industry in India is very high, much more than even the global average. It's something like 2.44. Where it is 1.8 for the global average. Though for the cement sector, the carbon intensity is much lower. Since the production is going up, so our estimate for steel is 250 1 billion US dollar, and for cement it's 141 billion US dollar. So these two sectors combined, they work out something like 84% of the total climate finance requirements which we have worked. So this is the background of our numbers. They are pure climate finance. The study gives very detailed explanation. Each and everything which we have done is amply explained. We have given a footnote, a box clearly explaining what is business as usual, and we have given a numerical example. So I would urge all those who are present here to please have a look at that. And all the numbers are, broad numbers are there in the text, but all the detailed numbers of all the categories are there in the annex. So now let me come to the, this policy suggestion. So since we have covered the 4 sectors, our policy suggestions are based on only these 4 sectors. So there are 2 policy suggestions basically. One is sector specific, one is relating to macroeconomic policies. When we come to cement and steel, it will require huge investment. So what we have suggested that the government may have to incentivize the use of carbon capture and storage technology, which is the main technology to decarbonize these 2 sectors. And I'm not too sure there is there is any use of CCS in the country so far, because I have not come across any steel plant where the CCS has been applied. So what we have suggested that it may need international cooperation and also transfer of technology from other countries. And the third thing, which is very important, steel production and cement production in advanced economy is not rising that much. Actually, if you see even China, cement and steel production is declining. If in 2030 it is going to decline vis-a-vis 22, 23 or so. But in India it is rising. So it is in the emerging market interest that they spend more resources on R&D to either bring down the cost of CCS or to develop alternative technologies through which they can decarbonize these 2 hard-to-abate sectors. And for the road transport, what cost we have factored in is basically slow to medium chargers. But if you go by China is developing fast-speed charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, and the cost of which is like 7 times more than that of slow and medium speed chargers. So what we have suggested that if the share of, by the way, electric vehicles is going to increase from 6% in 2023 to 34% by 2030. So what we have suggested is that the government may have to step in to develop the charging infrastructure alongside the private sector. And since the cost of power sector, the transitioning from fossil fuel sources of power to renewables is not all that large. So we feel that it can be accelerated. We should go in a big way to develop our renewable sources of energy. Of course, we have abundant coal, that's a separate issue, but otherwise it's like the estimate which we worked out up to 2030. As I mentioned, it's a 47 billion US dollar. You save something like 43 billion US dollar from the coal-based sources of power. So you spend only 90 billion US dollar for setting up renewable sources of energy. So these are our sector-specific suggestions. But let me come to the most important issues, which is about the resources at a macro level. Since we are talking about bonds and equities, that's fine, that's perfect. But what we need to keep in mind, do we really have the resources to meet that climate finance? Of course, the requirement which we have worked out is 1.3% of GDP. That's not really a big concern. And we also do not know when the CCS plants would be set up, whether it will happen up to 2030 or beyond. But even if it happens up to 2030, so what are the sources of this savings in the country? Household sector, net borrower, and the corporate sector. Finance, am I audible? Yeah. So if we have to finance only climate action, then the requirement is not large, and the number which we have worked out, what we have suggested, 2 things. One, there was talk about resources coming from external sources.
Should we get you another mic?
I think it's getting interrupted. Yeah. Maybe this is working. That there was a lot of demand that developed countries and multilateral development banks and other agencies should help developing economies to in the climate finance action, climate change action. So first of all, let me tell you that we worked out the estimate, which comes out to only 300 billion US dollar. What emerging market economies have got from all sources so far, which includes MDBs, which includes commitment by developed economies to developing economies at the Copenhagen COP, and IMF also has this RST facility. So if you include all these things, emerging market economies have just got 300 billion US dollar, and India has got only 8 billion US dollars so far. So, but since our requirements are there, 1.3% GDP, of course, though it's not as large as other studies have arrived at, but it has to be managed. So we also worked out, actually in the same study, we have also worked on macro consistency. Since both Dr. Mohan and me are macroeconomists, so we thought let's look into that aspect, which no other study has done that. And this we have not only done for India, but also for 9 other economies. So what we find, we have current account deficit, and which needs to be financed, and but capital flows which we get are much more than that. I'm not talking about what's happening in the recent period. I'm talking the business as usual, which we have worked out. So we get something like over and above current account deficit, we get 1.4% of GDP capital flows, and our climate finance requirement is 1.3%. But what is important is you can even if you have capital flows, you can manage those capital flows to the extent of your expansion in reserve money, monetary base. So even that comes to like 474 billion US dollar up to 2030. These numbers are there in the paper. So as it is in the business as usual, you are getting more capital flows than you can manage even to forget about the current account deficit through expansion in reserve money. So what we have suggested that there is a need to, since our current account deficit now of course has fallen, it's I think below 1% of GDP now, but if you take last 19-year average, it is 1.9% of GDP. So we have suggested that it may be prudent to expand our current account deficit to not exceeding 2.5%, but up to 2.5% if you get large climate flows from external sectors. Like you get a lot of money from MDBs or developed countries come to give you, you can expand your current account deficit to 0.5% GDP, which should be manageable. Because we have seen in the past, every time you exceed your current account deficit beyond 2.5%, you land into some sort of crisis, which we are, of course, we are very prudent, we are not serious, but there is room to do that. So then what is left is 0.8% of GDP. Which can come from domestic sources. So that's not much of a problem. But what is unknown factor at this point of time is what happens to private capex cycle. If you go back in 2003 to 8, corporate sector, when the private capex cycle was at its peak, for 5-year period from 2003 to 2008, they had borrowed more than their savings, something like, they had 11% of GDP, 6% they increased their own saving. I'm talking about the period starting from 2003 to 2008. So corporate sector in itself increased its retained earnings and increased the savings rate. So 6% came from there and 5% came from reduction in government dis-saving. So 11% of corporate finance, there was no much change in the savings of the household sector. And much of that was financed like this. So now the corporate cycle, capex cycle, though there are some signs, but if you see we find the gross fixed capital formation of the corporate sector is not really all that giving good signs. Although there are some signs, but they're not great signs whereby we can say it has picked up. So if the private capex cycle picks up, and if the private corporate cycle needs resources, something like 5 to 6% of borrowing from the system, financial system, we still believe the government has pursued fiscal consolidation, and it will continue to do in order to bring down the debt to GDP ratio. And but there's no much room for the government to reduce its revenue deficit like 5 to 6%. It had done during 2003 to 2008 cycle, but it may not be possible to do this. So that would be will be a real challenge. So I would say that to finance climate action as such, based on the estimates which you have made, is not a big challenge, because we are also expecting household sector liabilities, financial liabilities are coming down and their savings rate is picking up. And the number which came from the Reserve Bank also the other day shows some improvement, and we also expect some improvement going beyond even 2025. So that can be easily managed. But the problem will be, I would not say problem, but the challenge would be, if the private capex cycle picks up, then where are we going to finance that private capex cycle? That's a big question mark. And I'm not really able to answer that question. That depends to what extent the capex cycle picks up and to what extent the government is able to consolidate and bring down its revenue deficit. I will stop here.
And I think the third point over there would be 2003 to 8 international borrowing costs were much lower than what they are today and what they're likely to be
But in any case, you have to keep in mind that, capital flows which you get, 2003-8 was the period when we got large capital inflows. And, we had to manage them. And, it's not easy to manage because they have their own costs. The costs are three. Number one, if you allow the exchange rate to appreciate, then export competitiveness is affected. If you absorb them into your, balance sheet, Reserve Bank absorbs and Reserve money expands, then you have inflation. And if you do other things, then you have to pay the cost of managing those, capital flows. Like, if you remember, the government had come out with market stabilization scheme. This is the only scheme in the world whereby the central government, used the bonds, but the proceeds of those bonds were kept with the Reserve Bank because they were not used, and the government was paying interest because we didn't have the instrument. Now we have the instrument. Special deposit facility is there now. Earlier we were not, the Reserve Bank, I'm saying as you have the Reserve Bank. So, we were not allowed to accept deposit uncollateralized. Now we can do that. So that's why the government had to come out with market stabilization scheme. But now if they are to be absorbed in the MSF, standing deposit facilities, it's called standing deposit facility, then that also entails cost. So there are no easy options.
Right, and trade-offs.
Yeah, there are trade-offs and there are costs. As I mentioned, you will have to basically very prudently manage all these things, which is not easy. Yeah.
Akhilesh, what if the other trade-offs is for government because of budget constraints? Do you give food to the poor, or do you give them access to the grid, electricity grid? It's not going to be easy to make those calls. But what that also means is that, whatever money is available, that has to be used better. That has to be used more efficiently so that it delivers more. Is there anything you'd like to recommend that you think can help us do this? Any policy backing, any instruments, any guarantees, any safety nets?
Thank you, Pooja, and thank you, CBI, for having us here. I think we need to move away from the binary trade-offs of saying that we can do only growth or only green. We need to figure out a way to make this sustainable. I think the DSEI framework that Navneet just spoke about of making sustainable, equitable, inclusive is an important one. So one of the points that Rajiv also made earlier is about saying that once you have commercially viable projects, whether it is in the power sector or in the road sector, in the EV sector, etc., you have seen large amounts of capital come through. That's where I think the role of the policy begins to take a backseat because the market takes a front seat. To use the analogy from the previous session where Ashish spoke about making a railroad in effect, right? That's when policy needs to step off. But there are sectors which are not as mature, not mature either from a technological perspective or an economic viability perspective. By definition, those sectors are smaller in the total amount of capital that they will require. How do we think about bringing in the right instrument of capital to finance those sectors when they are at their nascent stage is where the role of the government comes in. The role of policy instruments, non-market-based instruments comes in. And again, I'll break that up into saying that there is a technological development aspect here, which is either financing research locally, trying to get technology transfers, the point that has been made globally. How do you do that in a fragmenting world is an important question, and hence how do we think about lowering costs that work at the India price point. The India price point for many of the green technologies for adoption can be at a very different level than at the global level, because India, by definition, given our per capita incomes, is a very price-sensitive economy. So how do you think about the techno-economic feasibility for many of these things is an important consideration set. So as we move lower down the industry maturity curve, that's where the role of the government begins to come in, and where the government has been working closely with multilateral development organizations, and AIIB spoke about thinking about either a country platform, for example. Those could become interesting places where you pool not just capital, but also different types of instruments, whether they are, and again, the point about first loss guarantees or partial credit enhancement, many of those points came through as part of our conversations. Can we begin to pool risk at a sectoral level rather than at a project level? Is an interesting way for government to think about policy. Instead of thinking about saying that this particular corporate or this particular entrepreneur's project I will fund, how do I think about de-risking at a policy level, at a sectoral level? That's where the role of government begins to come in. And I think as we begin to think about policy and begin to think about trade-offs, we need to think deeply about saying which sectors the government should prioritize. I'm conscious also of the time trade-off as I can see the clock ticking.
Please,
so
please.
No, but
it's not about time.
But that's the idea. So how do you think about sectoral level policies in sectors which require government support? So it's not across the board. I think the point that Dr. Janak Raj also made about thinking about it sectorally. Now, some of these numbers can be very, very large. I was just reflecting on the $150 to $250 billion that cement and steel respectively will require. And if I think about the market cap of cement and steel companies today, it's significantly lower than the numbers that are being spoken of here, right? Is it even going to be viable for these industries to think about it? If it is not going to be viable for these industries, but this is an important priority for us, what sort of either mandates or policy does the government want to put in without necessarily impinging on the cost dynamics of the industry, not just of the industry, but also downstream industries, needs to be thought through. Otherwise, the trade-off begins to come in. So if you have to put in $250 billion in an industry where the total market cap may be, let's say, $100 billion or much lower than that, how do you use the hand of the government? Do you even use the hand of the government? And at what point in time do you also build in the measures that the hand of the government is actually pulled back? Because otherwise you can have a creeping way of the government coming in back into places where market forces could have worked. So I think those are some of the interesting trade-offs that we need to think through. So maybe think about government in the nascent stages with industry, with country-level platforms, the point that AIIB made, and pooling together at sectoral level. So those would be some of my thoughts.
Dr. Lal, we began with you helping us understand how markets could be developed here. I wanted to come back to you with a follow-up on, there are just so many things here that we've unpacked during the course of the discussion. How do you think maybe mandates on priority sector lending or regulatory guidelines or financial structures and engineering could sort of help drive this?
Yeah, so I think it has to be a combination of things. First of all, labeling does help, because at a granular level, at an operational level, it makes decision-making actually easier. So developing a green taxonomy to guide decision-making on capital allocation, I think is a helpful instrument to use. Second, there has been efforts in the past. So, for example, for pension funds and insurance funds for some top-down requirements or allocations? I mean, is it possible to think about some kind of regulation that encourages our pension funds and insurance companies to allocate some share of their total capital towards appropriately defined green taxonomies? That's something we might be able to explore. But I think these instruments typically go only so far. At the end of the day, there are two things that matter most. One is the commercial viability of the underlying investment. And second is the risk profile of that investment. So where policy, I think, and I keep coming back to this point, has a very important role to play, is to facilitate the innovation on risk pooling so that the transition-related investments are able to attract and issue debt of a good enough credit rating that it voluntarily crowds in investors that, because of their mandates, have a lower risk appetite. And what I'm saying is that those instruments of bridging risk actually exist. We have already developed some of them. We need to keep developing those further. NABFID, I think, has a very important role to play, and perhaps in combination with some government capital, which is of a concessionary kind. So you get a blended finance. To Mr. Tirotia's point, it's not just sectoral; it's actually multi-sectoral. Then, so it cuts across. And that's the way to develop and attract capital at scale. If I may, I just wanted, I had a question and a comment on Dr. Janakraj's very interesting observations. I would argue that if we get the transition right, and as I said, we maintain the momentum of investment, especially in the core infrastructure space, which is the most capital intensive for the green transition, we should be able to comfortably attract capital from overseas. And at least for a temporary period, maybe, I don't know how long that period would be, might we not be able to live with a larger current account deficit, being confident that it can actually be comfortably financed? So that was my question. The second point about the trade-offs between fiscal space and a return of expansionary private capex cycle. I would suggest that should we be thinking about some kind of using the limited or constrained fiscal space we have to reallocate incentives towards green investments that actually bring down the cost of energy in particular and the cost of electricity in particular. So that might be able to, if we're able to do that, this is very conceptual, but we'll have to think through the political economy of doing that. But if we're able to do that, then we'll be able to free the subsidies and fiscal expense that goes in keeping the cost to the consumer of electricity down, by reallocating it to the supply side, which actually brings the cost of electricity down on a commercial basis. So that was my 2 cents.
How much time do we have? Because we are out of time. It would have been a great question to put to Dr. Janakraj, but should we just take one question maybe from the audience? Would you like to ask something, Neha? Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. It's actually the temptation which has gotten better of me. I cannot let Mr. Sivaraman's presence on the stage in this panel go even for the slightest bit, not being so, I mean, we really need to unlock the action pool, the capital. So two things. Mr. Raman. One is what you heard from, Dr. Lal, is that if you got a paper which actually met the requirements, but it was credit enhanced and all of that, and then you basically said, NAFID would be one of those institutions, will we need to be so dependent upon one institution, or do you think that there is something else that needs to be done within the ecosystem when we are talking about financial engineering? Even though we take the point that as far as infrastructure is concerned, NAFID will have to play a big role. And two, the recommendation on mandate. I think because I have been sitting on all these committees for so long, it has kept on coming up. It's like PSL for banks. Can we do some kind of directed capital, create that local pools which chases those green projects, and on the back of which more domestic demand is created? Because right now that demand is extremely fledgling, if it does exist at any level. Back to you, Mr. Raman.
Neha, I think you've made the point very well, and I, sort of was vehemently nodding in agreement with what Rajiv said. I completely underscore his points. You've got to make it easy for people to make that investment decision. And of course, I took NAFID purely as an example in an illustration, because they are actively looking at, how to increase the fund flow into the infrastructure space. But it could be any credible regulated entity that has got the obligation to provide information to better suss out this risk. So we are talking about a genuine risk in real life. It's just that I don't see amongst any of the long-term funds the ability for somebody to do a complete 360-degree look at that particular asset or project or company and make that investment decision. So, if we look at it, we are in a highly prescriptive, financial services industry. There are clear accounting rules apart from the regulatory prescriptions that exist. I'm saying we have to be able to follow in suite. It's not going to change suddenly. You cannot, a leopard cannot change its spots. So you have to be able to feed something which is recognizable to the funds for them to be able to take it up. And I completely agree with you. Mandating from a regulator is certainly possible, but there has got to be something which is supplied to meet that mandate.
So, Neha and I have been partner in crime on many things in last decade, particularly the thing that we take deep pride in working together as part of like UK-India Sustainable Finance Forum, where we were working on the framework for Indian taxonomy. So we looked at global taxonomies, including CBI, EU, China, and some others, but we looked at and then of course the expectations from the global institutional investors, but also the Indian context in terms of our NDC, our SDG aspirations, where India is from a socio-economic perspective, and what's feasible, and of course the sectoral level policies of the government and how India should go about it. I think that's very, very critical going forward, whether for NAFID or for all the investors to really develop the market here, and we are very hopeful that now with the consultation paper coming in some time, we are going to see the Indian taxonomy. Because on the other side, for the other investors, particularly in the public market, the work that we have done as part of the SEBI's ESG work on creating the BRSR and strengthening the BRSR and the BRSR core. India was among the first countries in the world to come with the assurance on BRSR core, where 4 out of the 9 parameters belong to the environment, where it's about GHG emission, water footprint, energy intensity, and the biodiversity. And over a period of time, now with a lot of work happening on strengthening the whole assurance framework, we'll have very high quality data on the top 500 companies by next year and 1,000 companies year after next. And the kind of things that he talked about on what the, let's say, the benchmarks and ensuring that this is credible, this is comparable, over a period of time and with the assurance, I think we'll have a lot of data for people to benchmark upon and learning from rest of the world here as well. Yeah, and everybody, I'll re-emphasize the point he made. Everybody must read the work that Mr. Janak and Rakesh Mohan have done on what India needs to do on this. And I'll just make the last point that I've always said that even in the SEBI ESG committee, which I had the honor of chairing, that we shouldn't restrict ourselves to working on how do we finance the green, financing the green, but our aspiration should be how are we greening the finance. So we must look at in India very differently and not looking at financing the green, but we should look at greening the finance.
Can I use the chair's privilege to request Dr. Raj to actually answer Dr. Lal's question, which is that, India's been taxing polluters. For instance, our taxation on petrol and diesel is quite high, which is less distorting, economists tell us, than subsidizing or incentives. But what do you think of his question? Dr. Lal, do you want to ask your question again, and we can just spend 2 minutes on taking it up before we close?
So there are 2 questions. The first is that, if our transition is actually commercially viable, and I believe the core of it is indeed commercially very interesting, then we shouldn't be worried about temporarily financing even a larger current account deficit than 2.5%. So that was the first question. The second was that given limited space, not to contain the overall current account deficit as the capex cycle picks up, we should think about, should we not be thinking about ways of reallocating fiscal expenditure away from consumption subsidies to incentives to actually drive down the cost of electricity for the consumer?
2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, thank you very much for raising these 2 points. No, see, you can raise the current account deficit, but you have to finance it. So I would put it the other way. If you are getting more resources from the external sectors, like you more get capital, climate finance, I would not put other capital flows. I would say if you're getting more climate finance flows from external sources, then there is room to expand the current account deficit, which you have mentioned. But the problem is you can't go beyond what is sustainable. Like you go beyond 2.5 to 3%. In the past, we have seen we have faced problems. And it's easy to raise the current account deficit, and suddenly the flows dry, and then you have to finance it. Then that becomes a challenge. So I would say for the larger macroeconomy interest, we should be very careful for expanding current account deficit beyond 2.5% of GDP. And coming to your second point of fiscal response, absolutely I agree with you. And the government has done, like if you see the quality of expenditure in the last 5-6 years after the COVID pandemic has improved drastically. The government is spending more on capex, its own capex, than on consumption. But there are still wasteful, I would say, subsidies, and there are some expenditure which the government should cut down. And more importantly, I think it's also important to liquidate some of your assets which you have, which are less productive and which are not generating you enough returns. What I mean to say, you should go for more disinvestment and liquidation of your assets. If you see disinvestment data for the last 25 years, maybe 1 or 2 years were the only years when we met that target of disinvestment. And despite the fact that the capital market has been booming for the last 25 years, we have not been able to this thing,
political economy. Fertilizer subsidy, I think most polluting subsidy definitely needs a relook, but the political economy around it and current account deficit always has been India's vulnerability. With that, thank you so much to all the panelists and everybody in the audience. We'll close this session.
Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists. We now move on to panel 2. Our discussion here will focus on the ambition and capacities needed to make a step change for financial sector to drive climate transition. Our speakers today include Ms. Namita Vikas, founder and MD, auctusESG. She's an award-winning senior business leader and ex-banker with 33 years experience across banking, finance, tech, and recognized for pioneering India's first green bond and raising over $1 billion in green capital. She is a globally recognized authority on sustainable finance and climate transition and has led 29 international projects with governments, UN agencies, and development banks. We also have with us Ms. Shobna Chawla, Head Sustainable Finance Origin South Asia Standard Chartered Bank. She's a veteran banker and thought leader who has driven over $4.7 billion in sustainable financing and pioneered landmark transition deals in India. We also have with us online Ms. Jo Paisley, President, GARP Risk Institute. She's a global risk expert with distinguished careers spanning the Bank of England, HSBC, and advisory roles, and is recognized for her leadership in stress testing and supervisory risk expertise. This panel will be chaired by Mr. Koel Mandal, Director, Climate Children's Investment Fund Foundation, CIF, and leads the foundation's India Climate Portfolio. Please join me in welcoming them.
Welcome everyone to this pre-lunch session on ambition and capacities. I was listening very intently to all the sessions before this, and both these terms came up quite frequently in all the discussions. Ambition of various actors, and one of the main things that prohibit or enable ambition to action is the capability of various institutions that we have in the country. So before I get on to our exciting panelists here, let me just frame this by asking 3 broad questions. First, what is a credible ambition and whose ambition are we talking about? And when you think about this, yes, in this panel we are going to talk about ambition of financial institutions and the financial sector, but they don't work on their own. They work as part of an ecosystem. Their ambition is guided, influenced by what the government is doing, for example, what the regulators are doing, not just the financial and capital market regulators, but also the real economy regulators. For example, carbon market regulator, electricity regulator. The ambition of all these other actors influence the ambition of the financial sector in very different ways. Having said that, if you just look at the financial sector, progress has been there. If you look at what's happening around the globe, particularly on procedural aspects, there has been quite a bit of progress in terms of guidelines, methodologies, etc. Also, we have seen disclosure norms around various jurisdictions. Even a lot of innovations which we heard throughout the morning, innovations in terms of financial product design to enable the transition. Having said that, for substantial progress to happen, we still need all of these actors to work in a more concerted fashion. The second question is the scope of the ambition. It's not just about net zero, setting a net zero target and sticking to that. It's also about integrating this ambition as a central part of the financial process and regulations. So it's not just about financed emissions, for example. It's also about your trade book, the finance that banks are facilitating, underwriting, all of that. And when you add to this the credibility issue, a lot of banks moving out of the Net Zero Bank Alliance this year. So this adds to the complexity of the scope of the ambition. And finally, the last question on translating ambition to action. Institutional capabilities, human capabilities, those are probably the biggest impediments or enablers in certain cases for ambition to turn into action. And again, we have seen several examples. Evidence also suggests that if you invest more in human capital, in data systems and processes, there's a much higher scope of both ambition and converting those ambition to real-world emission reductions. So with that context, let's unpack some of these questions a little bit more. And let me start with Shobna. Shobna, of course, with your extensive experience in the banking sector, working with Standard Chartered for the last 2 decades, what are your thoughts on what makes ambition credible for banks? And how do you reconcile ambition gaps with clients?
Thank you, Koel. Thank you, Neha and CBI for inviting me to this event. It's become your flagship annual event, and we actually look forward to kind of brainstorm and, away from our daily jobs and try and hopefully solve the big challenge that we have ahead of us. So when we talk about climate ambition, right, and the way we look at it, I think irrespective of whether you're a player in the financial sector or whether you are in you're a real economy player, I think the way we would look at it, I guess, a couple of aspects. The first is obviously putting your ambition out in the public domain through some sort of a target, like a net zero or whatever it is that you're defining for yourself. The ambitiousness of that itself in terms of depending upon the sector you are, how you stack up vis-a-vis, let's say, your peers, you're in domestic, could be international, and, other, players in the ecosystem, how you compare. And not just putting that target out there. I think how is it backed by a sort of a detailed kind of breakdown into how you're going to achieve that ambition through maybe annual targets or interim targets, which essentially can be used to evaluate your progress towards that ambition that you have set for yourself. And here, I think as long as it's aligned with, it's science-based, it's aligned with potentially if there are benchmarks for that particular sector, or et cetera, then it lends a lot more credibility to that particular plan. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is, once you've kind of set the target, how are you going to roll it out in your respective organization? So what is the governance, what is the implementation mechanisms you're going to have? So one very, very clearly is who are the accountable executors for it? So do you have the buy-in of the board? Are there KPIs defined for the board for delivering against these targets, for example? How is the organization how is it communicated, from top across the organization? So basically weaving this into the strategy of the organization, your business strategy. And then like in a financial sector, probably putting it in all your frontline scorecards or KPIs that you're using to evaluate performance. So that's the second aspect of it. The third part of it, I think, is then regularly putting out public reports to measure progress. So this could be, your emissions disclosures on, following certain standardized protocol, for example, on an annual basis. Measuring where you have been against what you set out to achieve, and tracking that. And I think the fourth, probably more important, is how dynamic is it? So depending on situations, depending on how things change, how adaptable is it? Because a plan which is being put out is not a static plan. It has to be a dynamic plan to adapt to various situations and how the evolving scenario, because that makes it more relevant and meaningful. So I think these are some of the elements that I would look at when I say, is it credible in that sense. So in Standard Chartered, for example, we use this approach for setting out our own net zero and also our sectoral pathways. So we have interim 2030 targets for a number of the high emitting sectors. And we pretty much evaluate this, every client of ours who fits in those sectors on a regular basis against performance against those pathways. And we use that to kind of have a conversation where there is, say, for example, you talked about gap in ambition. And we use this as an engagement with a client where there is gap in ambition. So clearly trying to see how, given our experience and the resources that we have, so for example, we have teams who do advisory both in transition as well as ESG. So we use those experts to come in and engage where we sense the lack of maturity or a gap in ambition. We actually bring them in to help, you know, and this is not a one-time conversation. This is like an ongoing, constant dialogue. So that's one thing we do where we try to bridge the gap. The second thing we do, and you know, try to kind of be some sort of a thought leader, you know, bridging that gap, pulling in whether you need to kind of engage with, let's say, regulators or government. So to drive and support whatever policy initiatives or, you know, efforts that are required as a financial sector participant in that particular market to essentially drive the collective ambition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that point you made is so important. It's not enough to just set a target. There has to be a plan to meet the target, and you have to ensure accountability. And that's, you know, if you look at the discourse, arguably, oftentimes, setting a target is becoming the end goal. And, you know, we see a lot of gaps in actual implementation and accountability. So thank you for making those points. Namita, moving on to you, of course, you're known in the Indian financial sector, but also you have huge experience in emerging market economies. How do you define scope and ambition?
Thanks, Goel, for that question. I think I'll just dwell upon a little bit at a fundamental level, and I think it's interesting to look at what's driving the ambition. So at one level, I think ambition is directly linked to the demands that are being made by stakeholders, which means it could be your clients, it could be regulators, it could be the investors. And then therefore, a banking sector, which is very highly regulated, would depend a lot on putting systemic plans in place or, you know, integrating that with the core strategy, risk management, how do they deploy assets, all that depending on what these stakeholders are really demanding at one level. And I think as a private sector banker, I will say it's always a business case or regulatory driven, right? We are here up against, and I have, I mean, don't get me wrong, but the fundamental fact is that we are up against a very attractive traditional sector where risk return models are all set, where we exactly know what's the ROI, we know what's the terms that we need to follow, and therefore capital can easily flow to those sectors against some sectors right now which are evolving. Technologies within transition are evolving. I mean, if you have to deploy capital to storage, then we don't know what is the technology profile, the risks around that. So, you know, all of that bundles into how institutions would look at ambition. If you look at markets like the EU or the UK, it's very mandatory, and therefore this is being driven from the board at the top level. Unlike developing markets where you know, I would say that these kind of mandates by regulators are at different levels in terms of adoption, right? Look at India. Central Bank, the Reserve Bank of India did ask, they did a controlled climate stress testing and a climate scenario analysis exercise a couple of years back, and that has driven banks to actually look at this. And today we have credit and risk officers within banks, at least they know what this is all about. So I think that's one important aspect to look at, where Government of India made announcements on carbon market platform. There are public sector banks. I mean, it's very exciting to know that public sector banks are looking at, they've signed up on PCAF and they're looking at, how you could adopt to some of this. So I think what is really required is to be able to create that landscape for ambitions to become ambitious, if I may put it simply, right? And that will be only on demand. If it is demanded, it would be catered to. So we are undoubtedly moving to that kind of a scenario, but how fast we move in emerging markets, and especially with the banking sector, which is highly regulated. I mean, you look at why sustainability-linked loans are not very popular, again, in some markets, because prudential norms work against sustainability-linked loans, and therefore, there's no uptake because banks don't want to be under some fines by the central bank, right? So I think that perspective needs to be taken into account. The second part is, what's the scope of the ambition? I think when we talk about the scope of the ambition, I would think about three things essentially. The first being the credibility of the ambition itself, or the commitment itself. So when we talk about the credibility of the commitment, there are a lot of commitments that we see are being taken. So many gigawatts will be financed or XYZ. But how are we operationalizing that? And I think Shobna very nicely spoke about how Stanchart is doing that, right? So it's very important as to how does it operationalize top down and bottom up, right from the governance setup that is there, risk management at a asset deployment level, as I mentioned. So when it comes to actual capital allocation, are today institutions able, or they have the risk appetite and the appetite to say no to a high carbon emitting project? Can they say no? Do they have that ability? I think that's the question. Especially emerging markets, I think it's a big question to be answered. I think the second point is on the breadth of the coverage. So right now what we are seeing is the commitments are taken for maybe project finance or for, say, real estate sector, but it's not across the book, fund, non-fund based, which is very important. So the breadth also needs to be looked at, where financed emissions need to be looked at across the entire book of the lending, right? And thirdly, we heard a lot of the other panelists speak about greening the finance and financing the green. So here we are talking about financing the transition, not just the green sectors. So how do we, there are a lot of renewable energy commitments, and rightfully so. Renewable energy is more of a mainstream sector today than it was maybe a decade back when we started financing it. There is also very high exposure to high carbon emitting sectors. And that is due to certain norms again. We do not today have, in many countries, say asset tagging norms. And we've covered that extensively in the paper that we released earlier today for RBI. Without asset tagging norms, if banks are borrowing as CapEx, OpEx, there is no way for an institution to know where the capital flows are going. And therefore, there's no baselining. And therefore, there is no ability to say that, okay, I will take an X commitment to finance something that is beyond renewable energy. So I think that's a very important financial structuring commitment that is required. Just two more points, just very last points here. I think at an overall level, the financial architecture needs to be looked at. And that is, how do fiscal and monetary policies enable the financing of transition or greening of finance, or finance the green, essentially. And what kind of credit policy, monetary policy tools are enabling this in the market? So, we are working with the Commonwealth states on how will some of these look for the small islands, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities there. And looking at instruments like green refinancing or green quantitative easing, or Neha earlier spoke about PSL, priority sector lending for India, right? So how do you have an approach of directing capital? So if you look at, I was looking at some statistics a little while ago, there is uptake, so renewable energy within PSL on an annual basis is about 9.8% growth. And from 2014, when the norm was brought in, it's 123% growth. So I think that's something that we require, and we need to engage more with regulators to be able to do, move, the ambition needle, if I may say. Thank you.
You made a number of important points. I'm going to pick up on one of those points and come to Joe. This point, I think this thread has been running through since the morning. The role of markets, demand, commercial viability versus the role of regulators, government policy, etc. And Joe, I hope you can hear us. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you on those lines, when you talk about ambition, where does it come from? Does it come from the government? Does it come from regulators, financial actors? And whose ambition is it anyway that makes the needle move?
Thanks. It's quite a profound question, really, isn't it? I mean, I think it's worth just stepping back and reminding ourselves that the physics determines the destination for us, and that is net zero. It is inevitable that we get to net zero, with or without human beings, to be honest. And given that, and given the fact that, many regulators around the world, for example, many governments recognise that, the real question is the speed at which we get to net zero and the resulting balance between physical and transition risks. So that's the world we live in now. We know that physical risks are just going to continue to rise. The key question really for financial firms is the nature of the transition and how quickly it will be, and the balance between sort of short-term profit and kind of longer-term, maybe strategic repositioning. Now, when you think about whose ambition it is, in a way it's all of our ambition. But let's just focus on the financial system, as we've been talking about that to begin with. For the financial system as a whole, it can't move ahead of the real economy. Its entire balance sheet, if you like, is just simply a reflection of what's going on in the real economy. And so, we hear from progressive banks like Standard Chartered about their ambitious net zero targets. That's fantastic. But as they green their balance sheet, and perhaps their balance sheet is kind of greener than the average of the whole economy, there'll be other institutions in the financial sector that would be browner. And so overall, it will mirror the real economy. So the financial sector can't drive the transition. I think it can support it, and I think pockets of it can drive kind of more innovation. But I think overall, it's very difficult to see the financial sector driving the transition. The transition really is happening in the real economy. And there, when you look at, particular sectors, the problem with the real economy driving it and having the ambition is competitive jeopardy. So, as long as some firms are not internalising their pollution, they'll be more cost competitive and they'll have a competitive advantage. So unless, it's cheaper to go green, and sometimes it can be, but not typically, because it costs to decarbonise, then you have a real problem with competitive jeopardy. So how do you overcome that? Well, you can have sectoral agreements, and they can be very effective. So everybody in the sector can sign up to a particular agreement, or the majority of the sector. Or you have a government step in and say, well, these are the rules, and you can't. This is the way it's going to be for this sector or for the whole economy. Take the UK, for example. I mentioned earlier, we have net zero enacted in law. Not that means that there aren't wobbles on the way. To be honest, there are. But having a legally enforced target can really help. So the real economy, in a way, can drive some of the transition. They can be ambitious, certainly, and you see real pioneering brands out there setting ambitious goals. But overall, again, you've got this problem of competitive jeopardy, and that's where I think governments come in and are critical in this, governments and regulators, because they can level the playing field, they can make sure that everybody's playing by the same rules, and they can say, this is where we're going to transition to net zero, and then everybody has to get on board with that, and that just helps the nature of the transition and becomes a lot more orderly. And they also have a massive role to play in terms of overcoming market failures as well. For example, underinvestment in innovation. So ideally, you would have a situation where climate change and tackling it was not party political, because otherwise it just becomes another thing that people argue about. Much more effective if you say, well, look, the transition is inevitable. This is the timescale we're going to go for. You can argue about how you want to do that. This is the direction of travel, and then the financial sector can be a fantastic kind of supporting actor. The real economy can make its plans, their capex plans, for example, knowing that that's the direction of travel. That's the ideal. Unfortunately, we don't live in the ideal, do we? And we can see that at the moment. But for me, in terms of the ambition, I mean, it's kind of all of us, and all of these sectors need to work really well together, which is a kind of bit of a bland answer, but I think that's probably the truth of it.
I'm tempted to ask a follow-up question. So you mentioned that the financial sector doesn't drive the ambition. Do they have a role in influencing the ambition that comes from other actors?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't mean to say that, there are really important forces going on with the financial sector signing up to net zero and all of those sorts of things. But my point is more in aggregate. If you take the finance, and it's not just the banks, it's not just one or two banks that are kind of greening their balance sheet, we're talking about the entire financial sector, that can't logically move ahead of the real economy. But you get some very influential major players, and that's going to affect the cost of capital. If they say we're not going to be lending to coal or whatever sector because it's too risky, that has an enormous impact. And I don't think it's just the banks. I mean, for example, insurance companies. Insurance companies in some ways are even more important when they price the risk. And they'll, like look at pockets of the US or Australia where you can't now get insurance because the risk is just simply too great. That is a very powerful signal to governments. So no, absolutely, I think the financial sector has a really important role. I didn't mean to sort of diminish it, but I just think people who think that voluntary agreements in the financial sector are going to drive the transition, I don't think that's quite right.
We can continue on this for a while, but I also wanted to get to the second part of this theme for this discussion, which is capacities. And starting with you, Namita, what kind of capacities are needed within financial institutions for new product development for transition?
What kind of
what kind of capacities?
Okay. See, I think within financial institutions, if there is new product development that needs to be undertaken, I think at one level it's important to first understand the sector that the product needs to go into. So at one level it's understanding what kind of finance is required. So we talk a lot about blended finance, right? And there are different structures and under blended finance, but there's no one size that fits all. It is about balancing the risk, and it is about being able to cater to the requirements at the kind of pricing that is required or the tenor that is required. So it's really about working around those. And towards that, we've been doing work across the last 5 years. We would have worked with many banks across 18 geographies, in fact, and trained over 2,000 credit, risk, relationship on different aspects. And climate, transition, these are very, very complex subjects. So I think at one level, it is about what the banks want to do, right? And it's a challenging space because there is training or capacity building for financial institutions. Within this sector, there are several structural, financial, institutional barriers. So if you talk about, one is the budget. So it is about putting in capital or putting in finance, which is immediate for a long-term impact. Any kind of training, right? And therefore that is always where the budget can then get pivoted or navigated to more relationship based on real-time products that are demanded by the market. Second is there's a very high dependency on TAs, technical assistance, for these kind of training. So that somewhere hinders the kind of training that is required to be done. I think then there's no regulatory requirement, and I keep coming back to the regulator because it's high time there is some regulatory action. So, I would think that in this space we need two fronts maybe driving. One, some regulatory mandate, and I'll come to a very successful example again in India. And second is AI driven. I mean, there's today technology which is driving ChatGPT, Perplexity, there's so much that can be achieved by using technology. And therefore, can we have a climate risk opportunity kind of a platform that is enabling bankers to understand what is the risk, what is my risk-based pricing, what are the tenors? So, that kind of aspect. Coming back to regulatory, see, take for example what Reserve Bank of India did way back, about a couple of decades back, on financial inclusion. So financial inclusion was a foundation that the Reserve Bank of India set out from a economic development, poverty reduction, and a financial stability standpoint, right? So what banks required to do is put together a systemic plan, expand and deliver, and report on what's happening on financial inclusion, plus financial literacy. So banks had to deliver this training. And it was mandatory to deliver this training. And it needed the entire ecosystem to come together. It needed the underbanked, the unbanked, the zero balance accounts, the smaller limited borrowers, bank employees, everybody. Because they had to report, they had to take action. It became integrated as a part of their business and HR strategy. What was the result? Today we have some 561 million Janadhan accounts, the zero balance accounts. It has led to this approach being a strategic enabler for banks in the Reserve Bank of India to manage financial inclusion. Now we need a similar kind of a stance from the regulator, a push on climate literacy. Because climate is also economic development, poverty reduction, and financial stability at a level, right? So I think that is very much important. And then financial institutions will go to build this at maybe a national, sub-national level, at a systemic, institutional, and individual level. So I think it's a combination that needs to be achieved through regulation, through innovation, and particular programs which can then enable the bank employees to look at how product innovation can happen, how structuring can happen. So I think it's a mixture of all of this. Thanks.
And I did also want to appreciate the role organizations such as yours, Climate Bonds Initiative, and many others who are in the room today play in strengthening that ecosystem of building capabilities. Shobna, you also already mentioned some of the things that you have done within your bank, but specifically if you could highlight the kind of skills that are now going to be important given that this transition is inevitable and is so critical for us.
I think topmost skill, and I think it is relevant for any role anywhere today, I think digital literacy and analytics, I think how you work with data, and more so in this space because of the sheer vastness of the data and the analysis and interpretation and that you need to. So clearly that is, in my view, a topmost skill. The second, I would say probably continuous learning. I think we've all had to unlearn a lot of things and learn, and I see this as a journey. I think that's the second piece. The third is what I would probably say critical thinking, in terms of being able to evaluate whether it's situations, whether it's a problem, however it is, basically get to the root cause, figure out how you find a workaround, how do you solve. I think, to my mind, I would rate these three as topmost critical skills that you need in this time and age. And my view, it's irrespective of the role and what you do in any organization.
Great, thank you. And last question, Joe, moving on to you. Of course, you have spent a substantial part of your career in training and building these skills in various organizations, institutions, globally. So my question to you is, are there things you worry about when it comes to capacities, and what gives you hope?
I think what worries me is that climate is dropping down the agenda a bit at the moment. And that's partly because, there's an awful lot of things that are taking up boards' times. For example, geopolitical issues, AI, cyber, there's so many different competing demands. And with the change in the US kind of federal leadership as well, people are kind of less focused, certainly in the US, on climate. So that worries me. What gives me hope is that the regulators are still focused on it, particularly in Europe and Asia, and that they work really well together through groups like the NGFS. In terms of what I see in the firms, there's a sort of growing sophistication, a growing analytical capability, and that's great. You see a whole, if you like, industry of support that's built up, analytical providers helping banks, for example. And you also see quite a number of firms now looking beyond climate and thinking about nature, how to integrate nature within their risk management, which of course, ultimately climate's part of nature. It's just we happen to have gone with climate first. But that's fantastic to see. And I think also, just kind of picking up on some of the themes before, also, we see increasing product innovation as well, which is, as long as it's kind of risk managed appropriately, is very, very helpful. So there's an awful lot of really good things going on out there. I just worry that for some, climate is not the priority that it needs to be at the moment.
That reminds me of what Sean said in the morning about choppy waters, and look beyond the choppy waters and the current is still flowing in the right direction. I hope that's true. We got 1 minute left in case there's some question in the audience. Yes, please.
Hi, first of all, thank you for the panel discussion, really very insightful. My question is to Ms. Namita. One statement that I'm taking from this discussion is that ambitions should be ambitious. I've written this down, very interesting take. But talking about ambitions, the State Bank of India had this ambition a couple of months back that at least 10%, 7 to 10% of their portfolio should be green. And yesterday they signed a deal with the French Development Agency of £100 million to finance green projects in India. Speaking of regulations, how do you see the mandate of having some percentage of the bank's portfolio to be green in India? Apart from the green finance nudges that we have, do you see this as a possibility for all the banks?
Thanks for that. I have two thoughts here. I don't think so there's always this argument about a green bank versus greening of the entire portfolio, right? And I'm of the hard opinion that sustainable finance, transition finance, all this has to become mainstream. It can't be sitting as a 7%, 10%, then it will only limit to that It has to be 100% of the book. So that's very, very important. It is about what kind of financial tools or credit tools that, say, the regulator deploys to increase capital flows to the sector. So I'll just take you back to 2015. The first green bond that I issued in India, that was because there were certain tax SOPs that the regulator gave for the infrastructure sector, and therefore it was a motivation, it was a low cost of capital that could be generated, and therefore the bond market kick-started in a country like India. So I think we need those kind of triggers rather than saying, okay, 7%, 10%, then it becomes like a tug of war of trying to fit it. We were very much involved as a part of the SBI's work, and we worked with the SBI where 40% of the 100 million will go to adaptation finance. So, sometimes there are initiatives that are organic or inorganic. This was more inorganic because it was coming from a lender to the State Bank of India, and then the State Bank of India had to put together multiple frameworks and align with to get this funding, which was a great thing. So I think the targets do lead to actions, certainly. But how ambitious are those? I mean, for a country like India today, where we're looking at $200 billion a year, which is against which there's about $65 billion a year kind of transition capital that's flowing, I think we need to really be far more ambitious in terms of how we are allocating that capital. And therefore, like I said earlier, we have to embed this at a systemic level within the core of how financial institutions need to operate. I mean, is RBI, so RBI audits banks every 3 months. I mean, they're practically there at the banks, right? So are they looking at these aspects? Are they asking these, so I think those are the kind of carrot and stick needs to be put in place, or hooks that need to be put in place. Thank you.
There's one more question. Can we, okay. Yep.
Hi there, Daveen Raunier, non-exec director, working with a number of different committees and boards on sustainability. Question, risk appetite, and when we think about risk appetite, especially in the West we have conduct risk, operational risk, compliance risk. We're talking about greenwashing, social washing as well. The bar is extremely high. What are the lessons that RBI, SEBI, and the Indian government can learn from the way climate risk and climate risk frameworks have been put into the West, especially so we can increase green capital instead of having capital buffers which prohibit us from increasing our lending as well? Thank you.
Asked all of us, right?
Yeah. No, I didn't hear the question too well. So did you hear?
So he's saying risk appetite lessons for RBI from the West.
Okay. I think if you look at the experience of the West, right, I think the awakening that climate risk becomes a very, very important risk factor which needs to be looked at by institutions in the financial sector, not just financial sector, I think even, the real economy in terms of impact on your own business, that becomes extremely important. And climate risk can manifest itself through other possibilities, right? It could end up, so I think, so mainstreaming climate risk is, I think, something, and RBI is already working on it with the institutions in India, trying to kind of do the capacity building, have that guidance for banks in terms of looking at climate risk and incorporating it. So that I think in that sense, we are as a country, I think we are already started on that journey. I think there are challenges, obviously. One is we hear a lot about challenges around data. There are challenges around capacity building, which I think we talked about earlier. Namita talked a little bit about, the skills and how do we kind of come up the curve. So yeah, I mean, as long as you're kind of mainstreaming it, I think, you're kind of addressing it. And the interesting thing is when you look at climate risk, it's not just from a risk lens, it also presents an opportunity lens. So for a corporate, then it gives a visibility into, Therefore, what are the potential opportunities for me as a business? What are my dependencies relating to that opportunity? Where do I need to invest? Where do I need to reallocate resources, etc.? Or for a player in the financial sector accordingly, how do I readjust my portfolio distribution, for example? Or where are those emerging opportunities where I should be focusing on lending? So a risk lens always has a risk and an opportunity lens. And I think it's important to look at it from both sides. And as long as you do that, I think you probably, I would say that you're pretty much on the ball.
I just have one point to make. You mentioned about risk appetite and what learnings can, say, India take from the West or any emerging market can take. I think the approach to a framework development is something that can be taken. But ultimately, at a country level, you just look at, when we look at assets, right? India's rating is what, BBB or BBB minus. So we are looking at, risk appetite, which is BBB minus. Whereas in a Western world, we are talking at AAA plus kind of assets, right? So the starting point itself is different when it comes to the risk appetite standpoint. Thanks.
Joe, did you have any reflections on that question?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Not so much on risk appetite per se, but one of the things that's been quite productive in the UK, for example, is something called the Climate Financial Risk Forum, the CFRF, which you can Google. It was set up by the Bank of England and the Financial Conduct Authority, so the two regulators, because they recognised there wasn't enough capability within the financial sector. So they brought together 5 asset managers, 5 banks, 5 insurance companies, and it's extended since then. So this forum oversees a body of work for practitioners to write guidance for other practitioners. And it's proven very, very successful, and we've been secretariat to it since it started. And I think building capacity with collaborating with the industry, it's a fine line. It's a difficult one for the regulator to pull off, but I think they've done it very, very well there. So I would definitely check out some of the CFRF publications, because there's a wealth of information there. So that's one really positive learning I would take from what we've done in the West.
Well, let me end the panel by acknowledging the progress we have made, the collective progress we have made. It's not easy. It's complex, multidimensional, and progress is often non-linear. But we are at an interesting junction, and a lot of more work to do. But let me please join in thanking my panelists for a wonderful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the... Thank you so much to our panelists. Before we break for lunch, we do have a short presentation on electricity as India's new financial commodity. Please welcome Dr. Harish K. Ahuja, Head Sustainability Product Strategy Development, Power and Carbon Markets, Listing Business at National Stock Exchange. Please join me in welcoming him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will not hold you for too long for your lunch. I know it's already very late. Previous panel has taken a lot of time, I think. It's okay. First and foremost, I'll set a context. In fact, I'll not go very macro level or 360-degree view. I'll go at a micro level and talk about a product which is changing the landscape of climate finance. Many people throw different numbers, but the numbers which normally I throw in the global stages, globe need around $2.7 trillion year on year to achieve net zero transition. Europe need around $500 billion. Asia need around $500 billion year until 2050. India need $230 billion. This is, I'm talking from certain listing document filed with SEBI, $230 billion only for power generation and transport till 2030. Beyond 2030, the numbers will be quite different because the industries will also be incorporated. Roughly, we need around 35 to 40 billion year on year till 2030. And if you see the numbers which we are investing right now is 10 billion. So there's a huge shortage of, and cumulative balance sheet of, we are talking about numbers here. We're saying that we have got enough capital globally, but if you see the India, in fact, the three big institutions, I'm not talking about banks, I'm talking about the pure power sector institutions, Power Finance Corporation, IREDA, and Rural Electrification Corporation, REC, they cumulative balance sheet of $100 billion. And they have created this balance sheet in last 30 years. $100 billion they created balance sheet in last 30 years. We need every year $30 billion a year, and it's a very difficult task. Can this product change the landscape? And we do believe yes. So I think my presentation is still old one, but it's okay, I'll try to make it. This slide is very important. I think with this product, we are trying to take away a very structural, fundamental flaw in the entire power sector reform, which we did so far. In India, unlike other developed nations where derivatives have been launched, their generation, transmission, distribution, retail supply, there are 4 different segments. And retail supply and generations are competitive segments. You know, in India, unfortunately, distribution, which the monopoly segment also take care of the competitive segment, which is retail supply. And this creates a lot of issues because a sector which should be purely market-driven is being driven by the regulatory landscape or regulatory dictum. And many times this creates structural issues, and that's the problem of Indian distribution reforms. So India needs 3 reforms right now. One, definitely they should unbundle the retail supply from DISCOM so that many competitive players can come and, sell the power at the wholesale prices of the power market. Second, DISCOM is the weakest link we know. We need the DISCOMs to be reformed in a very true sense. And I think there the most important challenge is can we, once we start the retail supply, can we also allow the derivative to be an integral part of this entire ecosystem which we are trying to do. And third very important thing is the deeper power market reforms. Now what does it mean by deeper power market reform? Just one line. Can policymaker or regulator afford to supply power at the cost of supply or some extra margin? That's all. One liner answer. And I think illicit derivative may lead to that. But this product which I'm talking about, CFD, contract for difference. So I'm making my presentation in 2 ways, What is contract for difference? I'll talk later because if you don't understand the illicit derivative per se, you don't understand contract for difference. Contract for difference is a product which can change the complete landscape of the climate financing. At this stage, 55 gigawatt of PPAs have been allocated to generator, but DISCOMs are not signing because of one reason, because they do think the prices of the renewable will go down. The prices of battery storage renewable will go down. Why should we be stuck into long-term PPA for 25 years, which will push their customer and them to pay higher charges? Very valid concern. Very valid concern. Why? Because they are not able to forecast the prices. There is no market mechanism to forecast the prices. So they would not like to lock themselves in 25 years PPA. CFD can take away that problem. If you can build long-term forward curve, and not by you, me, or government or policymaker, but by the market participant, analyst, investors, DISCOMs, generator, you and me, basis our understanding of the weather, pricing patterns, demand supply, transmission corridor, blah, blah, blah. I think electricity derivative is trying to do that job for us. It is giving a forward curve for the country. Seeing that forward curve, DISCOM will have comfort in terms of signing, if not long-term PPA, at least 7-year PPA. And if they like to sign the long-term PPA, prices would be flexible here. So I'll talk about that later, but right now let's go to this slide. So I'll not read, I think we read about this. I'll just briefly give a 30-second overview of electricity future. Right now we have launched only monthly electricity future. So sitting today for next 4 months, distribution company, generation company, commercial industrial customer, all big notch listing company, corporates can at least foresee the prices for next 4 months, this month and next 3 months. Minimum unit size is 50 megawatt hour, around 50,000 units is the lot size. 9% is daily price limit. At present, CRC has put a price limit of 10 rupees, blanket ban. Throughout their prices cannot go beyond 10 rupees. But our SEBI, our regulator has put a daily price limit of 9%. And I'm very happy to share that in last, now today is 1st September, in last 45 days, there's the first time today, I was sitting here, in fact I was the busy, the lower price circuit has been hit. So the prices has gone down so low that we have to stop the trading. Prices are going down, so the market is giving the signal that seeing the monsoon impact, seeing the impact of Trump tariff on the textile, pharma, other sector, demand is going down, and today the price has gone down 6%. It never happened in the spot market, prices has gone down up and down, but 6% circuit has been touched. It means forward curve is giving a good signaling about the market. So volumes are really good in terms of, I'm just rushing here, but this is important. We have put some position limits, physical traders or the generator distribution company, they cannot put orders beyond a particular size or below a particular size. And that's not important this, because many physical players are asking this limits, So if you have a physical portfolio of 20 gigawatt, you can open the position, but there are certain players who have got 23 gigawatt of physical assets, Can they take a position here? Yes and no. If they are keeping their open position of 23 gigawatt, there's upper cap. This is a very slightly technical, but just in one line. Spot regulator thought that futures are speculative products. If we allow the uncapped limits, on the positions, they may somehow tamper with the spot price, and spot price will go high. So they have put some limits on position limits. I mean, I cannot take position limits beyond this size, But we do believe this is sufficient limits for physical player, and they can play around with these limits also by closing their contracts. Having said so, these are reasonable limits in terms of physical players to come and participate here. This is the last 1 month summary. We had done almost 1 lakh. So we had launched around 14 July, we launched the contract. We had done around 1,12,000 contract. 84% market share belongs to us. There is another exchange which is MCX, but NSE leading by a huge margin. We had done 2,500 crores of turnover in last only 28 days, you can say, for this. And the average price is roughly 4 rupees 29 paisa for August, and for September 4 rupees 39 paisa. Why I'm sharing this number is a very important number. When we started with our assumption, we thought that August would touch 6 rupees 50 paisa, and September would touch maybe around 6 rupees 30 paisa. So prices are going down, and this is a global phenomena that when we launch the future, the volatility of the spot market goes down, and because volatility of the spot market goes down, the prices goes down, and exactly same thing is happening here in India. And regulators are very happy that finally they could see an instrument which will kind of give them not only forward price signal, but at the same time bringing the volatility of the spot price down and also the market prices down for the future of electricity, which is a really good phenomenon. I will not with the two numbers, but this is important. Physical players are also taking a lot of positions here, and they are opening their positions, they are closing their positions. But physical players like generator, distribution company, commercial industrial customers are coming and taking the trades. In 1 month, just some numbers I'd like to share. In 17 years, the spot power market, which is the CRC side of the business, we do almost 170 MU in the spot market, 170 MUs. It took them 17 years to achieve those volumes. In a spot market, in 170 MU, they achieved in 17 years. We did in 17 days. Future market achieved 170 MUs per day in almost 18 to 19 days. It's a kind of record because the market we designed very well in terms of the product design, in terms of the equation, in terms of the liquidity, in terms of the participation. So what spot market achieved in 17 years, financial market achieved in 17 days. And this product, the need of our participation are showing this. Last but not the least, I think I'll talk about CFD. What is CFD? You're listening a lot about CFD. Any person who is into solar space or any person who's reading the newspaper, at this stage, the typical solar price per kilowatt is around 2 rupees 40 paisa, 2 rupees 50 paisa. Seeing the trend of the technology, it appears that prices may go down to 2 rupees, Generator has their own views, Discom has their own views. Discom always wanted to, as a buyer, like to see the prices going down, whereas a seller like to go the price go high or at constant level. Banks are not supporting the Discom views. They think, what if prices went high, Today, China is dumping the modules. Next day, India doesn't stop them to dump, but put some kind of embargo. What will happen? So financial side wanted a certainty of the price level. CFD is the solution. What we can do, typically it has been done in UK and Australia also, that generator and buyer through a open tender position agree to a strike price. We call it, let's say, 2 rupees 10 paisa. Let's say 2 rupees 10 paisa will be consistently given by Discom to the generator for next 25 years. However, the difference of the price between the strike price and the spot or the future price will be paid on monthly forward contracts, which is called CFD. So the two prices difference, contract for difference of two prices. One discovered through tendering process and the other discovered through market process, which is a forward market, future market, will be settled on the exchanges. Am I clear here? So they are agreeing to 2 rupees 10 paisa for 25 years constant strike price, but if the price goes up to 3 rupees, 90 paisa difference will be paid by generator to Discoms. If the price goes down, let's say 190, 20 paisa will be paid by Discom to generator. And this settlement will happen through National Stock Exchange clearing mechanism. And if this product comes, and there's a huge demand by Ministry of Renewables, Ministry of Power, DE also working on it. If this product comes, we are expecting minimum $25-35 billion to be unlocked year on year. And this will not only solar, offshore wind, green hydrogen project, battery with solar, all these products need this kind of instrument to be live at the earliest. And I'm very happy to share that monthly electricity future have paved the way path for this. Monthly electricity future once gets settled, I think they will become the base price for the CFD. And I think this electricity future can be taken advantage by everyone, generator, Discom, commercial industrial customer, mall, retail showrooms, everyone can take advantage of this. And since electricity future is going to give a long-term pricing signal, I think a lot of capital expenditure, a lot of capital investment can come in this sector, especially in the renewable, because now we are going to launch a few products like, I've written here, like quarterly, and right now we launched monthly, now we'll come with the quarterly and annual. So now you can see today for 1 year plus 7 years ahead prices. Now seeing today, you can see 1 quarter plus 7 quarters ahead prices. So we have monthly, then we'll launch quarterly, then we'll yearly, and in the meantime, we'll add a layer of CFD also. So this contracts will attract a lot of capacity. And we do believe that for climate finance, we see short of 20 to 30 billion year on year for us, Maybe this product can transform this entire industry as a whole. Thank you very much. Any question, I'm open to answer. Thank you. Any questions? So thank you very much. Go for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be breaking for lunch now, but I do need everyone to be back here by 2:15, which sounds unrealistic right now, but yeah, because we have all the panelists online, so we'll need to start in time for that. And one quick reminder that all of you can also download your reports at the back of your, you can just scan the QR here at the back of your name tags. Thank you.
Or in which shape and form will the disclosure guidelines come out for the regulated entities? They have taken a lot of feedback, consultations are going on. I do know that they are looking at building guidance around scenario analysis. They're also looking at building data pools, platforms where two things could happen. One, on the risk side, really downscaling it to the Indian scenario, looking at damage functions as far as the physical risks are concerned, and giving some kind of standardized way of looking at data, collecting data, and the granularity at which regulated entities will have to go to. On the other side, which is their role on facilitating finance, they are putting this portal together, which brings together bankable projects, but it focuses on a couple of things. It focuses on transparency around their GHG emission reductions, their standardized methodologies, whether they are following taxonomies, all of that in the hope and with a purpose that this transparency should be helpful to their lenders, and in some form and manner would also make lending to such entities much more attractive. Central banks, as the title goes, the title of the theme for this session is Managing Climate Risk and Financing Transition. How are central banks balancing their prudential and monetary mandates? And I really wanted to focus on the nature of influence they are seeking to achieve. That form, in which shape it is coming. We hear from soft measures to also pretty hard measures, which sound like hard measures to jurisdictions like India, where if you take the example of ECB, they are looking at imposing penalties on banks which are not developing systems, robust systems of climate risk management. So we will cover a whole lot of ground. And we will also see what are the limits to the role of central banks. This is something for the benefit of our panelists. It has been coming up since the morning that while regulation is important, there will be a huge role for the government to play, for the fiscal strategies to be very robust, if we have to manage and finance transition. So without much ado, I think I will like to begin with Jean, who has been, by the way, the head of the secretariat at the NGFS till 2024. And NGFS has really done credible work, not only under his leadership, but also, going forward from that. Jean, if I were to ask you, since you also interact with a lot of central banks globally, that what does the report card say? In the last 2 or 3 years, what have central banks done better, worse, or same when it comes to managing climate risks and also on the issue of financial stability? Yeah, just stepping back a little bit, we will divide this conversation into 2 segments. Where on the one side, we'll look at financial stability, risk management. On the other side, we will look at financing available or which can be facilitated by central banks. So Jean, to you, take the floor and give us some examples on various parameters where you would, how would you rate the action of central banks when it comes to financial stability and getting banks to manage the climate-related financial risks. Over to you, Jean.
Thank you very much, Neha. I hope you hear me well. It's really a great pleasure to be almost here with you. I would have wished to be in Mumbai, but I'm stuck in Paris. Anyway, maybe with the benefit of indeed being involved in the central banking community and discussion around these ideas, but also as a supervisor now in the French banking and insurance sector. There is 3 things that strikes me when it comes to the past few months, I would say year and a half. The first one is that for everybody now, it's obvious that it's macro. It's macro, full stop. The transition is unfolding in many places. It is starting to have implication on prices, on growth, on current accounts, on many, many things. It has become a macro theme, and in that respect, central banks are getting even more comfortable looking into these issues because it's really connected to their core mandate. The second thing I would like to highlight is that, and that's something I will borrow from a colleague of mine in a jurisdiction that maybe was not so open to look into this question, but his main line was, a risk is a risk is a risk. If we don't prepare for what's coming, if we fail to have the right expectation, if we lack the coordination between various actors, we are indeed building up risks, and this is something that as bankers, as investors, and on our end as supervisors and central banker, we need to be aware of, and we need to address and manage. The last thing I also wanted to raise, and that strikes me in the way the conversation has developed over the past few months, is that the time horizon discussion has changed. I mean, it was 10 years ago when, almost 10 years ago, when Mark Carney coined that phrase of, the tragedy of the horizon. Well, in fact, the horizon now very much is tragic. I mean, we don't need to look beyond the horizon to see that happening. And I think that Tina will elaborate on that, because that's what has been also driving the work of the NGFS on developing short-term scenarios. So, I mean, that's for the general mood. It's really, what has not changed is that it's core to the mandate, and it's becoming even more core to the mandate. Now, you asked for the scorecard. Maybe let me highlight two things. First one is about the focus on transition risk. We've been collectively, I think, over-focusing on transition risk and perhaps misreading what is the transition risk. The transition is not a risk to start with. The second thing is that the problem is not the transition, is really the lack of coordination between players, is a lack of common framework and that kind of things. And that's where, for example, initiatives around transition planning do speak to making sure that financial institutions have consistent ways of approaching these issues. That you don't have one part of the business that is banking on a world that is going to 3 degrees and another one that seeks to advance the work that will limit climate change to 1.5. I mean, this kind of making sure that in the transition we remain consistent is a very, very important discussion and point of attention collectively. The second one is around the physical risks. I mean, it is becoming obvious that we need to prepare for that. And I see discussions in the banking community around how do we prepare, how do we assess, etc., these physical risks. And honestly, we are coming late to that game. And what's very unfortunate is that, I mean, that was obvious 10 years ago already. So things are moving. We are also having discussions in the insurance community around, what can remain insurable, what will remain insurable, to what extent, etc. But I think we are seeing a transition. Sorry for the pun was not intended. We are seeing a shift to looking into physical risks. Also a shift into looking on adaptation, and that would be my last point. I mean, it's absolutely useless to think that you can adapt without mitigating climate change. You need to do the two at the time. So what I take away from the recent discussion is it's macro, it's urgent, it can be a risk if it's not well managed. We need to be consistent, and we need to have the two coming together, mitigation and adaptation.
Great for that, but since I have to do a little bit of justice to the overall theme, I would like to ask whether this has been these 3 things that you are suggesting as the prominent progress points. You think that with the US really backtracking from its climate change commitments, plus also a lot of things which is happening in the US are also causing some disruption, unfortunate disruption. You think regulators and central banks are keeping course despite that?
So you forced me to go to the subtitle of what I was saying. 2 things on that. When I say it's what is happening is becoming very core to the mandate, I think that's a fact. And honestly, I see very little discussion across the world, except in one country, around the idea that it's not a macro development and central bankers shouldn't care about that. Where there is a debate is what should we do about that? Should we more proactive, less proactive, etc. But I think that the idea that it's not a macroeconomic development worthy of central bankers' attention, I think that is not a debate. Where you're also rightly pointing at something important is that having, so to speak, lost the US in that endeavor, also mean that the coordination around these issues become more challenging. And as I said, the transition risk is when we lack a lot of, the soft coordination, or that we don't have the same expectation around things. So, that's definitely increasing the risks, for sure, not decreasing it, absolutely not. This is requiring all of us to be nimble and smart, to really understand what is in front of us. But what I'm very, very, very sure is that it does not make what we do less relevant. And it does not make what we do less part of our core mandate. This is macro, and this is financial stability.
Yeah, thank you, Jean. I think I'll move to Tina now, because you talked about time horizon, right? And this has always been a very challenging issue. You have your loans, etc. That horizon is far shorter of the kind of time horizons that climate change actually manifests in terms of predictability of when the disaster will strike, etc., etc. And yet we have to model the long term as well as the short term. Tina, I do want to ask you that the recent NGFS scenarios that have been put out, they really focus on the short term. Can you tell us what are these, why are they important, and what is different from whatever NGFS has done till now as far as scenario analysis is concerned?
Yes, thank you very much, Neha. And also let me say that I'm very happy to be in this panel. So indeed, as you say, the NGFS published its first version of short-term scenarios this year in May. And to give you a bit of background of why we pursued this, so the NGFS published a user survey a few years ago to ask its members, but also users of the private sector, what areas of improvements they want to see. And 3 key areas were identified at that time. First, users wanted a higher granularity, both in terms of sectors, but also geography. Users also wanted a better representation of physical risk in the short term. And finally, users were also very interested in short-term scenarios. So as you said, policymakers have usually a time horizon that is short to medium term, and also the maturity of financial instruments oftentimes is mostly short-term rather than long-term. So that was the reason why the NGFS then started this endeavor of developing short-term scenarios. And the idea was to also incorporate the other 2 improvements that members wanted to see, which therefore required a completely new modeling framework. So it's not the same models that we use for the long-term scenarios. The modeling framework for the short-term is an integrated framework consisting of several models, each of them capturing different things. And that's why it's important for us also to say that these short-term scenarios are not supposed to replace the long-term scenarios, but they're rather complementary, with a key focus on its use, particularly for stress testing. And the key innovations I would highlight is, first of all, there is now a financial risk module that hasn't been existing in the long-term scenario. So there's a financial risk model that really projects financial risk parameters that are used for stress testing, such as bond or equity prices, default rates, cost of capital, and really broken down by country sector level. There is, in general, a higher sectoral granularity. So now also the economic model is now providing sector projections. So, for example, production volumes, export-import volumes. There is also now a novel approach for capturing modeling physical risk. So here we really capture acute tail physical risk, so extreme weather events that are in the tail in terms of frequency and intensity. And we're not interested necessarily in the probability of these extreme weather events happening each year, but rather we have what is called a storyline approach. So we are interested in, or we assume that there will be extreme weather events happening with a certain severity and intensity, and we're interested in what's the economic and financial impact. So specifically in the scenarios, what we have is we assume that in 2026, there will be a combination of wildfires, heat waves, and droughts, followed then in 2027 by floods and storms. So it's also a compounding of different physical risk sources. Then in the short-term scenarios, we also have a different baseline. So in the long-term scenarios, the baseline was climate agnostic, so it didn't incorporate any physical or transition risk. But in the short-term scenarios, the baseline already accounts a certain degree of transition risk, which is proportional to the nationally determined contributions. So in simple words, the climate targets that countries pledged as of 2023. So there is already transition risk incorporated. And finally, the short-term scenarios also account for international spillovers through supply chains and the transmission of climate risk. Now, the key question is, what are these short-term scenarios? So here again, the framework is a bit different than in the long-term scenarios. We have two transition risk scenarios. One is the Highway to Paris, where we assume that there is an early and gradual implementation of climate policies, which leads to transition risk, which is, however, relatively comprised. And the scenario is aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. The second transition risk scenario is the sudden wake-up call. Here we assume a business as usual in the first years, and then there's a sudden shift in public opinion, and then there is a very intense start of, or intense increase in the ambitions to reach the Paris Agreement, which therefore leads to a more disorderly transition, however still being Paris aligned. We have one physical risk scenario, which is called the disasters and policy stagnation. So here we assume also business as usual, but then countries are then suddenly affected by these extreme weather events, which I explained. And here we have actually 5 different versions of these scenarios, of this scenario. In each version, we assume that it's a different continent that is affected by these extreme weather events. And then we also account for trade and financial linkages that could also affect, therefore, other regions. And then finally, we have what we call the divergent realities. And this is a bit similar to the fragmented world, what we have in the long term. So we assume that certain regions pursue the green transition. It's mostly developed economies. And for the other regions, we assume that they pursue a business as usual scenario, either because the transition is not feasible or it's too costly. And at the same time, there are certain regions that are affected by extreme weather events. And these extreme weather events, or the risk, then transmits to other regions, mainly through the supply of critical minerals. So it's critical mineral-rich countries that are affected by these natural disasters, which then makes the transition more expensive for other regions that actually pursue the transition. So here we really have a combination of transition and physical risk. So here let me really again emphasize that these short-term scenarios capture very severe and tail risks, and therefore make them very useful for stress testing.
Oh, great. And my God, fantastic. And also, I think the sudden wake-up call should have been on a yesterday basis anyway. But have these also been then downscaled to the country level, or is it just the broad framework right now?
Yes, so we have granular country-level projections available for all these scenarios. So what I just wanted to say is that for the physical risk scenario, we have just an assumption that these extreme weather events happen for all the countries in one continent at the same time, just for simplification purposes, and also because we didn't want to discriminate or arbitrarily assume that one country will be affected but the other will not be affected in the same region. But we do have granular country level and even sometimes sector level information.
Yeah, and could you just give me a little bit of insight into, now this must give you a completely different picture of what kind of carbon prices would we need to really actually transition. Can you give us a little bit of more information on what have you concluded in terms of the measures that may be needed to put in place, such as carbon prices?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point you raised, because as I said, it's a different modeling framework than in the long-term scenarios. So when we talk about measures, this is really bound to what the models can capture. So similar to in the long-term scenarios, we don't model specific climate policies. We do have the climate targets of jurisdictions, which are kind of exogenously set. And then in the economic model, which is called the GEMI 3 model, there is what is called the shadow carbon price, very similar in the long term. So it's policy agnostic, but the shadow carbon price kind of gives the incentive to the economy to then incur these green transitions that are needed to reach the transition target. However, what we do have is we reflect ETS prices whenever there is an ETS market in certain regions. So this we have. And also, let me highlight that one of the key determinants of transition risk in these short-term scenarios is assumptions on how these carbon revenues are then recycled back into the economy. So the carbon revenues that the government then collects, for example, in the Highway to Paris scenario, it's assumed that it's fully recycled back in terms of green subsidies. And these green subsidies therefore serve as a booster for economic activity, increasing employment, and therefore also alleviating the supply shock coming from higher carbon prices. In the sudden wake-up call, however, given that carbon prices have to rise much more severely to reach the climate target, households and firms are much more negatively affected, and therefore the carbon revenues are not fully recycled back, but some of the subsidies are also used to support households, for example, with the high energy prices, therefore leading to higher economic costs. So these green investments have to be then privately sourced and cannot not only be financed through subsidies.
Thank you. Thank you for those very specific and important points. I think throughout the day, this morning, we have been looking at some elements of it in different panels. Uli, let me come to you and let me stay on the topic of physical risks and time horizon and emerging economies. You've done a lot of work on exposure to climate risks and vulnerability. And if the most simple way, if I can put it, I think emerging economies are much more vulnerable and they have a very restricted wherewithal in terms of financial resources. So the question is that we have to focus on physical risks, on managing that. So the question that I would like to ask you is that, how do you think that the banks should start thinking of adding resilience-related aspects and targets as part of their transition plans? Because till now, actually, the discourse and practice has remained focused on mitigation. You say the word transition, people think automatically it is emissions reduction, and resilience is not a part of either the calculus or a discussion as much as it should be. So yeah, so could you just start us off on that, and what would be the way to approach this issue from a macro-prudential lens? Uli.
Thanks, Neha, and many thanks for having me. I wish I could be with you in Mumbai. First of all, just to say that physical risks are, of course, also rising in advanced economies. So adaptation and resilience is really universally important. But you are, of course, right that many emerging developing economies are particularly vulnerable. And adaptation planning, building resilience will become ever more important in the real economy, but of course also in the financial sector. And I just want to re-emphasize what Jean said. The time horizons are really shifting. So the physical impacts are getting worse much quicker than expected, but also the transition is accelerating at very great pace. And not because of climate policies primarily, but because of rapid technological change, not least driven by China. And that means that risks are going to be much, much larger in the near future, with possibly systemic financial stability implications. And that, of course, then also these growing systemic risks also strengthen the case for the imposition of macroprudential measures. And that's also why what Tina spoke about, the development of short-term scenarios that have look at much stronger effects is really important. But back to adaptation, as you rightly said, adaptation has been recognized as an important element of transition planning by the NGFS, for example, but in practice it has often received less attention. And unfortunately that's kind of reflecting the broader climate discourse. But it's good that there is now a growing shift towards adaptation. And as was said before, of course, we need both. We need adaptation and mitigation. But financial institutions need to think much more systematically about integrating adaptation in resilience in their operations. And this should also be reflected in transition plans. And so taking a step back, a transition plan is effectively a strategic document about responding to risks and opportunities arising from climate change. And so it really should be about identifying measures that reduce exposures and vulnerabilities, both to transition risk and physical risks. And of course, one could also just talk about adaptation plans, but you know, kind of, it does make sense to really have it all in one document, also to avoid proliferation of reporting requirements and all that. In essence, it's really about identifying potential vulnerabilities, using scenario analysis, and then thinking about what could be done at the institution, both in the real economy and in the financial sector. And now, I think it's very important in this context for banks to also realize the importance that they ought to play in supporting the economy in adapting to a changing climate. From a pure risk perspective, you know, the natural reaction may be, more and more clients are becoming more vulnerable to climate change, to the physical impacts of climate change, so better retrench, so reduce the risk in our balance sheet. But that would at the macro level, actually then worsen the risks for the economy as a whole, because we have less investment in adaptation and resilience. And very important, it's also to highlight that particularly small, medium enterprises may be disproportionately affected by physical risks, and they also have less resources to invest in resilience. So they do need access to resilience finance. I mean, they also need access to transition finance, and so there is a risk that they may be excluded. And I think here it's very important that central banks and supervisors also take a kind of inclusive green finance perspective. So not just looking at the risks, but also looking at opportunities for scaling up investment, both in adaptation and transition. And so this means that regulation needs to be proportionate, and we may also need some kind of incentives for banks to really extend more lending to adaptation and resilience, which at the end of the day can make the system as a whole more resilient. And I'd like to get back to one point that you mentioned, Neha. You talked about data pools. Of course, data is kind of the basis for any kind of analysis. And it's been a problem for long that relevant data is often not available or not readily available. And so increasing data availability for banks to assess both physical and transition risks is also important to reduce risks of retrenchment, So if data is easily available, then this increases chances that risks can be adequately assessed. If you don't have proper data, or if it's very costly to get the data and analyze the data, then it may be just easier to assume that the risks are too high and you don't want to serve certain clients, especially small companies. So having better data availability is really important. And so I think there is a huge opportunity for automated data collection. And so my prime example here is always Singapore, which has built an incredible data platform where both financial institutions and corporations in the real economy can log on, and companies can very easily create a profile. They have to agree that, for example, electricity data is being used, and then in a couple of minutes there will be sufficient data that banks can use to analyze risk. And that is really driving massively down the cost of this kind of analysis, and that will hopefully then also lead to enhanced finance that will be made available. And now I very much understand that Singapore is a little bit different from India, and both in terms of development and also kind of the coordination is of course much easier in a small city-state compared to the world's largest country. But I think ultimately this is the direction of travel that we need to go, because we know if it's difficult, if it's cumbersome and costly for financial institutions to do all this risk analysis, disclosures, and so on, they will not be very enthusiastic. So we will need to make it easy to get them on board, and also then harness opportunities that lie in building a more resilient economy. And that will be also good for the banking sector, the financial sector, in the medium and long run.
Yeah, thank you, Uli. But I have to assure you that emerging economies, I think in general, and India, despite all the complexities of different kind of climatic zones, etc., and whichever way you look at it, we are a very, very complex country, both meteorologically speaking and also, in system-wise. But full marks to Reserve Bank of India, because that's exactly the kind of steps they are proposing to take. I think in a short span of time, they have already established a task force which is looking at the kind of data and granularity that will be required. There is a platform they're creating which is called Reserve Bank CRIS. This is climate-related, data that will be on that. And I think these kind of data hubs and public platforms will absolutely be essential. And the role of technology, of course, will be instrumental in driving it forward. So thank you for all of that you spoke about. Tina, I want to go back to you and stay on the topic of financial stability and climate risks a bit. Whenever we talk about penalties and all of the capital measures that could be imposed or introduced, there is definitely hesitation, not only in part of regulators here in India, but also it is a little bit difficult for people to understand how could a punitive measure like a penalty incentivize action. And in this context, I would like you to say a little bit about ECB's measure. I think it is a very recent measure that they would be imposing payment penalties, or what is periodic penalties on banks which have not integrated and developed climate risk management systems. How does that work, and what is exactly the idea behind it in terms of incentivization of bank action? Or is it just to show that supervisors have teeth when it comes to climate risk and there will be action?
Yes, thank you, Neha. So maybe just to flag that it's actually my micro-prudential supervisory colleagues who developed this penalty scheme, and my focus has been mostly on macro-prudential supervision. So I'm just wondering, Neha, maybe it's more useful for the audience if I talk a bit about the Fit 55 exercise.
Sure.
Where I have a bit more background, if that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. But do also tell the audience what is Fit for 55 and
Yes,
then
definitely.
get a little bit into the detail. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate the constraint. Yes.
Yeah, so just to give a bit of background, so the Fit 55 is the key, let's say, climate package that is part of the EU Green Deal. And it is consisting of different policies that achieve to reduce emissions in the EU by 55% compared to 1990 levels. And in 2023, the European Commission mandated the European Central Bank, together with the European Banking Authority and the other European supervisory authorities, to run a one-off climate scenario analysis. And very similar to what Uli then also talked about, the key objective of this exercise was to assess the resilience of the financial system against climate risks, specifically associated with the Fit 55 package. So the goal was not to assess the feasibility of the package or what would happen if the package is not implemented, but really what are the risks associated when implementing this package. And also to anticipate shocks that could jeopardize in achieving the target and the degree to which the EU financial system has the capacity to channel investments into the real economy to then support the green transition. And in hindsight, the exercise was quite an ambitious project. So it was a coordinated exercise across different supervisory authorities. It was a system-wide exercise. It didn't only assess the climate risks for banks, but also for the insurance sector and for the investment and pension funds. And we also accounted for second round effects. So there were actually separate modules that where we accounted for cross-sectoral spillovers across financial institutions. And also we applied one module where we had a dynamic balance sheet approach. So we also allowed banks to change their portfolio compositions until 2030 because of climate risks. In terms of scenarios, so the exercise was a short-term exercise. It spanned until 2030. We had to therefore develop new scenarios. At that time, there were no NGFS short-term scenarios available. And there were 3 scenarios in total. One was a baseline, where we assumed baseline economic conditions and kind of a gradual and orderly implementation of the Fit 55 package. We had 2 adverse scenarios. In one of the adverse scenarios, we modeled also a new type of climate risk, specifically the perception of climate risk by the financial sector. So we assumed that there was a sudden reassessment and a sudden risk aversion by financial investors, which made financing conditions more restrictive, especially for high polluting sectors. And this is what we call the run on brown. And then finally, the second adverse scenario was a combination. So it was also this run-on-brown mechanism, but under adverse economic conditions. And here we then combined these climate risks with the adverse scenario used in the EU regulatory stress test. So it was also the first time where we tried to integrate climate risk into existing regulatory frameworks. And this adverse scenario basically captures not only the basically economic outcomes after the end of the pandemic, so specifically higher inflation, but also higher energy prices because of the Russian-Ukraine war at that time. And so in the exercise, we focused on credit and market risk. We also had a separate data collection where we asked banks to report starting points of their credit and market risk portfolios. And banks also reported data on emissions of their counterparties. And overall, in terms of results, what we found was that actually under a baseline scenario, the risk associated with the Fit 55 package in the EU are relatively contained, and also the perceived risk by the financial sector, so the run on brown, doesn't necessarily lead to financial stability concerns. But what we do observe is that when we combine these climate risks with non-climate risks, so adverse macroeconomic effects, then the losses substantially increase. And this is particularly driven by these second round effects, affecting mostly the insurance and investment fund sector. So here we really observed that 1/3 of the losses that these sectors experience is driven by these second round effects. So one of the main lessons learned was that this type of amplification, or the combination of climate and non-climate risk, can lead to amplification mechanisms, which could pose to concerns for financial stability if not properly mitigated.
Yeah, thank you, Tina. And I think, it is, I hear three things. I hear data, data, data. Lots of data you need from different sources. I hear a very robust modeling exercise being done by different agencies. And I hear interagency coordination, which I think is so critical to understanding what we are up against and what we are up for, really. And I also hear one other message that geographies like Europe, and there would be others, perhaps, especially Europe, there is a good message which is very clear. You say that, if you don't bring in the macroeconomic effects, the stability concerns are low. So you know that if you have the wherewithal, if you have the data, you will be transitioning fast despite a lot of challenges. Now that poses very interesting questions for other countries who are either behind, and most of them, I think, are not at pace with what Europe is doing. And it really gives us, but we are globally linked, right? Our supply chains are there. And perhaps in the current scenario, when US, we also hold the rather uncomfortable status of being one of the most tariffed countries. Now, India is one of the most tariffed countries in the world. We have to look at diversifying our supply chains, etc. So what Europe does is going to be important for Indian firms, Indian banks, all of the activities that we would like to undertake when it comes to our growth and when it comes to our climate-aligned growth. I think this is a message that at least I'm hearing. Moving on to, I know we are a little bit short on time, but one thing I have to ask you, Jean, because you have been involved with the Basel, the process. It included climate risk as part of its core principles in 2024, if I'm not wrong. What does it mean? It has 3 pillars, 1, 2, and 3. The third one is about market discipline and disclosures, etc. We have seen voluntary framework from Basel come out in June 2025. But give us a picture in simple terms of what implications integrating climate risk as core principle in Basel mean?
Yes, Nia. I think that's very important to exactly understand what has happened. And I'll go back to the sentence I used earlier. A risk is a risk is a risk. The Basel core principle is basically a kind of the list of things we supervisor consider we should be doing, or indirectly banks should be doing as part of doing our job the best way we can. What has been done in a few years ago now was not to create some kind of special section on climate in this Basel core principles, but was to look at each and every of the principles and understand how climate would fit in that principle. So if I take just one example, you have a principle that says that you as a supervisor should make sure that the banks do know how to manage their risks, and they have the data, the governance, and so on and so forth. That doesn't change, and that won't change. What we have looked at is that, okay, if we ask banks to know how to manage their risk, how to measure, how to assess, and so on and so forth, what does this mean when it comes to risk stemming out of, climate factors, basically? So it was really a reinterpretation, making sure that we have the same reading of what we should be doing when confronted with this question. So we have not invented anything, and it's there to stay. No matter what happened around the world, we have a common understanding of how to approach, basically, a risk stemming out of a climate-related development. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the reason it was very important, and the reason, for example, on the framework on Pillar 3 is important. So Pillar 3 is everything that banks have to disclose to the public to make sure that, or to market participants to make sure that there is some kind of understanding of, how worthy is your counterparty and market discipline and that kind of things. So eventually there is a section on climate. What is it? How is it that you're managing your climate risk? Which kind of exposure do you have, and so on and so forth? That's an obvious part of managing the risk, or integrating climate into the framework. Now, when jurisdictions don't want to go that way, what was important is that all the others, when it comes to asking banks to disclose, we basically avoid fragmentation across the world, and we don't ask, if I have a lot of friends across the supervisory community, but if my Singaporean, Indian, British, and South African, and Japanese colleagues all start trying to do exactly the same thing, all start to ask slightly different things, will make the work of the banks we supervise collectively absolutely awful and inefficient. So that was the reason that we wanted to have this kind of common culture on a number of things and common tools to make sure that we can deliver, we can move on. Okay, some countries won't implement. That's fine, but at least those who will implement in a consistent way.
Sure. Thank you, Jean. And so I think we have heard quite a lot of detail on the climate risk management and financial stability, absolutely critical to how we will manage our transition and how we will finance it. And now we are getting into the financing segment of the conversation. I will come to you. I will link it with financial stability, but Tina, give me a short, brief, crisp answer to the work that you've recently done on systemic risk buffers. And I have a very basic question that, yes, to be able to withstand shocks, they should be provisioning enough within banking system. But my simple and perhaps a very layperson's question is that when you create these buffers, does that or does that not impinge on the supply of credit to the institutions, to the entities which are actually undergoing this transition and need that credit? So how would you respond to that, Tina?
Yes, thank you, Neha. So I try to be brief. Indeed, we proposed a calibration framework for a systemic risk buffer that is bank-specific and then is based on climate stress test results, actually. So here I would say it's really two keywords. One is it's band-specific, so it's not a one-size-fits-all buffer, but we really wanted to account for not overburdening banks that are less exposed and not underestimating the risks that maybe overexposed banks have. And what we actually observed when we developed this framework is in our data, those banks who experience the highest losses because of transition risk are at the same time those banks that are relatively undercapitalized. So it was very interesting to also see that there was this negative correlation, which further motivated our framework, which was really designing these buffers on a bank level. And the second key element of this framework is that we had a calibration factor, what we called it. So these losses, we propose not to translate them necessarily one-to-one into capital requirement, but we discounted the losses by this factor to also account for data and modeling uncertainty, also what you mentioned. So however, in practice, this calibration factor can also be used to account, for example, for good practices, climate targets, or transition plans that banks have, which might not be accounted for in a climate stress test exercise. And I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of the results, but maybe overall what we found when we implement this buffer framework is that with our approach, 1/3 of the banks we assessed actually don't even need an additional systemic risk buffer. So they're actually well capitalized to counteract the losses. 50% of the banks increase their capital requirements by 50 basis points. And only 5% of banks would need increase of capital buffers by 100 basis points, or by 1 percentage point. And with this allocation of a buffer, we actually are able to cover all the system-wide losses that we estimated in our climate stress test exercise. So it was kind of really that were kind of further motivated to have this approach on a bank level. So even though we assigned these buffers to banks depending on the risk bucket to which we assigned these banks, it covered all the system-wide losses in a very good extent.
Yeah.
And to your second question,
Yeah.
what kind of credit implications this had, we did a back-of-the-envelope analysis where we translated the increase in capital requirements into changes in credit growth using estimates from the literature. And what we actually see, even if we account for, if we don't account for a discounting factor, in baseline economic environment that is on the baseline conditions, credit growth will increase by maybe 0.06 percentage points, decline.
Okay.
But when it comes to a stressed environment, then there could be actually a credit growth that is up to 6 percentage, credit decline by up to 6 percentage points, which therefore stresses the learning that it's very important to take into account the context into which these systemic risk buffers are implemented. So when it's implemented under stress times, that this can actually lead to adverse effects on credit growth.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's very, very interesting. I know that we have literally come up on time, but I will take my prerogative to extend our conversation by 6-7 minutes. If anybody in the hall has a question, please keep it. I will open it at the end, but I do have 3 questions, after which we'll have to close the session. It is about financing, and Jean, I'm coming to you. Can central banks really, or how can they tilt the playing field and direct financing to green or climate-aligned projects and activities? Should they do that? Can they do that? How successful can this be? And what are the limits?
Thank you. That's a great question. That's a central bank specific question, so to speak. I mean, each central bank will have its own mandates, limitation, objectives, and so on. So it's very hard to answer in general to these questions. Maybe 2 things that I can say. The first one is that sometimes in EMDs, central banks may have a greater leeway for doing more things. I would say it like that. Typically, some central banks do have a development mandate, which can factor in more easily being more proactive in that respect. But in general, my answer would be that central banks are not in the business of trying to tilt anything, but what they are doing for different reasons, because of their mandate, because of pursuing macroeconomic stability and financial stability, this is having a very meaningful impact on the tilting of the financial flows. But it's not, it's not by design, but it's not by accident either. But it's important to understand that. And to take maybe 2 very concrete examples. The ECB has announced recently, and this is part of an ongoing development, that it will strengthen the way it is looking at its collateral pricing for monetary policy purposes. And the result of that is that the result of this strengthening is that the collateral of more emissive firms or firms which don't have a good transition plan, these loans and these bonds will be less well treated in the process. Obviously, that's part of a nudge into the system. Another example, and I'm very sorry, I don't know whether I'm still on screen, but another example is with regard to the stress testing that Tina was speaking about. What's actually interesting is when we look at what the banks that went through the stress testing are doing later on in the way they lend to the rest of the economy, what we can see is that they keep on lending to sectors that need to transition, but they lend differently to these sectors. They lend typically with perhaps going more for the firms that are transitioning, going more for or going less for having a direct exposure on the firms that don't transition, but take more collateral on these firms and so on and so forth. And this again is having an impact because and that's my last point on your question, at the Banque de France, for RBI, we have a lot of branches across the country, and we hear back from the firms. And what we hear back from the firms is that the dialogue that they're having with their bankers these days have changed around these questions. Now the bankers are asking questions about what's your transition plan, what are you planning for, etc. And this is something that then they are open to basically lend to. I mean, the bankers are trying to see what are the projects that goes into the right direction, and they want to get some exposure to that. And that will be my final point. Eventually, it's not a matter of regulation or compliance. It's a matter of economics. And it's a matter of understanding that no matter what we do, it's coming on one end, but we can turn that into an opportunity by being proactive rather than waiting for anyone to be forced by any regulation.
Yeah, I think you make a fantastic point. I think, Reserve Bank of India has maintained this, that they can nudge some behavioral change through some kind of guidance, but ultimately it is up to the banks to protect and grow their portfolios and to manage the risk. And that's the point you're making, that we can't depend upon regulation alone to make these changes, and a risk is a risk is a risk, which also means that there might be an opportunity that you're not looking at if you're not actually comprehensively looking at your risks as well. You'd be glad to know that just after this panel gets over, we are going to get deeper into this discussion with banks themselves. How are they engaging with their borrowers and with corporate entities? How are they looking at building robust transition plans? Coming to you, Uli, I think this will be my final question. Jon also mentioned that there will have to be more coordination. All of Tina's answers said, well, there needs to be coordination, but that's on, assessing some of these things for central bank's purposes as well as for the economy itself. But let's talk about interagency coordination. Now, fiscal authorities will definitely have a role to play. But fiscal prudence is critical to maintaining debt sustainability as well. Climate vulnerability could also impact the borrowing costs. So a country like India, it's not debt distressed, but it has a high level of debt to GDP ratio, constraining our fiscal space. So what elements of the interagency coordination do you think should we be prioritizing in shaping an accelerated financing of transition? Long question, but you'll definitely answer it very well, I know.
Thank you. And forgive me if I just say two sentences on the previous point about support of central banks for climate action. This touches on the issue of market neutrality, and so views on this have shifted, luckily, and there has been our realization that markets have had a massive fossil fuel bias, and so a lot of finance has been flowing in directions that actually have undermined long-term sustainability of the economy, and so if we have this inherent carbon bias, then staying neutral basically means that central bank actions would perpetuate the status quo, and that is making the mandate of the central bank actually more difficult to achieve, and it's increasing risk in the financial sector. So I would strongly maintain that there is a role for the central bank to support kind of orderly transitions, to support building of resilience, because that also has a direct impact on its core mandate. And just to give the example, you mentioned dual interest rates, I think, when we had the high inflation episode recently, much of the inflation was actually driven by high fossil fuel prices. So, and at the same time, the central bank response to raise interest rates, and central banks had no other option than raising interest rates to really contain inflation, I would say. But that also, of course, has made investment in the transition more expensive. So what they could have done at that point, they could have had kind of dual interest rate that would have where financial institutions financing renewable energy investment and so on would have been exempt basically from the high cost for these, spurring more investment in renewable energy efficiency and so on. And that would have actually reduced the dependency of the economy from fossil fuels and also exposure to fossil fuel shocks, which would have in the medium run also supported the price stability mandate. Anyway, we won't have time to go much more into that, but on your question, yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that we do need interagency collaboration. I mean, usually, you know, a couple of years ago, every discussion about the potential involvement of central banks in all this would start with it's not the role of central banks to make climate policy, and of course that's not the prime role. So it's been always clear that we need strong actions from governments, and here I think, of course, again, we need different parts of government. We need industrial policy, education policy, construction policies, all kind. We need to mainstream climate across the board. But finance ministries really play a critical role because they're really at the center of governments. And as you mentioned, and we've shown that in several studies, climate vulnerability is driving up the cost of capital of government. So kind of more vulnerability means that the economy will face greater losses, and through different ways this can affect public finances. And that's also leading to higher cost of capital for the government. But we've also shown in different studies that also the corporate sector is facing higher cost of capital. And that can then lead to a vicious circle where the higher cost of capital is inhibiting critical investment in adaptation resilience and, of course, everything else. So it's really holding back the economy. And here we do need, of course, every organization in the real economy, but also in the financial sector, to proactively address these physical risks or climate risks more broadly and invest in adaptation resilience. But the same needs to happen with finance ministries. So finance ministries really need to climate-proof the public finances, but they also need to support the real economy in adjusting to climate change to build more resilience. And this is absolutely critical. And there has been, over the last couple of years, also progress on this front. So similar to the NGFS, we now have a coalition of finance ministers for climate action. And this, of course, cannot happen in silos. We need kind of the exchange between finance ministries, central banks, other government bodies. I think central banks can also play an important role in supporting governments in analyzing these risks. In most countries, in the public sector, kind of economists are the strongest in the central bank, so they can support the macro fiscal analysis and design of policies. I mean, of course, making sure that there is kind of the sufficient independence of the central bank and so on. But we do need this coordination, and finance ministries can do certain things that central banks may not be able to do. But we also need to make sure that different policy measures are really coordinated and kind of don't undermine each other. I could go on, but I probably shouldn't because then I will the plug will be pulled. But maybe just one thing which I should have mentioned in the first session, and that is the NGFS actually published last month a new report on integrating adaptation and resilience into transition plans. So anyone who's interested in that, that provides kind of very neat overview of what basically everyone across the financial sector should be doing. And I think this is, I mean, of course, NGFS is also reflecting kind of the consensus that has been emerging in this area. So that's a kind of useful read for anyone interested in the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. And with that, I think I'll have to bring it to a close because we have to get into now parallel sessions. But I will summarize it. It's very difficult to summarize everything, but I will take away 3 points. Own action by banks and corporates is critical. Guidance by regulators standardizes some of these things and can help you measure your performance. Third is interagency coordination. Ministries of finance have to step up. I have to say, when regulators start doing what they have to do, they actually follow a pretty linear path ahead of them. But it is the political compulsions that impact on policies, which impact on market behavior, which impact firm behavior, etc., etc. So with this, I think all we can say is start with where you are, and you're already doing some interesting and good work. Let's learn from peers, let's learn from leaders, and I hope all of what we talked about today will be a message for action to the corporates and banks sitting in this room. To my speakers, to my panelists, thank you so much. Please stay just for one more moment because we never get a final picture, family picture moment. And I'm the only one on the stage, so I'm really missing my co-panelists on stage. Maybe we can take a picture, and I will stand up for that. Thank you. A big round of applause for all our speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you so much to our panelists, also Neha. We now move on to our parallel sessions. So we have 2 parallel sessions. Session 1, Financing Corporate Transition. This session brings together leading corporates and will be happening in this very room. So for this session, can I request the speakers to come up? And Session 2, Transition Planning and Finance, Action Pillars for Banks. This session is specially designed for our banking participants, and we encourage them to attend it. This will be happening downstairs in the Lotus Room, and the signage shall guide you. Everyone else, of course, is free to join whichever session they please to. And yeah, please join back in this room after the parallel sessions. Thank you.
Everybody, welcome to the session. We are now going to discuss something which is really the heart of the transition to a low-carbon economy that India is going through, which is the transition which is happening in sectors which are really challenging and have high emissions. And we have with us some companies who want to share with all of us their challenges and their approach and what they have done successfully so far. And we will also take some question answers after that. But before we delve into that, I want to, take a few minutes of your time to just explain what climate bonds does here, so that when we leave this room, we have, you can think through if you are a corporate and you wish to engage positively with climate bonds, in what areas, or if you want to get corporates, or if you are a financial institution and you want to engage with corporates, how can climate bonds help you in that space? So I won't take too much time, but just very quickly to touch upon a few areas of work that we do. If you can go to the next slide, or should I? Yeah. So the first thing wanted to bring out is, of course, the fact that we have seen in the market a lot of focus on the steel and the cement sector. The challenge is especially high in emerging markets like India, because a considerable portion of the assets are coming up for reinvestments, And this presents a fantastic opportunity for corporates in the steel sector to really evaluate their options on which kind of technologies they have to use. We do have experts in the steel sector who can share with us their stories and challenges here and what kind of investments are required for this purpose. Again, in the cement sector as well, given the growth that India is likely to face over the next few years, the challenge is immense because along with the growth, one has to also look at a reduction in emissions. And therefore, Climate Bonds has put together sectoral experts in these two targeted sectors, both globally and in India. And we have done studies specifically focusing on these two sectors. We are also happy if you are in sectors which are other than steel and cement, we are happy to sit across with you and extend whatever support is needed, because the organization has, for corporates, worked out something like this. This is a broad sort of transition plan structure that Climate Bonds works with corporates and provides support on. It basically lists down across 5 strong pillars what the company should focus on in their transition to net zero journey. It's a very broad roadmap. It has good flexibility to work on specific to the sector that you are operating in. Essentially, the focus is on performance targets, which are the emission targets, which are very key. The robust plans, which explain a long-term, a short-term, and a medium-term vision of the corporate. Milestones and verification of progresses, the governance process around it, and the disclosures. Now, it was, in multiple issuances that have happened in the hard-to-abate sector, it was, why this was necessary was because not everybody really, when we evaluated the issuances that have happened globally in hard-to-abate sectors, it was very clear that very few issuances really aligned with this principle. There were some issuances, for example, which does not cover the entire scope, entire emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3 of a corporate. There are issuances where a corporate is talking about targets, but really not of the most important target of that sector. There have been issuances where corporates have raised money, but they have taken only 1 or 2 KPIs, not KPIs which are significant enough in that sector, impacting a range of areas. So with a lot of anomalies like that, it was thought that it was important to, lay a clear guidance for corporates and also for investors to evaluate what kind of a transition plan supporting a fundraise by a hard-to-abate sector company is really a credible transition plan, and what is a transition plan just for ticking the box purposes. So we are happy to sit across if you are in a company or if you're investing in a company and you want to set out and help them work out a transition plan. We are happy to sit out with you, call in the experts, and go through this process. It also applies to banks who are financing the companies as well. We've had presentations where we really sit down with banks and help them also go through a transition plan for a transition of their own finance portfolios. Moving on, something that I was talking about earlier in terms of the number of SLBs. So Climate Bonds has global data on SLBs issued as well as India data on this. In India, close to 4,600 crores of SLBs have been issued, very, very minuscule compared to the volume of issuances that are really required to move the needle in India. Globally, of course, the amount is significant. You can see here $321 billion of sustainability-linked bonds have been issued. Now, the issue here has been that there is a taxonomy issue, there is an investor appetite issue, there is company readiness issue, a technology issue, sectoral path. There are many areas. And as we speak with the corporates who are present here, they can explain to us the challenges that they have faced in, raising this money. But it is very clear that there is a lot of potential that the market has, and we have barely scratched the surface when it comes to sustainability-linked bonds, which is, for the purpose of the audience here, bonds which are raised in hard-to-abate sectors at a corporate level with clear emission targets going forward. And a certain amount of financial incentive is linked to the achievement or non-achievement of those targets. Yeah. The other area that Climate Bonds works very closely is with ministries at the policy level. So we've been working with the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of, with Gift City authorities, with RBI, with Niti Aayog, with the steel network, steel companies as well. So if there are areas where policy, we've also worked with SEBI. So if there are areas where a policy support is needed, happy to help. So that was all from my side. It was just to give a broad idea of what Climate Bonds is doing in this space. We have, over the last 6 months, engaged closely with more than 15 to 20 corporates, understanding from them in the hard-to-abate sector, understanding from them their requirements. We are also in the process of launching tomorrow Investor Cell, where we will be, focusing more on investors and trying to explain to them the need for transition finance in India. It is one of the objectives there that, we try and build investor interest around this topic, because that is one of the most important challenge that we see going forward in this space. That's all from my side. Thank you. Look forward to... I want to invite Vikas from NTPC Limited as our first speaker. Vikas, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us online. And of course, energy transition is again extremely important, and who else but NTPC can explain, what India is going through and how they have looked at the entire scenario. Over to you, Vikas. And I'm inviting Shilpi to come in and manage the Q&A.
Thank you, Rupa. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, Vikas, you're audible.
Yeah. So first of all, good afternoon to all, and I extend my thanks to Climate Bond Initiative for giving me this opportunity to speak, and my apologies for not joining in person. So I will start. I'm not able to see my presentation over here.
Can we make the presentation visible to Vikas? So, Vikas, we're on the discussion outline, the first slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as the earlier speakers and Rupa has set the context that we are in a transition journey, and when we talk about India, even in the entire globe, the energy sector has a bigger role to play. And we know for decarbonization, electrification is the first step. And there, NTPC is playing a greater role. And that's how we are powering India's energy transition. So if you see the energy statistics of the country as of now, so electrification is only around 20%. And when we go up to the future, and when we talk about, when we see India being decarbonized, this percentage has to increase further to 60% or 70%. And having said so, I'm going to talk about what are the initiatives which NTPC has taken as of now, and what are our future plans to accelerate India's energy transition. So the next slide, please.
We are now on the vision mission slide.
Yeah. So we are the country's largest power generator, and we envision to be world's leading power company, accelerating India's growth and energy transition. Next slide.
Group profile.
Yeah, so currently we operate, we have a group profile of roughly 114 gigawatt, under which 83 gigawatt of assets are under operation and 31 gigawatt is under construction. And this includes all sources of energy, including coal, gas, hydro, wind, solar. And with this installed capacity of 83 gigawatt, which constitutes around 17% of India's total capacity, we are able to generate more than 24% of India's electricity demand. Also, in our portfolio, roughly around 15% of our capacity is coming from non-fossil, which we have undertaken a target to increase it to further roughly around 45 to 50% in the medium term. Our current renewable capacity is around 8 gigawatt and another 13.3 gigawatt is under construction. We have a robust financial growth historically, and our group EBITDA stands at around roughly 59,000 crore as of now. And we have around 27 group companies, JVs and subsidiaries, and we are supplying power to almost all the states of the country. And our group employee strength stands at around 20,000 people. Next slide. So, as I talked that currently we are a 83 gigawatt company, and in the mix you can see that it's mostly dominated by coal, which is around 77%. And when you see the breakup of our under construction capacity, so we have reduced it further to we have reduced it to 50%, and 50% of our capacity under construction is for non-fossil sources. And with this much capacity under construction, we are hoping to bring up the percentage of non-fossil sources to roughly around 45% by end of 2032. And we have also ventured into nuclear, and we are hoping that the first unit of our Mahi Banswara nuclear power project would come online by 2032, and we'll have around 0.7 nuclear into our portfolio as well. And with this, we are hoping that we'll be able to, we are not just hoping, we are confident that we would bring down the specific GHG emission intensity of NTPC's electricity by 25% as compared to 2012 levels. Next slide. So these are the options through which we are planning to accelerate the energy transitions. So talking about the major potential part, so renewable has a greater role to play over here. As I mentioned that we have a target to achieve 60 gigawatt of renewables by 2032, and to support this, we are also ventured into energy storage systems, including both battery energy as well as pump storage projects. And we have also ventured, not just ventured, we are leading the front in the country in terms of green chemical and green hydrogen manufacturing. So we have run various pilot projects on green hydrogen and CCU, and we are now scaling it further and bringing up more commercial large-scale projects on green hydrogen and CCU projects. Apart from this, we are doing multiple projects on waste to charcoal, as well as just to ensure that whatever thermal capacity additions which we are doing for the energy security of the country, we are ensuring it that most advanced efficient fleets are only added, and that take care of lower GHG intensity as compared to the subcritical ones. Also, to ensure to further bring down this emission from our coal units, we are doing this biomass co-firing, wherein we are blending biomass with coal in the boiler. Until that, we have roughly utilized more than 1.2 million biomass, and we have further plans to scale it further. Next slide. So this is our renewable plan in detail. So as I already talked that we have 8 gigawatt of renewables under operations, and in this fiscal we have already added around 1.5 gigawatt, and expecting to add another 5 to 6 gigawatt, and then we will be adding roughly around 8 gigawatt subsequently each year. And out of the 60 gigawatt, 40 gigawatt we are focusing through bid-based TBCB, tariff-based competitive bidding we are hoping to add a capacity through that route. 15 gigawatt we are earmarking for bilateral agreements, and 5 gigawatt would be dedicatedly used for green hydrogen productions. So under this RE, we are having multiple routes. So one is floating solar capacity. So NTPC currently have around 262 megawatt of floating solar capacity, which is commercial, and we are working on few more capacities. Also, our another focus area is energy storage. So we have undertaken tendering of roughly around 32.7 gigawatt hour of battery energy systems, which would be able to provide backup for 3 to 4 hours. Then for longer support period, we are going for pump storage projects, and NTPC group is currently working on 20 gigawatt of pump storage projects. 50% of which would be added by NTPC, and another 50% would be added by our subsidiaries companies, which is TSDC and NIPCO. And with this renewed focus, we are hoping to have this operating 5 to 6 gigawatt of pump storage projects by another 6 to 7 years. Next slide. So this is about our green hydrogen and green chemical initiative. So NTPC was leading, as I've already told, that we have been leading the front in terms of green hydrogen production. So we started with 2 pilots. One was in Ladakh, which was a mobility project, which we are doing for Indian Army. So that project has successfully been commissioned, and now we are replicating the same at Greater Noida. Along with that, we did this hydrogen PNG blending project at our NTPC Kawas project, wherein we started with 5% of green hydrogen blending, and now we have plans to scale it further to 20%. Along with this, we are working on tying up for electrolyzer capacity, which would be helpful for achieving our green hydrogen ambitions. So with the success of these pilots, we have launched our large-scale green hydrogen project, which is in Purimadka, Andhra Pradesh. That project was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister, and we are hoping to commercialize this project by end of 2032. And this is spread over 900 acres of area. And when commissioned, this would be able to produce roughly around 1,500 tons per day of clean hydrogen each year, and another derivatives like green ammonia, green methanol, SAF, and green urea would be produced from this hub. As this is situated in a coastal area, so this would also, we are looking for a significant portion of this chemical to be exported. And in this unique project, we have also started to work, laying the pipeline for transporting the CO2 from one of our thermal power station, which is NTPC CPAT, which would be utilized for synthesis with green hydrogen and producing of this green chemicals. Next slide. So coming to the finance part, our management has announced that NTPC has an investment plan of around 7 lakh crores starting from 2026 to up to 2032 to achieve our 149 gigawatt of capacity target. And 70% of this would be going to fund our renewable hydro, green chemical storage, and nuclear projects. Also, you might be aware of the project that this government has increased NTPC's investment limit in our JVC subsidies so that we could fund our renewable energy capacity addition. And for financing, we have recently, did the successful IPO of our subsidiary, which is NGL, and then we are also raising fund on the debt side. So we did this recent 2 agreements with IRFC and then with Bank of Baroda and SDFC. So this was in a nutshell about our strategy and recent initiatives for energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas, for this power-packed presentation. Clearly, NTPC is not just adapting, but it is actively shaping the future and being the backbone of India's energy transition. And I'm sure the figure of 7 lakh crore would have enthused many of the lenders who are sitting in this room today. So some questions, Vikas. Does NTPC have a target for being a net zero? Which year are you looking at to be a net zero as a group?
Yeah, so NTPC, as I say, that we are not we are a very critical player in India's energy sector, and our strategy has to be charted out very critically. So for that, we have tied up with Niti Aayog, and we have built multiple scenarios that how could we achieve our net zero target, and with a timeline as well. And it has been done, but that would be declared only after when Niti Aayog declares countries strategies for achieving net zero by 2070, and we are hoping that this would be done in another 2-3 months, and then we'll have a timeline through which we would be achieving our net zero as well.
So very interesting to see that, NTPC, where renewable and thermal is all about scale, also straddling the world of newer technologies which are yet to scale up in the immediate short term. So what are going to be the key drivers for NTPC to achieve this ambitious plan by 2032, whether in terms of manufacturing, skilled labor force or skilled manpower? What are the key drivers?
Yeah, so coming to manufacturing, so we have made it very clear that we are not entering into manufacturing. The country is having surplus manufacturing capacities that has been facilitated through various government policy and policy push and incentives like this PLI schemes. So we are not entering into manufacturing, but yeah, we will be able to meet our target with the current domestic manufacturing capacity. Coming to this resource part, so we have we are expanding our portfolio, and similarly we are also strengthening our manpower resource, and we are continuously running a lot of capacity building and training programs to reskill and upskill our employees for all this new sectors like renewable or green chemicals, green hydrogen areas. And for technology part, we are doing multiple types with academia as well as research institutions as well as OEMs, so that we are able to do the pilots and then quickly ramp up and bring large-scale commercial projects.
Great, thanks. So when we're talking about the new technologies, we however still have a large capacity of yours which is into thermal, and till 2032 also, like you shared, that it will still be 52% of your capacity. So what are the plans that are there to decarbonize the thermal plants? You mentioned in your presentation that for the newer plants, at least the most efficient technologies are being used.
Yeah. So if you compare the newer plants with the older plants, we have roughly around 10% of CO2 saving in terms of specific emissions. But going forward, we have to completely decarbonize our portfolio. So the statistics which I shared with you is around 2032. So with the current study we can say that India and NTPC would be peaking roughly around 2035 to 40. So we'll have more capacities till that time, and after that we'll see a decline in our emissions. But to ensure that our currently added up capacities, they are also not emitting much, and there should be some avenue so that we could mitigate our GHG footprint. So one is biomass, which I already talked about in my presentation. So we have plans to scale up this biomass blending to up to 25%, and that's being undertaken through our R&D wing, which is Netra. So biomass would give us a greater mileage in terms of reducing our carbon emissions, as well as the major significant reduction would come through our CCU plants, carbon capture and utilization plants. So as NTPC is the first company in India to commission CO2 to green methanol plant. So it has been done at our NTPC Vindhyachal plant, and this plant is able to capture 20 tons per day of CO2 every day to manufacture 10 tons per day of methanol, green methanol each day. So we already have a successful pilot in place, and then we are working on scaling it further. So with biomass, we'll reduce our emissions, and with CCU, we will be able to capture those emissions and then manufacture other useful chemicals. So these are the major two strategies through which we will bring down the emissions of our coal power plants. And then, as I talked, that after 2035 or 40, we could see some decommissioning, as well as our renewable capacities and nuclear capacity would come in a bigger way. So all those kept together, would give us a major, advantage in terms of reducing our carbon emissions going forward.
Great. Thank you so much, Vikas. Can I have the presentation back on, please? I'll now invite Swaroop Banerjee, Vice President Sustainability at JSW Group, to talk about the group's sustainability strategy and also how they are decarbonizing steel and cement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. That's much better. I think we are at that part of the session where it's like the AC is taking over us. So thank you, Climate Bonds Initiative, for creating this platform, and along with all the partners. I think this is a wonderful platform where we come together, share our experience, look at the evolving trends that are happening, and how we can pick up some of those and get back to our respective organizations and find out opportunities from it. So as you're aware that JSW Group is operating in varied sectors, right from steel, cement, power, infrastructure, paints, motors, and out of which steel and cement are the ones which fall into the category of hard-to-abate sectors. Now, when we talk about hard-to-abate sectors, we have to be mindful of the fact that it is really hard-to-abate sector, because when we talk so I've been speaking to many companies, or many people come across and say that why don't you just transit, what are the plans and everything. We have these discussions almost every day, and everyone feels like renewable energy is the only solution, but it's not easier in these sectors where you just plug in a renewable and we would decarbonize. So there are real challenges which I'll take you through as in my presentation. So when we started our journey in sustainability, we knew that a significant amount of investments would be required in these two sectors, and our traditional finance instruments may not fully address these needs. And that is where we looked at transition finance, including the sustainability-linked bonds and transition bonds, which we felt was crucial at that point of time. And in the previous slide, we had seen that JSW Steel was one of the first companies globally who raised the US denominated SLB of around, I think it was around 1 billion, 500 million in two tranches. And how did we go about that is something which I would like to talk about here, and how the investors narrowed down on a particular KPI. While a lot of investors got attracted to it, but what they really looked at it before allocating these finances, or how this journey came into, is something which I would speak to you. As I mentioned, JSW Steel is one of the largest integrated steel plants in India, and it's part of $24 billion JSW Group, with the capacity shown on the right-hand side, and we aim to become 50 million tons by 2030. So that's an ambitious target for us to meet the India's growth opportunities. So when we started off this journey, we said that let's create a sustainability vision and look at it holistically rather than directly focus on CO2 as jumping into CO2. So we said that let's create a vision and have a common perception within our organization. And we narrowed down our vision in the following statement, which is heavily borrowed from the standard sustainability definition of Brundtland. And it talks about three basic pillars: the environment responsibility, the social responsibility, and the governance responsibility. And when we took it to our chairman, and our chairman was very clear that we should not be talking only words and talk in air. We should have real projects. And I'm willing to put in my time, effort, and the resources if we can achieve this. And that's what we have been following right across in the organization, that if we have to talk about sustainability, it has to be tangible in terms of what projects are we delivering and how we are delivering. We started our journey by identifying key focus areas. You would want to say that these are the material topics. Yes, 17 key focus areas bucketed under environment, social and governance, and where you see climate change being the first one. So this particular slide will talk about how we have designed ESG within the organization, because that was quite important when we started this journey. So when we looked at these topics, we said that each of these are material to our operations wherever they are located, and how we have started deploying it, we do not have a single environmental policy which is commonly seen in most of the organizations. We have a policy for each of these topics that are listed, and that policy is not a single page, but it's a couple of pages which clearly shows the intent and the commitment and what we intend to do, and what we do not want to do is also mentioned in the policies. And these are based on the latest standards that are there. And once these policies were there, the standards were developed and deployed. KPIs for each of these were taken up and deployed for all the assets. And how do we monitor this KPIs? Is every month there is a climate action group which looks at the KPIs of all the factories, reviews it, then it goes to the second tier, which is the executive committee headed by the group CEO and JMD, and finally to the board. The board reviews it every 6 months. So you look at the entire governance mechanism which was established, and the focus was to look at all the parameters, get it reviewed on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, on an annual basis, and that is how we started deploying it. And of course, digital plays a greater role, because data collection is important, as we were just listening to in the previous session. Data is critical in all of this. So digital has played a great role in this entire journey. We have been taking initiatives across various platforms such as CDP, TCFD, WBCSD, founding member of EV 100 plus, sites are certified to responsible steel, so etc. This is the broad level environment. I'm just talking about the environment one, the commitments that we have given. So talking about climate change, we have said that we would become net neutral in carbon emissions by 2050 across our factories, and the first milestone is 42% reduction from a base year of 2005 by FY30. And this is how we are, so I'll talk deeper into this and what are the initiatives, how we are doing it, and how does financing come into picture in all of this, I'll speak. The rest is on the water, energy, air emissions, circularity, and biodiversity. So looking at all these aspects, because these are some of these topics are interrelated. So we cannot just look at one aspect and can leave the others aside. So all of these are being looked at together, and on a monthly basis, these are tracked. And whatever information I'm sharing with you here are all given on our website. So all these information, all these numbers are presented on our website, which you can easily access it. This is the trajectory that we developed. So this was one of the most challenging part of our entire journey, that from the Indian perspective, where coal-based blast furnace will continue to remain one of the major technology until unless other technologies are commercially viable, how do we kind of decouple growth with decarbonization? So that was the biggest challenge that we put in front of us, and see that how we can look at this journey and take a target which is ambitious and still move in the growth phase. And that was where we developed this roadmap based on the IEA sustainability development scenario, and looked at the various levers that are currently available, what could come up in the next phase, and then going ahead. So in short, we have our target for net neutral, which is 2050, is ahead of India's NDC target, and we have broken it into two phases. Phase one, that is from now to 2030, and then 2030 to 2050. From now to 2030, we focus on the levers which are low-hanging fruits, which we are aware, which has been proven. It's about investing and implementing. Okay, and that's where we look at energy efficiency and process efficiency, the two key aspects which We have taken it up very seriously, and one of the key programs here is SEED, Sustainable Energy, Environment, Decarbonization, which is one of the key focus areas, which I'll talk in the next slide, how it is being utilized within our organization across all the sites. It's about the operators getting involved in this, not only the board level people, because the board level people or the senior management, the top leadership are talking about technologies and etc. But there are opportunities which are there, and it is only the operators who can make it happen. Focusing on renewable power. We have our group company JSW Energy, who have taken up a target to become a 20 gigawatt company by 2030, of which 80% would be through renewable. So we are working with them, and that is where we are looking at renewable power as one of the energy transition levers. The quality of iron ore that is available. In India, we have iron ore, but the quality does not help us to meet the requirement of transition. So how do we improve that quality through beneficiation that we are establishing within our own factories? Alternate fuel sources, biomass. My colleague my peer from NTPC has already talked about this. Biomass is becoming an important fuel substitute. So we are also into that trials of conducting the trials using the biomass. Recycling, scrap. This is one of the key area where we are working seriously, which I'll talk about in my next slide. And some of the technologies. Now, from now to 2030, these are the options that are available to us, but there are certain technologies such as green hydrogen and carbon capture, which we are piloting, so that in the next phase, when the maturity of this technology increases and the commercial viabilities also get established, it would be time for us to scale up. So that's from phase 2 2030 onwards, which is there on the right-hand side, where we're talking about commercial deployment of green hydrogen, large-scale implementation of CCUS, etc. The SEED, which I talked about, it's one of the programs that is widely being implemented across all our factories. It's basically a shop floor based program where all the operators come in, brainstorm, and come out with ideas. And today we see that if we are able to implement all the ideas which have been mentioned here, there is a potential to reduce 18 million tons of CO2. 18 million tons just through energy and process efficiency improvements initiative program. And this project was honored at the COP28 as one of the change makers project. As we speak, renewable energy, we have already operationalized nearly 745 megawatts of solar and wind energy, becoming India's first steel plant with large-scale renewable energy usage. And while I'm speaking, around another 225 megawatt is under commissioning. So by the end of 26, we should have 1 gigawatt of renewable power into our factories. And our long-term ambition is to power the entire steel making process through 10 gigawatt of renewable energy. So that's the chairman's dream. Scrap. India is a scrap deficient country. We all know that. We are importing scrap. And while the policies with respect to vehicle scrappage, scrap policy which was there, the end of life vehicle norms which have been released are in place, but the ecosystem has not yet fully been developed. So we have started setting up a scrap recycling facility, and we would increase our scrap usage as we move ahead in this direction. The investments are already on in that direction. Green hydrogen. As I'm speaking, we have already established a 25 megawatt electrolyzer at our Vijayanagar plant, where we'll be using green hydrogen into our DRI plant, DRI as operation in Vijayanagar. And this is one of the 7 pilot projects which has been selected under the Green Hydrogen Mission by the Ministry of Steel. So this would help us in kind of understanding all the pros and cons of this technology, commercial as well as technical. And we have partnered with BHP and Carbon Clean to explore the feasibility of Carbon Clean's technology of Cyclone Modular, Cyclomax which they call it, which is, the aim is to capture 100,000 tons of CO2 annually. So these are the key projects that we are looking at. Similarly, in cement, we have taken up, I mean, if you look at the net zero target, the GCCA, the Global Cement and Concrete Association, they have developed a specific India-specific roadmap and target. Our JSW Cement Group has committed to that target. So overall, it is aligned to the GCCA India target as well as India's net zero target. The targets have been validated by SBTi with scope 1 and scope 2 being covered. And they have also raised the sustainability linked loans through these targets. So when we looked at the entire scope of financing, any investor who comes to our, who has a discussion with us, they looked at the entire gamut of these activities based on which then they narrow down it onto a CO2, which is one of the critical material performance indicators for these two sectors. And the KPIs are linked to this CO2, this particular parameter. Right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
I'll just request you to be on the stage. Thanks, Swaroop, for this insightful presentation. And, while there are a lot of commonalities between steel and cement in terms of CCUS and renewable, but clearly these are two as diverse sectors as it gets, and you highlighted the challenges also which are there. And I really liked how JSW, instead of looking at it from a risk perspective, like many, corporates do, you're seeing it as an opportunity when you're transitioning.
Yeah.
So you mentioned some initiatives about the things that you're going to be doing till 2030. What is the expected funding that would entail covering all of these initiatives that you mentioned?
Okay, so the initiatives I'll talk about how we budget it. Okay, so the process is every year each of the factories identify the projects with the capexes, and in the month of Jan-Feb we have our interplant meet where the CEO himself comes down for 2 full days. Each projects are discussed and the capital, what is required is kind of discussed, and then it goes into the budgeting cycle. So we have earmarked around 10,000 crores up to 2030 for this decarbonization project. Yeah.
And what has been your experience around use of SLBs and SLLs to meet all of these funding requirements?
Truly speaking, my finance team internally says that the cost of capital or the cost of compliance to the SLBs are quite high, and the benefits vis-a-vis is still not visible. So I think that's the feedback that we get internally. But yes, it is an important, from the sustainability perspective, we feel it is an important flexible tool because it doesn't bog you down to a particular project, but it gives you flexibility to use sustainability performance across the overall organization. So that's been my personal view.
Some of our esteemed partners also here have some questions for you, Swaroop. I'll invite Sarthak to please come in from Climate Policy Initiative.
Hi. Just one question. Your organization has one of the most ambitious growth plans in the country. And part of that also involves blast furnaces. So, and you mentioned that beyond 2030, you're looking at newer technologies. So are you budgeting also for things like CCUS that go along with the blast furnace capacity? Because anything that comes up in 2030 cannot go out by 2050. It will probably last longer than that.
Absolutely. And that's why if you look at the fourth quadrant, we have partnered with BHP and Carbon Clean, and this feasibility study has been initiated so that we understand what are the challenges, and that's the target. We are looking at capturing 100,000 tons of CO2 from blast furnace. So if this project goes ahead by the end of 27, 28, and we are able to establish this technology, the scale-up would be there after 2030. So when we are looking at blast furnace as an expansion, it has to go in parallel with carbon capture. And today, the technology of CCU in India, storage, we don't have much option in India, whatever studies have been done so far. Carbon capture usage is something we are looking at and looking towards government, that what are the options in using CO2 in alternate forms, where NTPC just discussed about converted into alternate fuels, etc. So that's an area we are looking at. If so much of CO2 is captured, what is the offtake? What we do with that? Yeah.
Thanks, Sarthak. I'll invite Kinshu to please come in from Climate Catalyst to ask a question.
Thank you for your presentation. I had two quick questions. One on when you're looking to raise money for your transition and green activities, what are the kind of challenges you're facing and what are the kind of financial instruments that you're exploring for your transition financing essentially?
Typically, the instruments are around SLBs and SLLs. But when the challenges that we face is when we speak to our investors, there is a mindset. See, let's also understand the investors who speak to us. They come from markets which are matured. Okay, and well, in Indian context, it is completely different. And we cannot have an equivalent comparison of the Indian context and the Western world where the markets have matured quite a bit. So why don't you have science-based targets? That's a typical question. So science-based targets for steel sector, it's quite difficult at this moment because we have our growth. I mean, if you look at the Indian's national steel policy, today we are at 150, the expectation is 300 million tons in the next 4 years. If we apply the science-based targets into this, it will never happen. So there is a challenge in convincing the investors that this is a different context, this is how we'll have to look at it. And investors do agree. So I think that's a conversation we need to have with each of our investors, make them understand the Indian context, but also give them the confidence that because of this we are not doing anything. We have to give them that confidence that yes, we are going in that direction, but these are also our plans on which we are working parallelly, and there is a significant amount of investments being done and it is being shown on the ground. So we have established renewable energy plants, it's already working. So that kind of confidence if we instill, I think that's where the key thing lies.
And what are the kind of financial instruments that you're exploring?
I think which I mentioned, the linked bonds, these are the two ones, but we are also asking that some of the technologies like green hydrogen or CCS, is there any viability gap funding available? Because that's a major challenge in these two technology areas, because that's where what kind of mechanism, what are the regulations, how that structure would happen for a viability gap funding for these projects specifically. Because once we know, then it gets commercialized. But today we do not see that as, and that's the challenge, getting the viability gap funding for specifically the start of first of its kind projects. Yeah.
Thanks, Kishu. I'll now invite Sangeet. He has been doing some interesting work on the CCTS scheme, which has been announced by BE.
Thanks, Shilpi. Thanks, Sarup, for this great presentation. I think I have two linked questions. One, the CCTS targets have come out for the steel sector all the way up to 2027 now. And some of those targets are plant-based, are unit-based. So if you've got lower emitting scrap-based or processing steel, they've got lower emissions. So I think this is linked to the short-term capacity expansion of new plants that you're building. Globally, the most efficient BF-BOF can do 1.7, 1.8. Can your new capacity that you're building in BF-BOF reach those kinds of emissions intensity targets, not as the average of your entire, but just this new BF-BOFs? And if yes, what do the lenders and the investors in the room need to know to support you in being able to build those new BF-BOFs that are best available technology, reaching kind of those kinds of emissions intensity targets? And does the CCTS have a role to play in that?
Okay, let me answer the first one, the CCTS targets that are being set up, and today I think it's an important initiative that we have been talking to government, that a mechanism for creating a carbon credit scheme and the carbon price in India is necessary. The other point that we are currently discussing is there has to be a minimum floor price. Otherwise, it may not happen. The amount of carbon price that we are expecting to support these projects may not happen if the floor price if there is no minimum floor price. That said, whether the targets are ambitious or not in phase one is yet to be seen, because let's understand that we are implementing for the first time. When we talk about EU ETS, it's in place from 2005. So it's quite mature. They have gone through n number of revisions, reforms, and even today they are kind of relooking it. And this is for the first time we are looking it into a scheme which we do not have much experience. We have just tried to use the earlier PAT scheme converted, made a modification so that in a situation of urgency, let's create a scheme which would help the industry as well as the country. So the first 1.5 years, I would still believe that it's a learning experience for all of us. Okay, and probably in the second cycle is where the ambition will really come into picture. Okay, so 27 onwards, when the second cycle starts, and that is the time I feel the real carbon price would be set up, and those kind of things will really support in the transition journey. Now, from the investment perspective, let's also understand that today the new generation blast furnaces or the technologies that are coming in, those are much higher efficient than the ones which were available 5 years, 10 years back. Okay, so it has got larger capacities, it has got larger volumes it can handle, and at the end of the day, it gives us a performance which is much better than the traditional ones. So there would be a hesitation from the investment community that why would I invest in a blast furnace? I mean, it's like if you're setting up a coal-based power plant, thermal power plant, would an investment community come say, okay, I'll finance a coal-based power plant? Okay, so those challenges would always be there. Then it is, so that is where I'm saying that rather than focusing on a particular green project, let's look at a overall performance, which we say that, okay, while blast furnaces are there, which are efficient, which will reduce it to certain, maybe today it is 2.5, you're talking about 1.6, 1.8, it may come down to maybe 2 or below that. So those capabilities may come in the new generation blast furnaces. But then how we convince the investors and how they look upon it, I think those, if the investment community can bring in certain kind of indicators or a framework to support this, I think that would be something that could be useful. So even if you look at the climate finance taxonomy, which has just been released, it's at the framework level, this is fine, but at the tier 2 level, you have the various indicators being formulated by the sectorial work groups. Something similar, and that, if released, could be useful to the banks, the institutions, as well as the investors, that this is how we should be looking at the indicators for any further improvements. Yeah.
Anyone from the audience, if they would like to ask a question, please.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's very comprehensive, and I know that I can always go back to the website to check the whole report that you have.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions, and I'm trying to learn from you. I'm not coming from a place of critique. So first question is, how do you define net zero as part of the JSW sustainability plan? Is it only CO2, or are you looking at greenhouse gas emissions as a whole? Which brings me to the second question, that you mentioned that you will have a net zero by reducing carbon emissions. So is it just carbon, or is it carbon equivalent? Because that will also entail methane, that will also entail NO2. Although I know the practicality surrounding it, that CO2 is obviously the majority of emissions that steel and cement produce, but there is also some fraction of gases from methane and also NO2. So is there some long-term plan to address that as well? So these are the 2 major questions.
Definitely. So if you look at our statement that we have disclosed, we have said that we would become net neutral in carbon emissions, which is clearly CO2 emissions, covering scope 1 and scope 2, because that's 90% of our overall CO2 emissions. And when we talk about the other gases or CO2 equivalent from the perspective of methane, which is in the upstream of the coal that we buy in, so that we have still not embarked on, because still, how do we account that? Because there is some accounting which is happening by the mines. There is some accounting that comes to us. So a clear framework for methane accounting globally, which is interoperable, no, so that is still being discussed. And so I'm also part of the World Steel Committee, which is kind of looking into it. And we are discussing that eventually we'll have to get these into somewhere, into the standard. So once those standards get finalized, we would immediately adopt that and start reporting and disclosing accordingly. But currently we are focusing on scope 1. So our entire plan is focused on CO2 emissions, purely. Okay.
Right, thank you. And I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Kshitij. I work with Climate Trends. It's a research and capacity building initiative based out of Delhi. But thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? We have Vikas also with us, so maybe we can have some questions with him if any of you want to at the end. So thank you so much, Swaroop, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I would like to call Sean because, like Swaroop mentioned, that clearly there needs to be some difference in how the investors see India vis-a-vis others. So I'll request Sean to come in and provide his perspectives on how steel and cement and power are doing globally.
Fair enough. Just a couple of quick comments. So that I can get out of the way for Jagjit, who's got far more substance than I have. We have trajectories of change. And one of the challenges of the transition space when we began was understanding what it is that we had to do. It was really hard. The steel industry was really tough. I mean, do we just reline our blast furnaces? Will that do? Have we got to do more and so on? And there's been a lot of work done in the last 7 years across different industries, working backwards from climate models and looking at what we need to do to have a chance of achieving our 1.5 degree targets. Noting that while we've hit 1.5 as of this year, that doesn't mean we have more carbon somehow or other. If anything, it means we have less carbon. So our targets are getting tougher because we're not moving fast enough. But the trajectories have been developed, and we in the steel sector reference the International Energy Agency's steel trajectory as guidance, and also the utilities guidance for their under the net zero pathways for the energy sector. But there's lots of guidance, cement, chemicals, and so on around now. That's a win, right? We've done a lot of number crunching, a lot of work to find guidance, but it's always hard. The trajectories are really hard. I'm going to say. Second thing that we have done is we've managed to build the interest of capital in making the change. When we started just in the bond market, people were interested in green, renewables. Then they said, trains. Okay, I'll go for trains as well. Oh, what about green buildings? Yes, okay, green buildings, all right. And then about 6 years ago, because the appetite was getting so large for this and there's not enough supply, still the problem today, not enough supply in the green and sustainable bond market, people are now saying yes to transition, yes to resilience, and we've seen a growth of appetite in this sector. That's the bond space. But there's been equity conversation, there's been work in different associations. We've got someone from the Asian Investor Group on climate change today here. They've been doing some great work, socialising amongst members, etc. We have significantly growing appetite and understanding amongst investors of the opportunities to do something in this space and the benefits of pushing, compounded by regulators pushing the future risk of not doing something. So there's a fear of losing that's coming into the equation. Capital is interested. Doesn't mean it's investing. JSW can't get the billions of dollars of checks written quickly now, but at least it's interested. And more to the point, we have a growing sense of capital that there could be a trusted pathway here. That's really important. The third thing we have, and I think Swaroop's presentation really drives that home for us, is the technology. We do actually have the technologies. We may not have thought so 10 years ago, but they're there. They're certainly there in the steel sector. We kind of know what to do. Still a bit of decision about what to do. We have that solutions in cement. We have the solutions in shipping, where there's a growing consensus around the world that the fuel for shipping will become ammonia. Not a bit of biomethane in the transition period, but when I speak to shipping companies like Ocean Express, and I'm on a committee with the CEO of Ocean Express in Singapore, they're just looking at ammonia in the future. The Shanghai city government, home to the world's largest shipbuilders and one of the world's largest ports, says ammonia. Okay, we've got a consensus building. We've got to get there yet, don't get me wrong. But the technologies are evidently there. How do we get to where we are now when we have the ingredients for the soup, which is a lot better than what we were 10 years ago, to making sure the soup is actually cooking and that we're able to eat it? Well, that is challenging. First, we need to embrace the ambition and start working it. And that's why JSW's work has been so fantastic. And I'm going to say, when I first started speaking to Prabodh Acharya at JSW years ago, he was he's always been a champion at JSW and Swaroop as well. But it was tough, it was hard, it was difficult, and we couldn't do it. We needed a change of trajectories. We need to have an easier path in India. I'm going to say now the JSW pathway is much more ambitious than it was 6 years ago. Because I'm assuming, and I hope I'm right in saying this, Swaroop, that it looks like greater engagement has opened up further opportunities, but also we need some support to making that. And that's the case in Japan. I've been speaking to the steel industry. I've had my first panel working with the steel industry some 7 years ago when I got into an argument with the Japan Iron and Steel Federation representative who said, we're going to go green by 2050, but nothing much is going to happen until 2040, essentially. You call that back-loading rather than front-loading, because it's impossible. Now, JFE and Nippon Steel have got a much more ambitious transition pathway because they've engaged in technology and they can see it and they can see the demand changing. The one thing we need to make all of these change is scale procurement. We've got this difficult chicken and egg situation. We know what the solutions are. We also know, this is the lesson from renewable energy, that volume production drives down cost. The bigger the volume production, the better the learning rate. Whoa, if we could somehow ever get enough offtake agreements to buy half the world's steel in one go, we'd probably have steel, well, certainly price parity. Hey, it might be cheaper, who knows? Well, we'll see. That's really where we're at. And the lesson from the renewable energy market has been you commission big, price drops fast. The translation to steel is we commission green steel big, price will drop fast. If we commission ammonia for ships and fertilizer, big, price will drop fast. If we commission sustainable aviation fuels, big, price will drop fast. We think we can get the price parity in sustainable aviation fuels by 2040, possibly even sooner if we really move faster. And that's the opportunity we have in front. That's the partnership to be had between capital that can influence government, between corporates with the solutions, who will make money out of this to pay our pensions when we retire, and between the government that has the tools. Just give you two examples to finish up. If the government were to give a minor tax credit to Mahindra to buy green steel for its cars, it could work. The cost of green steel versus ordinary steel, well, sorry, I'm not sure in India, but in Europe is about 40% extra per tonne. The cost to Mahindra of green steel in the car is about probably 1% extra for the car. If they had a tax credit of maybe it's 3%, I don't know, we'll have to figure out what the right figure is. Tiny, if they were to put out large-scale contracts for green steel, JSW could have a vast order book very quickly and get a few years to build the green steel plants. Think about this, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, the Chinese companies. And suddenly you can see how green steel could happen within the capex investment period of 5 to 10 years, not 25 to 40 years. Same thing of cement. Low carbon cement is now available all around the world. It's purely a costing. It's a marginal extra cost. You know, it's a very tight margin business. No one wants to pay 5% extra for concrete if they're a contractor. But if it's a property owner or an investor or a government lessee, this could be really easy. The actual cost is tiny. We can now see how we could achieve the incentives to allow the capex to grow demand really quickly. And this applies in every sector, including shipping and aviation. I think we're at this extraordinary inflection point. It's not just going to be one industry, steel. It's going to be every high carbon industry that's going to change quickly because we must and we will, and the cost can actually be remarkably cheap. In fact, the faster we do it, the smaller the cost impost will be. If we go for scale, learning rate will be very quick. That's the opportunity.
Thanks, John. We heard about power, we heard about steel and cement. I'll now call upon Jagjit Sareen from Dalberg. He will talk about accelerating an Atmanirbhar Green and Viksit Bharat. The stage is all yours, Jagjit.
Thanks, Shilpi. Thanks to Climate Bond Initiative for inviting me. You must be wondering after, NTPC and JSW, the two sides of our growth engine, a PSU and a corporate, what would a consulting firm tell you which you haven't heard before? But let me give it a shot. And for the time my name has been up there on screen, I better say something intelligent and quickly. What I'm going to talk about this afternoon is clean tech manufacturing. Underpinning what we heard since this morning is some clean tech component or some component which makes the plant go forward. In solar power plant, you're talking about module, cell, wafer, ingot, polysilicon. And when you're talking about turbines, nacelle, and all the components. In green hydrogen, you're talking about the membranes, the electrolyzers, same, and list goes on, from magnets to motors and others and others. And, look at it this way. For India to achieve its targets, you need 500 gigawatts. If you don't see them or part of it manufactured here, the components, our import bill, I'm talking about as a country, is going to grow from what I think it's about $35 to $40 billion now, aggregate all clean tech components coming into India. It's going to touch $100 billion in the coming decade. And given the geopolitics of it, supply chain resilience, Make in India initiative, and various other issues, and on top of it, I think the economic growth imperative to create more jobs. In India, there is a serious push coming from government now to Make in India, and that's where National Manufacturing Mission, which got announced with the budget speech, talks very squarely about Make in India with a strong focus on clean tech. And these are the sectors or the subsectors the mission covers, essentially talking about all the growth engines of the green growth economy in India. It takes a very comprehensive view of how to go about this manufacturing mission, starting from ease of cost and doing business, essentially the deregulation at the state level, making the electricity cheaper, the permit single window clearance, and on and on. Similarly, we need the workforce. You would be surprised that we don't have the engineers or even the shop floor mechanics to actually manufacture these clean tech components. Europe is also struggling because in a sense we missed out last 2 decades of manufacturing. Somebody would argue we missed out for the last 70 years of manufacturing. But in clean tech, this is acutely a strong bottleneck, if you will. MSME, because of the job, but also the backward linkages of various components will come from the MSME sector. Also, in terms of advancing the technology, we have R&D and innovation initiatives coming from government. And then we're talking about the quality of these production processes. What we have done, working with other ecosystem players, about 40 of them, launched a national clean tech manufacturing platform. The aim is to bring together all the best minds, not from the consulting world, far from it, but from the industry, from corporates who are actually manufacturing, from governments and from around the world who want India to start playing a bigger role in clean tech manufacturing supply chains. Is to start looking at all these subsectors, the clean tech subsectors, but with a horizontal lens. Unless we start thinking horizontally, meaning clean tech manufacturing skill force, which is for all the sectors, R&D and innovation thinking for all the sectors, given many of the ancillary components are the same. Polysilicon refining for semiconductor is only 10% costlier than what you need for solar. So there are arguments for economies of scale. So essentially what we are trying to do is unpack this for government and for corporates, how to go about creating indigenization pathways for all these sectors. This is an important slide for you to know, especially the second last row. What is the current level of domestic manufacturing or domestic value addition of all these clean tech sectors? Solar is at 20%. I was most surprised by wind. I thought it was 60, 70%. But currently it's only at 35 to 40%, and the list goes on. And on HVDC, the DC high voltage transmission line, we manufacture zero cable, zero. And 20% is no pride either in solar. We want to go gung-ho about deployment, but our dependency on all components is 80%. What we have suggested is that we should at least take a 50% target of domestic value addition, not on the core components, but also on the ancillaries. The glass frames, the steel frames, the back sheet, and you name it. In all of these subsectors, there are interesting opportunities from MSMEs to bring ancillary parts. Essentially, what we are doing is looking at all these subsectors through a horizontal lens, working on the demand levers, the R&D ecosystem, upstream raw material, capex infra, skilling, workforce, and financing. Somebody could argue that, Jagjit, this is too complex. We have missed this bus for the last 7 decades. It's not going to happen. Lucky for us that for each of the horizontal lever, there are big initiatives being worked out by the government in the last 5-6 years. They're coming to the fore now. Look at R&D innovation ecosystem. Government has launched 1 lakh crore RDI initiative. They're trying to provide now through a fund-of-fund approach money to folks like Avanas of the world to invest in technology from TRL 3 to 7 and commercialize. Same for skilling ecosystem. You have 60,000 crore ITI upgradation scheme. You have PMKVY, skill impact bond. Even if 10% of this is earmarked for clean tech skill manufacturing, we are having a home run here. I can go on and on. In all of this, there are policy measures, allocations. Somebody again could argue this is all good on paper. It's not going to happen. I would counter-argue, say even 10% of this succeeds. We are looking good in terms of achieving 50% domestic value addition of manufacturing. So to bring some weight behind this initiative, we requested Minister Piyush Goyal, and now his ministry, DPIIT, is in charge of designing the National Manufacturing Mission along with all the line ministries. We hope that in the month or two, this National Manufacturing Mission would be unveiled, and all the line ministries will lead and march forward with their respective clean tech manufacturing agendas. I think what is critical in this element worth highlighting that it's not just for India, it's India plus many strategy. India collaborating with Europe, India collaborating with China, India collaborating with Japan, Korea, United States, maybe post-Trump, to get all this going, because together we can achieve economies of scale for the globe and meet our ambitious target. Converse is scary, that we would be pushed in to do it alone, dependent on a single supplier, while we create a dependency like the oil in clean tech components imports. With that, my time is up. This is the kind of technical work we have done. It's all on our website. It's a big tent. There are about 40 institutions working with us. This is fine. This is the kind of indigenization pathways we are working year on year, what policy measures, what cost component, what is the public-private split, and we are testing it with individual corporates, ministries, former bureaucrats, all the like, essentially to inform government policy making in this. Thank you. Happy to take any burning question.
Thanks, Jagjit. It actually takes a consultant to connect the dots and show the bigger picture like you just did. Thank you. So clearly, Jagjit, very insightful presentation. You talked about the solar indigenization pathways. What would it take to finance the figure that you mentioned here, 1.5 lakh crore almost by 2030?
Yeah, so, first we need to unpack what this figure entails. So as you see the split, it has splits on R&D, on skills, and as I mentioned, each line ministry is sitting on much larger pools of capital, out of which we are just suggesting an earmark. I think the biggest chunk of money is what we are recommending is on the input subsidization. We believe that PLIs have done whatever they could. They may not be the most efficient policy instrument. Now we should be looking at input-based capex subsidization. So interest subvention, if you look at the immediate competitor, China, The kind of interest rate which was given for the cost of capital was 3 to 4%. Our corporates are looking at upward of 9 to 14% for any of such measures. So what we are recommending is that government should work with all the financing and refinancing institutions, big banks, NBFCs like PFCs and RECs and others, to bring down cost of capital, including through guarantee structures, which government should backstop. The other piece is all the multilaterals and bilateral institutions. They should start providing cheaper capital to clean tech manufacturing in India. So if you start adding that capital stack, 50% is coming from private sector. It's the cost of capital which we need to bring down to. Our calculations suggest that if you start unbundling this and bringing money from where it could come and put it all together, you could achieve about 3 to 4 percentage point cost competitiveness to Chinese imports. And from where we stand today, that's a huge win. It won't be easy. It won't be tomorrow. It will take 5 to 10 years. But with such capital stacking, we hope we can achieve it.
Yeah, thanks. Anyone from the audience, if you have a question? Sarthak, I think you had one question. Yeah.
Thanks. This is incredible, and you also talked about getting private capital and capital stacking. So if you had a wish list in terms of what makes this successful, 3 things which the government and the financiers could work together, what would you recommend or what would you suggest that happens in the near term, the next 3 to 4 years, that actually lets this take off?
So essentially there are 4 or 5 things. One is demand certainty. It's going to be costly. This would increase the LSOE a bit. So if there is a clear demand through ALMM on domestically manufactured components or a variant of that, plus clear DCR component requirement, domestic content requirement. Unless there is a clear demand signal, none of this works out. So that's number 1. Yeah. Second is we need to bring down cost of capital for our manufacturers, our private sector to actually invest in this. So once you have a demand signal, you provide with cheaper cost of capital, and you have to start playing with the cost of electricity a bit, given that's huge cost variable in the manufacturing process. Through adjustment in the open access rules, giving certainty that yes, you could take out the SG, CST, the state tax and other taxes, so that the electricity prices come down for this to start making sense. The other 2 levers, which typically are not so kind of obvious, one is R&D and innovation. Unless we spend on the next generation of perovskites, we would be locked in to the current technology. So we have, as a nation, have to make some bets on technologies. And finally, it's the skills. We would think we have the people to manufacture, we don't. With the visa choke from China, we had trainers coming online teaching our engineers how to actually manufacture. So those were the 4 things: demand, clear demand, ALMM, DCR and other things, variants of that in each of the clean tech. Cost of capital, including cost of electricity, R&D innovation, clear signal, which TRL, how the money flows, how you account for it, and skills. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jagjeet.
Thank you.
With that, we'll just like to close this session. Thank you so much to all our panelists to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to our last panel. This panel will look at how public policy banks can scale ambition and funding structures to support the transition. Our panelists today include Mr. Nabil Moura Kadri, DMD of Environment BNDES. He's a senior Brazilian development banker with deep expertise in socio-environmental and sustainable finance. We also have Mr. Rizky Pribadi Hassan, President, Director and CEO, PT Indonesia Infrastructure Finance. He's a seasoned professional with 30 years of experience across banking, finance and infrastructure, dedicated to advancing sustainable infrastructure development in Indonesia. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Dilano Dalo, Head of Public Financing Division, PT SMI, is an infrastructure and PPP expert with 12 years plus experience, known for leading Indonesia's landmark water supply PPP and shaping key infrastructure laws and policies. And last but not the least, Ms. Cami Severag, Deputy Director, India, AFT. She's a development finance expert with 15 years of experience at AFT, leading initiatives on climate resilience, financial inclusion, and sustainable banking in India. This session will be chaired by Himanshu Guliani, Head Corporate Strategy and Partnerships, NAFID. He's a banking veteran with 20 years of experience, leading leading global and Indian banks with expertise in infrastructure finance, ESG, and strategic transactions. Please welcome the panel and chair. Thank you.
So shall we start? A very good evening to all of you. We are here for the panel discussion amongst the state-owned entities, and one of the entities is a quasi-owned entity. So the introduction to all of the panelists has been given by Upasna. Thank you for that, Upasna. But I'm going to give a small one-line introduction to the SOEs here. We're going to start with BND. Sorry, I got this just a couple of hours ago. This was not planned. So introduction to Brazilian Economic Development Bank. It was established in 1952. The balance sheet size as of first half of 2024 is around 110 billion US dollars. So if I'm wrong, Nabil, you can correct me.
Good morning all. Here in Brazil it's good morning, probably there it's good evening. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to be there in India today, but I'm here online. BNDES is a very important national development bank here in Brazil, 100% state-owned by the federal level. And as you said, we have more than 70-year-old here working. The main points about the BNDES is that we work with all kinds of financial instruments here, from loans for long-term periods to equity, for example. We mobilize fundraising abroad Brazil, internally here in Brazil. But more than this, we do funding for more than 70 financial institutions here at Brazil. We do not only do direct loans or finance companies and projects, but we do finance and do resources for the other banks here. Commercial banks, state-owned commercial banks. So great to see you and to be here.
Likewise, thank you so much, Nabil, for being there. And the second introduction to the organization, I will say, is PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, which is PTSMI, with an estimated balance sheet of around 7.2 billion. And I have Delano with me. It's a 100% state-owned entity. If one line introducing the organization you represent.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Delano. I'm a division head of PTSMI, dealing with the blended finance platform partnership. So just brief introduction about the PTSMI. We are a state-owned enterprise, 100% owned by the government under the Ministry of Finance. So our role is as part of fiscal arm of the Republic of Indonesia. And our vision is to, as a catalyst for accelerating infrastructure development in Indonesia. The Minister of Finance expects PTSMI as a national development financial institutions. She called mini World Bank. So our financing products is diverse from the private sector to the public sector. In order to enabling those two main products, we also have the blended finance platforms to mobilize our partnerships, fund from partnerships, and to link to our projects in Indonesia. Me, myself, as a division head that manage the blended finance platform partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Zulano, for that introduction. Next, we have PT Indonesia Infrastructure Finance, PTIIF, which was instated in January 2010, and it's the equivalent of IFC in Indonesia. We have Rizki from there. Rizki, a couple of lines about your institute, your organization. I think you're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Nice to be here. It is indeed an honor for me to be speaking in front of all of you. So basically, our company is the joint venture between SMI, which already introduced before. So we are the joint venture of SMI together with 4 prominent financial institutions, which include ADB, IFC, DEG, and SMBC. So our mission or our vision is basically to act as a catalyst to accelerate the development of infrastructure finance in Indonesia in a sustainable way. We act as a partner to the banking industry as well as to the capital market industry. But I guess I think I just want to say, compared to Brazilian Development Bank, I think we're just at the moment we are still Pluto. I mean, we've been only 15 years in existence, but we hope to grow, to be as big as Brazilian Development Bank in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizki, for that. So we have Agence Française de Développement. We have Camille here. From what we understand, it's world's oldest development bank, founded in 1941, with a balance sheet size of $28.12 billion. Though I have the list of all the things all of these organizations do, but it will be better to hear from Camille.
Thank you very much. I'm Camille Sévrac. I'm the Deputy Country Director for AFD in India. As you say, the AFD is the French development bank, so a development bank fully owned by the French government. We've been operating for more than 80 years now in 155 countries. Last year, we released 13 billion euros financing. We finance public sector, NGOs, and also we have a subsidiary called Proparco financing the private sector. In India, we've been present since 2008, and we finance only the public sector, so the government of India and public development banks.
Merci beaucoup, Camille. We were supposed to have NABARD. I can't see NABARD, so we'll move on from there. Yes, thank you. So the context of the panel discussion is, in summary, to accelerate and collaborate for transition financing in the EMDEs. Now, some of the key points which we endeavor to cover in this panel discussion is like about credit enhancement, augmenting the technical assistances, how to collaborate, how to make the appropriate policy changes, what kind of structures to cover to enhance the transition financing, increase in percentage for EMDs for transition financing. So I think I'm going to start with Nabil. Early morning, the first question goes to you. Given your experience in National Climate Fund, what are the learnings you had while setting it up? What do you want to tell all of us that what to take care of while setting up such an entity or such a structure in place, which will help the EMDs, in replicating your success?
Great to share with you this experience. Brazil had developed a national climate fund in 2009. But since then, our amount of resources per year were around $100 million. But in 2022, we changed our strategy to leverage more resources for it. And the big innovation was that the Brazilian government issued a sustainable bond in the international market and raised $2 billion for climate action. All these resources were internalized in the National Climate Fund in local currency. That means that we are using these resources that came from international fundraise by a sustainable bond, but internalize it here to do loans in local currency. This is really, really important for long-term projects to be supported, to make this change in the structure of some sectors. Because it's very costly to do a long-term hedge contract when we do international fundraise, for example. So it's costly. But when the government did this internalization of all this amount of resources into the National Climate Fund, we were able to do it in local currency for projects selected by the governance of this National Climate Fund. It's important that the National Climate Fund here in Brazil do loans for private companies. But the allocation of the resources are decided by a governance structure on a committee that we have representations from civil society, ministries, and local governments. So each year we have an annual plan decided by these governments. And as I said, last year we allocated around $2 billion in new projects. So this is very innovative, this is very challengeable, and this is nice to share with you.
Thank you, Nabil. Thank you for that. So the next question goes to my neighbor Delano. Delano, given your success with blended finance, I'm talking about PTSMI, now what are the key things to look out for? What are the success factors in vis-a-vis blended finance, right from the sanction to the disbursement?
Okay, thank you. One of our blended finance platform is SDG Indonesia 1. Currently, I manage 3 blended finance platform: SDG Indonesia 1, Energy Transition Mechanism, and the Geothermal Exploration Fund. The SDG Indonesia 1, as an example, currently we already raised about 3.1 billion USD, but that's only commitment. The contracted commitment is about 800 million USD, and half of that, about 400 million, we already realized to our projects in Indonesia. We know that there's still a huge gap for the net zero emission target of Indonesia, but I think based on our experience in SDG Indonesia 1, the success factors are first, maybe PTSMI is a SOE, 100% owned by the government, so the commitment from the Ministry of Finance to support PTSMI, that's the number one. The number two is we committed on a sustainable and climate action. In 2019, we have a moratorium to not financing the coal power plant and boosting the renewable energy ones. And we also have enabling divisions in our corporation. We have our own ESG standard, adopting multinational development bank standard. We also have SMI Institute. So this is the think tank, the research-based lending, we call it. So all of our financing based on research-based. And then we also have the specific division on the sustainable finance. So we focus on sustainable finance. That's our effort. Based on this, we already have GCF accredited entity. So this is boosting our existence in climate finance, and the GCF portion now already leveling up from the small to moderate class. We can raise about 250 million US dollars with GCF, and now we're preparing the proposal for the financing facility from GCF. Again, all of this, because we are SOE, we are close to the government, but we are also can be accepted by the market. We are in the middle of the government and the market, and we heard more about the market, how to make a deals, and we can influence. We have no power, but we can influence the policy that comes from the market to make deals happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a small follow-up question. When you're approaching institutions like GCF, which have very long gestation period when it comes to accreditation process, and any 2 or 3 key points that how to surmount that hurdle, because sometimes it can take 1 to 3 years to get accredited to GCF. So apart from these 5-6 points which I've noted down, I'll summarize them for the crowd at the end. But any key points which you think that, all of us can learn here on how to get accredited, because that's a very long process. In the meanwhile, you can lose business, you can lose focus on the financing part.
Yeah, it happened also to us, a long time process for GCF, but we just follow that process. And the key point is because we have roadmap, the Indonesia have roadmap. Based on that roadmap, we have strong narrative points for the net zero emission. And the existence of PTSMI, like other NDBs here, is one of strong point from the GCF point of view. And also because PTSMI is not like other financial institution, we deal also with the local government, we deal also with the private sectors, and those kind of varied products help us to create a good narrative for the GCF, and they can approve us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delano. Thank you for that. Camille, next we come over to you. So, like we met in the past, and you know AFD is very active in India and trying to be even more active in future. Now, given it's the oldest development bank in the world, you work across geographies, across instruments, across so many things. You know, what do you think will work for a country like India or the emerging markets like India? What do you think are the couple of things we need to keep in mind?
Okay. Thank you. Maybe I'll add a question when we hear the amazing work done by national development banks. What would the DFI bring to the table actually, and what is our role? And I think first our role is to channel funds to emerging countries in terms of climate finance, and AFD emits bonds in the market, sustainable bond, green bonds that are oversubscribed, and then we can use this funding to finance projects in emerging countries and developing countries. So we play our role also in that matter. All the activities we do in general at AFD are aligned with Paris Agreement. We have a strong commitment on that, and in India, 80% of our portfolio has co-benefits for climate change. So what we think is that DFIs are not required for what is now mainstream. In India, for example, the renewable energy market is now become almost vanilla and financed by the commercial banks. And we feel that we should still play a role into the new frontiers, into the new markets, where there's still not many investors, not many corporates either, or also where the public sector still has a strong role to play. We really believe into the demonstration effect in that. For example, we try to strongly finance biodiversity protection, adaptation to climate change, disaster management, and also financing to urban sectors or urban municipalities. And also the support to innovative tools in terms of innovative finance. What works very well for us here in India, and that has worked in many other countries, is really to work with National Development Bank. We work with several of the Indian public sector banks. Obviously, for DFI like us, national banks are really the ones that have a aligned mandate with us. They also work on these new frontiers, but they have a much more granular activity than we can have. They can reach these players that are too small for us. We also think about the leverage effect this has on their overall portfolio when we bring them to, when we support them to finance a new sector, it has a crippled effect on the rest of the portfolio. As it was mentioned by BNDES, for DFI like us, National Development Bank, they bring the local currency, while we can only bring most of the time, the hard currency. But again, really working at the frontier. In 2010, we financed IREDA. It was the first solar projects in India. In 2014, we financed National Housing Bank. It was the beginning of green housing in India. And now, it was mentioned this morning, but we just signed a credit line with SBI, of which 30% will be dedicated to adaptation projects. So for a bank which is also, acts commercially, it's a real challenge. maybe what we can bring also is this to the market that we so far don't bring to Indian market is de-risking instruments. So we'll talk about TA later, which can de-risk, but we're able also to, in other countries, support, for example, Cape Town into emitting green bonds. That's an avenue that could be interesting, but not happening here. You might know about the big shift that has been done recently by the EU, whereby they've taken a large part of their own financing to provide credit enhancement and guarantees, and not only grants as they were doing in the past. On our side, AFD, we also have a risk-sharing tool that we provide for SME financing, which we have been deployed in many countries, and actually thanks to the EU and to a counter guarantee they are providing to us, we are able to deploy this guarantee for almost 75% of the risk is covered and the premium stays acceptable. So this also blending of diverse instruments is interesting. In India, we're able also to finance Himachal Pradesh for a resilience project, a DRR project, and whereby we provide a sovereign loan, but we include contingency clause, which they can use in case of disaster, which has an impact. So I'll stop here because I was a bit long, but I think there are many things we already do here based on also the very impactful work we do with National Development Bank, but there are also other tools that could be sought out.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you for that. But I'm going to circle back to you after a while once we are, down the line with few more questions on credit enhancement. That is one of the things which NAPFID is also trying to introduce to India next month, again after a period of 14 years. So the next question is to, Risky. Risky, the question is that given that a decent percent of your portfolio is in green assets, what are your learnings in terms of channelizing of green finance into this entity? You're relatively a new entity, but you build up a very respectable portfolio very quickly. And you are known to be pretty active on your feet. So what are the key learnings for, first of all, your own assets? What percentage of assets are green assets? What are your learnings while building them up and channelizing the money for that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned before, the special thing about our company is basically we're the only non-bank financial institution that focus only in providing financing and solutions to the infrastructure sector. So in terms of the infrastructure, basically we enter into all kinds of infrastructure. But if I must say that the three largest sector that we finance, and you rightly say that our biggest portfolio is actually on the green portfolio, which is the renewable energy, which represent about 22% of our total loan portfolio. So, and what is renewable energy? Basically, we already finance about 12 projects, which include 8 hydros, including mini hydros, one solar power plant, one wind power plant, one biomass, and one geothermal. So we're quite diverse in that sense. And I think the learning is basically all of this basically rely on just one off-taker, which is the PLN, which is the state-owned electricity company. I think we are more now expert in the hydros. I think that's more of the type of green project that fits Indonesia. Whereas in solar and wind, I think because of the geographic situation in Indonesia, I think there are some, but I don't think it's as much as when you talk about the hydros. Biomass is also potential, geothermals is also potential. So going forward, we're probably looking in doing more hydros, we're doing and geothermal. Hope that answers your questions.
Yes, that was the first part of it. But the second part was, what were your learning experiences while channelizing the finance for these assets? Like channelizing green finance for your own organization?
Well, I think when you channel the green financing, basically you have to start also from the funding side. As you know, our funding comes from the initial equity that the shareholders give to us, but we also create some innovation. we were the first Indonesian non-bank financial institution to issue sustainable bond in 2021. And following that, we came up with also this initiative to issue the first public listed perpetual notes in Indonesia in 2024. So I think whenever we issue this type of bond, basically we have to focus on the sustainable projects or even on the green projects. So that's a lesson learned that when we do the green financing, we also have to figure out on the green type of funding, basically.
Thank you for that. I have a follow-up question for Nabil. Nabil, given that you have, and NAPFED also recently got in touch with BNDES and started its discussion on how to collaborate further. Given that you are spread all over the world, you are joining hands with multiple institutions all over the world, what do you feel that were the key factors for collaboration amongst all the emerging markets for channelizing developmental finance?
It's a good question. We are working for the last decades in a large variety of partnerships with different development institutions from different levels. Since the national development ones, through the IDFC, AFD is part of it, IEF too. So we are there. We can share practices and do co-financing too. But not only co-financing merging resources, but merging financial instruments. For example, we do finance projects here in Brazil, and another DFI can do the guarantee, for example, or in a different way. The other IDF do the loan here, and we do the guarantees. So as I said at the beginning, one important role of a development institution as BNDES, and we are trying to do it, is to leverage resources abroad for the internal economy. So we do fundraise with all these international institutions, and we do the finance here internally in Brazil in local currency. This is really, really important when we talk in an uncertainty level of economies in international. So we are facing some uncertainties, and when we do the local currency loans, we do a stabilization, I can say. Two interesting roles that we have developed in the last 2 years and that I want to share with you is that we are working hard on reconstructing territories after big climate events. We do it so in the south of Brazil last year, organizing the reconstruction of one entire state here in Brazil. And the second thing is related to developing the whole sectors, for example, to look not only for projects and companies, but looking to sectors. And one sector that we are developing now with a very big focus is the restoration of native forests as economic sector. So this is very interesting because it's getting dynamic, and we are innovating with different financial instruments. But this overview of all the chains, all the partners that you need to join to develop a whole sector in the country is a very interesting role of National Development Bank. And we are doing it now with forest restoration, for example. We did for renewables, for wind power and solar power. We had a very, very interesting story to tell about it. And now we are replying this with the forest sector here in Brazil.
Thank you for that, Nabil. So, Celano, the next question comes to you. When it comes to collaboration in this part of the world, especially Southeast Asia, you know, there are certain bottlenecks we all face in terms of the speed of execution and the kind of sectors we get into, and it takes time to break through into sectors. How do you feel that, some institutes like yours, like PTSMI, NAPFED, or the local DFIs, how we can collaborate? I'm talking about purely from a local perspective.
Thank you. I think, based on our experience, partnership is must, it's must. So with national MDBs, we have collaborative. I agree with that. But in my point of view, I think in the short term, maybe we just have a strong framework for the sharing of the structure, sharing of blended finance before we next we can deal with maybe create co-financing, co-fund for projects around those countries. But firstly, maybe we can make a clear framework, strong framework of exchange information, exchange structure, and then the ultimate one, maybe we can have, for example, the same standard of safeguards, same standards of how to deal with the bankable projects pipeline, because in Indonesia the main issue is to create sizable bankable projects with the archipelago, huge archipelago from West Indonesia and East Indonesia. This is difficult for us to inline all of these areas without transmission. Transmission is another issue for Indonesia, transmission line. So I think create strong framework as a short term, and before we can make a co-financing and have us adopting a similar standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Delano, for that. Camille, I come back to you for the credit enhancement part. Now we all know that there are various type of credit enhancement instruments available, or guarantee mechanisms available. Like you rightfully said, that the focus is moving on from funds to guarantee or grants to guarantee-based mechanisms. So now, what kind of guarantee mechanisms you think will be suitable for this part of the world or the emerging markets per se? Because in developed markets, you can have a first loss guarantee. In some of the markets, you can have a first default guarantee, in loans, some in bonds. So where do you think we should start first?
Okay, I don't have a full analysis of the sector here. To answer you, I mean, EFD has been deploying more of second loss, usually, to make sure there is adequate commitment also from the financial institution. First loss would come more on equity schemes, I guess, to encourage more investors to come in. But on loans, we work more on second loss. But yeah, I couldn't say exactly, sorry for that. Maybe I could say that another form of looking at de-risking would be co-financing. I think that's an important part of what was described before. Another one would be technical assistance. Technical assistance, enhance the knowledge of a certain bank, of a sector, and they can really need that.
I'll supplement with something which you told me once we met in Delhi, that the leverage in guarantee mechanisms is much more. Leverage, because it's a percentage which gets blocked. So it's a one-to-one co-financing is 100 million to 100 million, but with the 100 million capital, you can do many, many more loans.
Yeah, for guarantee schemes, for sure.
Okay, thank you for that, Camille. So I have a follow-up question for, again, Nabil. One small last question, I think, for the day, because we have one panelist short, so we have some time. We can, open the floor for discussions. Plus, I'm going to give a 2-minute thing on what we are doing at NAPFED. So, Nabil, the question for you is that in terms of capacity building, for the staff involved, in terms of technical assistance, how important you think it is for the development banks, upcoming state-owned entities, in terms of, upping their standards? How important that is? I think we seriously think that, it's really understated.
This here in Brazil is very, very particular for sustainability and climate. And I will give you an example. As we are very linked to the public policies, at the end of 80s and beginning of 90s, when the Brazil government decided to establish a national policy for environment, BNDES was the first bank in the whole country to initiate the work in a division related to environment and climate at the end of the 80s. Since then, all the innovative financial instruments, new policies, strategies were developed and really linked to the national central bank. So most of the time, strategies and policies here first developed here internally at the bank, then is spread for the whole system by the central bank. One good example on it is all financial institutions here in Brazil need to have social and climate responsibility policy. This is decided by the central bank. But the first institution to do it was BNDES 5 years before the central bank regulation. The same thing when we saw the climate risk assessment, the environmental assessment. We did the first pilots, then it was spread by the central bank. So this is very interesting when we talk about building capacities for the whole system here, not only doing loans or doing guarantees, but even doing strategies to be spread. And as I said, this is very common here because as we are a long-term institution with a long-term technical body, all the employees here stay decades, 1 decade, 2 decades, working at the same thematic, at the same place. So we can do this vision of what need to be developed, not only internally, but outside the bank to have this good, I can say, environment for credit and development, including private and public financial institutions in the country. So this is an important role on building capacities here, how to make these strategies and spread it for the whole system.
Thank you. I think one last question for the panel, and that goes to Rizky. Like you are an offshoot of PTSMI, then when you offer financing to the assets, what is the additionality your organization brings to the market? Maybe we can all learn something there. What is the extra which comes from in your asset financing?
Okay, thank you. So unlike SMI, basically our focus is more on the private sector. Whereas SMI, in addition to private sector, they're also able to finance the regional government. So we really focus just on the private sector. So, and as mentioned before, we act as a partner to the banking industry as well as to the capital market. So when we talk the collaboration with the banks, of course, whenever we finance a project, we have to also use the service of a bank. Banks can provide the project account, escrow account, security agent, etc. But on the other side, we basically also help them because we can provide products that banks cannot do. For example, we're able to provide a junior loan or subordinated loan to a project, for example, like a toll road project, where banks cannot do. So basically, if you look at a toll road project, typically during the ramp-up period, the shareholders have to put in money to support the projects. But instead of the shareholders putting the money, we come in between, providing them what we call as a cash deficiency support facility. So that's sort of like a junior subordinated loan facility. So the obligation of this project to the banks remain solid. So that is a key success in a toll road project. So on the other side, we also have a product, what we call as a credit enhancement, and probably a little bit different from, I guess, what Camilo was mentioning. Our credit enhanced product is basically to support, to upgrade the rating of a bond issued by our client. So, for example, if the client has a BBB rating and they want to have a lower pricing, so we sort of like guarantee lend our AAA rating to this bond issuance. It doesn't have to be 100%. Sometimes it only covers 50. Sometimes it covers 75. As long as they got the desired rating, where they actually can save some cost there. So this is another product that we do that is probably different, unique from the other financial institution in Indonesia. For our credit enhancement product, we only have one competitor. Basically, it's also part of our bigger shareholders group. This is coming from ADB, but their focus is different. They're focusing on all sectors, whereas we only focus on infrastructure. So in a way, we sort of like try to find our niche in this market. We don't do what others are doing. We try to find ways to actually support the players in the financial industry as a whole. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Rizky. So I think that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. So we learned quite a bit from Nabil. We heard about how it's imperative, it's extremely important to raise the financing in local currency to avoid the hits from the hard currency, how to develop the technical assistance, and how to have a top-down view. That's what I understood from Nabil on everything, so that you can look at the sectors, you can look at overall solving the industries per se, not helping just the companies. Now, with Rizky, we understand how an organization which is, relatively young and nimble on its feet can offer additionalities in terms of, providing junior loans or, providing credit enhancements and supporting and channelizing green finance into various sectors. Well, Delano helped us with listing down a few points that how being an SOE is very helpful in raising green finance and channelizing finance into the emerging markets, and what kind of action plan is to be prepared, and what kind of initiatives you have to take so that the green finance can come to your door. Camille covered on various aspects that how guarantee-based mechanisms are taking, foothold, and what kind of deals AFD has been doing, and what kind of, counterparties AFD looks at. So thanks to all of the panel members for a wonderful, wonderful session. Before I open up to the audience for the questions, I'm going to give a 2 minutes introduction to NABFID. Well, NABFID is India's own SOE, 100% owned by central government, instated by a dedicated Act of Parliament, NABFID Act of April 2021. Now, we started disbursing in December 22, and it's just been about 2 years, and within 2 years, we have a book of around $8 billion, sanctions of around $28 billion, and few things about our portfolio. 78% of our portfolio is about 15 years tenor, which is solving the long end tenor problem of the Indian infrastructure market, because banks always have an ALM mismatch in terms of short-term liabilities and long-term assets. So we are solving that. Our greenfield to brownfield ratio as of today is 45-55. However, for the next 5 years, we've taken a challenge of moving towards 55% greenfield financing and 45% brownfield financing. So yes, we just don't refinance, we support the projects under construction. And more importantly, the fact is that this is just one part of the aspect. Under Chapter 17 of our Act is where the magic begins for NABFID. We've been given so the name is National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. So financing part I've covered. In development part, we have been given a lot of things to cover. So we've been asked to help in development of bonds and derivative markets. So we are providing transaction advisory services for PPP project structuring and advisory. We started that. We are about to launch next month our very own credit enhancement product. After the recent final guidelines by Reserve Bank of India, I can take offline questions on that, if you want to know about that. We have an ENS policy in place. We are about to, get our green financing framework in place for raising green capital in the future years. We are looking at launch of very short term. We are looking at launch of AIFs in GIFT City. One will be a credit fund, one will be an equity fund. Then we are also helping states in monetization of their assets by trying to help them in launching of state-based InvITs. We are also working on development of CDS markets and securitization markets in India. So in essence, this is what we are doing within a short span of 2 years and few months of inception. Now I leave the floor open for the audience. We have less 2-3 minutes to go for any questions for the panel members. I think the panel was too good. Everybody has understood everything. Yeah, I see one person. Please introduce yourself and...
Hi, good evening. My name is Abhishek Kumar. I'm the founding partner of Indic Associates. We work with state governments, currently engaging about 10 governments. I have actually a question on the last point that you have made, is particularly on InvITs at the state level.
I have a request to be respectful towards the panelists. I think I'll take that question in the end first. Let's ask the panelists.
Okay.
They've come for this session.
All right, so this question is open for all. Yes. One thing that we keep hearing again and again, whether it's from commercial bank or DFI or PFI, is commercial viability. But the mandates of three are quite different. So when it comes to commercial viability, how do you distinguish yourself from a pure commercial bank? Because commercial viability is essential even for you to achieve bankability and then projects to take off. But where is the critical difference when you're looking at commercial viability from your vantage point?
You're taking that, Dilano?
Let me respond first. So that's the unique of DFIs, especially PTSMI, because we manage blended finance. Our main goal is to create project viability and bankability sizable, so the commercial financing can come, not only PTSM, but we also crowd in the market. Our product in blended finance, there are two main products. The first one is technical assistance. We support, because in Indonesia we have only PLN, the single off-takers of all electricity in Indonesia. PLN can also partnership with private sector. So we can support PLN and the developers that will cooperate with PLN on the technical assistance. And part of the second product, the very important product of our blended finance partnership is the de-risking. So our partners, our donors can provide the risking. For example, UK and one of our philanthropy partner can provide, it's like viability gap fund to our projects. So first we help developers and PLN in order to prepare their robust project documentation to make it viable. But if there is still gap on the viability, we can provide the de-risking portion from our partners.
Any other questions? I think with that we can bring the session to a close. I'll answer your InvIT question after this. Thank you, and I think the panelists deserve a round of applause for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. As we approach the close of the day, we now have a special fireside chat on charting the road to Green Viksit Bharat, milestones that should matter. And it's my absolute honor to welcome Mr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Distinguished Fellow at Center for Social and Economic Progress and former Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission. He's one of India's most respected economic policy makers. Mr. Ahluwalia has also written and spoken extensively on economic reforms, global development, climate change and governance. He was awarded the Padma Vibhushan in 2011, India's second highest civilian honor, for his outstanding contribution to public service and economic policy. Please join me in welcoming him.
So folks, it is the end of the day, and just as special as our guest, you are also very special to us. Please move forward. Come on, let's really get all of you to move forward. And like all our dialogues, we follow Chatham House rules, and which basically means that each one of us can engage in meaningful conversations, and we will put anything out only if you agree, speakers included, but we do not attribute it to anybody, any one speaker, without their permission. Okay. So it is my absolute honor and privilege and pleasure to be talking to you, Mr. Ahluwalia. You have been part of history-making junctures of India. Our 1991 reforms were engineered, thought through by yourselves and our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. And might I say that we are at just a similar juncture today. There are many additional considerations, many additional impulses and opportunities along with fault lines that a country as big as India, trying to grow fast and in a stable manner, is likely to face and is facing. When we were discussing how we will take this conversation forward, we just thought it would be a freewheeling conversation, but in order to understand what we are going to focus on, I thought that, the title that we put was that the road to Green Viksit Bharat, milestones that should matter. And green is a word which is not in government stated slogan of Viksit Bharat, that is Viksit Bharat at 2047. And then the overall theme is climate capital, risk and impact in the era of volatility. And what I thought we could do in the next 30 minutes or so is to bring the two things together and then look at what are the big questions that India as a fastest growing major economy actually faces. So I would, yeah.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Okay, bring one more, yeah. So let's look at the question of Viksit Bharat itself. And my question to you would be, how would... No, it's okay, yeah, please take your time. Not a problem, yes, yes. When we say that India has to reach an advanced economy status, just unpack it for us. What should it mean? What could it mean in terms of everything that goes into the composition of that growth?
Well, composition is always a complicated thing, but what it should be is very clear. I mean, we know what the definition of developed economy is. I mean, rather, the definition of what tips you out of being middle income to developed. And if India wants to achieve that by 2047, I think most people agree that you need a real growth rate somewhere between 8 and 8.5% from now onwards. And the government has also established a target of net zero by 2070. Now, 2070 is well beyond 2047, but obviously you want to get into a trajectory that is kind of consistent with that. So Viksit Bharat would mean that you accelerate your growth quite a bit and you make sure that you're doing a lot of mitigation so that your emissions are hugely reduced. They probably start peaking somewhere around 2035 or 40 and then start going down. That's really what it means. And you can, I mean, people will add all kinds. Of course, Viksit Bharat is not just the growth of the top 10%. It's got to be equal, gender balance, all the states have to develop, blah, blah, blah. That's a standard kind of phenomenon, whatever the growth rate you choose.
So let me stay focused a little bit more only on the growth aspect of it. And you said that in order to achieve the advanced economy status by 2047, we need to at least add a couple of points in our growth rate. Where are the drivers? What will push this? What will push us 2 points higher?
Well, that of course is the key policy challenge. And of course, it's a little complicated right now because that's a long-term challenge, and we're also challenged in the short run. Trump tariffs and all that kind of stuff. And it's not just India, it's affecting the whole global economy. And depending on who you talk to, a lot of people think that the global economy is going to slow down. I don't know whether that's for 2 years or 3 years or something. So one view could be that we have a long-term growth which is phenomenally challenging, and you also have short-term challenges that we have to meet, we and everybody else. And they're going to be at the top of most governments' minds in the next couple of years anyway.
And would you see green to be a driver in some sense of that growth, of making those mini percentage points to come together?
Well, it's tempting to say, since I like green, it's tempting to say it'll also be a driver for growth. But the truth of the matter is, if the world is going green, one thing is very clear. The technological developments that take place will be taking place in the context of the green economy. And if you decide not to go green, you'll just be stuck at a level of technology that just isn't developing, or nobody's actually investing in it. I mean, look, take automobiles. ICE vehicles are not yet officially deemed to be outdated. But certainly if you go by the pace at which electrification is taking place, certainly in China, less so in the United States, ICE vehicles will actually have to get phased out. Maybe not the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris and that sort of thing, but by and large, people are going to move towards EVs. Now, this is a question that people can discuss. Is that true? Isn't that true? But if that's true, then we need to restructure our automobile sector to anticipate that change. And that, of course, goes into a whole lot of other things, batteries, et cetera, et cetera. So big structural change will be involved.
So again, then, when we say that, okay, we need that growth, we also need a lot of investment planning and also investment strategies into what those growing sectors would be. So the role of the government becomes very, very critical over here. So as well as of the markets, but staying on the role of the public sector, if you were to imagine a path forward, where would you put your bets on? Where would you think that these are the kind of policies that could work to drive growth further and add the green part to it anyway? So how would you look at some of those critical factors, structural factors, which will be important to unpack, unbundle, and resolve for this to happen?
A lot of the things that will, as it were, drive higher growth would be useful whether the growth is green or not. I mean, ease of doing business, logistics, those are no-brainers. We ought to do that. If we haven't done enough, that's our fault. But that is one set of things. What is it that's going to make the growth green is a more focused kind of question. Now, my feeling is that, you can't really plan for the next 50 years, like 2070 is too damn long time away. So it makes sense to look at what's going to happen in the next 10 years. It's not going to be old-fashioned planning, with the central government telling people what to do. It shouldn't be, right? But I think you can work out what are the big changes that have to take place and where can the government nudge those changes and what's the role of the central government relative to the state governments. Because, many of the areas we're talking about are areas where the policy decisions in some cases rest with the central government, in many cases rest with the state government. So I would say that, look, I think the electrification of hard-to-abate industry, and you've been talking about that earlier, steel, etc. I mean, it's good to talk about it, but it's going to take a long time for that to happen. The thing is, since this is dominated by 2 or 3 large companies, and these companies are all aware that it's internationally fashionable to say that we are planning to go greens. So they're always going to say that. But they're also sensible guys. I mean, you know, green steel is going to be 40% more expensive than ordinary steel. So, I mean, you have to ask yourself how many steel-producing companies are planning to embark on a course of action that will make their product 40% more expensive, okay? I mean, in order to do that, you really need to introduce very severe carbon pricing, which I don't think we seem to be willing to do. So we can take the view that, look, there'll be pilot experiments, odd things will be done during this 10-year period. At the end of 10 years, we'll know much more about what's happening around the world. But there are, to my mind, 2 or 3 areas where it's quite clear that we need to bring about a change. One of those is clearly power generation. I mean, we are very heavily dependent on coal. We can actually switch to renewable energy. That poses some problems, but those problems can be handled. So at the highest level, a view has to be taken that we're going to move away from coal. It's been talked about, but at the same time, I mean, if you were to go and ask Coal India that what is your target coal production for 2070, they won't say 0 million tons. But if you're serious about 2070 net zero, they should be saying that, okay? But otherwise, in the area of power, I think what the government has said is that they are going to follow a sort of administrative direction. They're going to lay down minimum renewable purchase obligations on each DISCOM and indeed each large industrial consumer, okay? And they're going to steadily increase this. So I think if this is carried through, you will get that basic shift. That's beginning now already. But at the moment, we are the early parts of it, you know. We have made progress, but it's one of those things. We made much more progress than we did before, but the progress is not consistent with the targets we've set. Because in order to achieve our targets, we need to add 70 gigawatts per year of renewable between now and 2030. Yeah. And, you know, good luck if we can do it, but it's not an easy thing to do, okay? Having said that, we need to ask ourselves that if we're going to do that, what are the problems that we can anticipate? And there are lots. I mean, for example, the standard thing that, you know, solar and wind. We are fortunate that we have a lot of solar energy potential, some wind potential also, but it's all intermittent. Now, you find a lot of hype which says that, oh, now renewable is competitive with coal. That is, I mean, it's getting more competitive, but it's not really, because if you count the intermittency, it's not. It looks it's competitive because we've issued, bids. We've invited bids for what we call round the clock power. But it's not actually round the clock. It is like you specify what you're going to do in whatever it is, 15-minute intervals or something. And round the clock power means that if you meet this 80% of the time over a long period as an average, you've satisfied. If you don't, then you pay a penalty. So the first question is the penalty high enough? Will people actually undertake the higher incentive, higher investment in order to bring about renewable energy? And if it goes beyond a certain point, they'd rather pay the penalty instead of doing that? So that's a real question. Part of the problem also is that, we've changed the policy on imports in the sense that earlier the Chinese have built huge excess capacity. I mean, they've built capacity which is more than double the world's requirement in any given year of, for example, solar cells, right? But I mean, understandably, we also want to produce the equipment that goes with the transition. So how do we do that? I mean, to my mind, the non-distortionary way of doing that is to simply subsidize and use the subsidy to pressurize your guys, our guys, to actually achieve high levels of efficiency. The not so good way is to simply ban solar imports, solar cell imports. That's what we've done at the moment. I mean, in the sense that if you want to set up a solar power thing, for the utilities, then as I understand it, you are allowed to buy solar cells only from 6 pre-approved domestic manufacturers. We have no idea whether the efficiency of these manufacturers is going to be in line with what happens globally. And I think this is an area where efficiencies are changing rapidly. New types of cells, the perovskite kind of version of cells are coming up, whereas the traditional efficiencies have been 19-20% in terms of conversion. They're now talking about cells that are 23%, 24%. And some people say that in a few years, that may go to 30%. So this raises an issue. I mean, how are we going to handle this problem?
So I have to just ask a couple of questions related to power sector itself. One is, solarization, renewable energy, we need it. And there is, I think, Jagjit Sareen made a presentation about clean tech manufacturing. This is about manufacturing some of those parts here in India. And I asked this question in the context of what we are currently facing. 2 things. One, we have these tariffs, and this is going to increase all kinds of risk, including the cost of doing business in these sectors. The other is the opportunity.
I don't think the tariffs that we are facing are tariffs on our exports to the US.
No, sure.
So they're not affecting where we get the stuff from.
No, it is about the protectionistic tendencies that are in, we hear of. US is doing
internally,
this.
You mean?
There are 2 responses to that, right? When somebody imposes certain things, like the example that you made, that we decided to reduce the import of certain...
Yeah, but that predates Trump.
Sure.
We did that a year ago.
Sure. It predates Trump. But the question that I'm asking is this then the opportunity at this time to actually get into multiple alignments, redefine our diplomatic alignments with countries where we can have closer, partnerships on green technology, on these kind of things, and really look at boosting with a green factor in those partnerships?
Well, I think that's a general question, not just about green. Certainly my view is that the US protectionism will lead, understandably, to a domestic response, which says if these guys are doing it, why shouldn't we do it? I think that would be wrong, because I think we have a lot to gain by remaining open and integrating with the rest of the world other than the US, because the US doesn't want to remain open, okay? I hope that in 2 or 3 years they'll change their mind, in which case we should welcome them back. But in the meantime, the sensible thing for us to do is what we've done in the context of the UK. We've signed a free trade agreement with the UK, so nobody can sort of argue that we must be protection. Now, of course, the UK doesn't do much manufacturing, so it doesn't threaten our manufacturers too much. But, we're doing the same thing. We hope we're doing the same thing with the EU. And I personally think we should do it with East Asia also. Now, if you do that, then you will have tied yourself to an open trade regime based on well-defined rules, quite different from what the United States is doing. I mean, we'll have to negotiate with the United States to get the best deal we can. And I mean, what they'll be doing is to my mind, is utterly without any economic rationality. Different tariffs for different countries, tariffs where you have a bilateral trade deficit. I mean, none of which is justified by any economic logic, even from the point of view of the US itself. But that's their problem, and we have to live with it, right? For the rest of the world, I don't think the rest of the world is reacting in a protectionist manner. They're remaining open, and we should cement that by saying, we want to join you guys, and we're willing to remain open too. And whether our industry is in favor of that or not is a big question, and I don't know.
So the industry people over here should also be able to tell a little bit. Please do keep your thoughts and questions in mind. We'll come to those. Two more questions. You talked about state and center, working more in coordination, defining maybe new kind of a fiscal compact to be able to see where is the public money going to go? How will we use it in the most strategic way? What do you see would be important things to consider?
I think whenever this happens with the states, the discussion is public funds. And I don't know whether you have the impression that somehow the central government is going to provide a lot of funds, and then the states will have to discuss where does it go. My impression is the central government doesn't have funds, and the states don't have funds either. But I think what you need to do is really, if you're going to move to a much higher proportion of renewable energy, by the time, it's now about 10-12% in terms of electricity supply. By the time it gets to being 40%, which it will within 10 years or so, what you'll have is a situation where on the supply side, there'll be a lot of intraday variability, okay? You have to have pricing which reflects that. You need to be willing to see prices go up at night and come down when there's a lot of solar electricity. I mean, that's what's happening in Europe. And I think the mindset needs to be addressed to accept that. And a lot of each state will have to face the decision itself, because each state has a separate state electricity regulatory commission, and they're the ones that have to decide that our price is going to be allowed to vary, and if so, by how much. There's another point, and that is that there's a lot of enthusiasm right now about decentralized solar capacity being set up, and surplus capacity in one place just going to another user. And I think Nandan Nilekani is working on creating the kind of grid which would be capable of handling this. I think they're technically quite capable of doing that. But if you do that, what's going to happen is that all the guys who have rooftop solar will basically have a lot of solar electricity during the daytime, and they will actually sell it to those who otherwise want electricity. And the utilities will say, hey, listen, my daytime demand is being taken away by all this cheap electricity, and I'm being left having to service the nighttime demand. Now, the only way they can handle this is if they also compete by lowering daytime demand and raising nighttime demand. Then you have a bit of competition. Otherwise, the electricity regulators just won't allow this to happen. And to do this, you need licenses. I mean, you cannot sell. You can consume any electricity you produce yourself, but you can't sell it without getting a license from the state government. And unless you bring in these pricing changes, the utilities just will not be willing to do it. Now, we could get stuck in this for 20 years, or we could take the bull by the horns, carry out a thorough discussion, persuade the state governments to do things differently, and bring about a change within 2 or 3 years.
And that is possible if we actually get down to doing it, you see.
Yes, well, we must first convince ourselves that it's a good thing. I mean, the Central Electricity Regulatory Authority is an overall body. And I think the government should tell the Central Electricity Regulatory Authority how do we handle electricity pricing in that happy event when 40% of our electricity is provided by renewables? Then they can work out what that means, and they'll address this issue of intermittency.
Great. Now let's move to the questions of where will the capital come from for this transition. And whichever source you might want to refer to, somewhere in the region of $200 billion is something that is estimated to be our annual investment need if we have to transition. So first, unpack this a little bit for us. What is the kind of balance, or what is the domestic market, which is what the discussion that we were having in the morning, would it be able to generate that kind of capital? Are the debt capital markets in India, can the savings that go through it are enough to finance infrastructure for green? I mean, any infrastructure.
Well, I mean, I guess what the question you're asking is, will total infrastructure investment have to increase? I mean, if total infrastructure investment doesn't increase, but it's just the composition of infrastructure that's changing, then there's no problem. Because instead of going there, it'll go here. But I think most people think that, moving to renewables means that you will be having more capital intensity. But mind you, capital intensity only because if you count the capital required to provide the raw material, in other words, petroleum or whatever it is, then there are savings there also. Most people think, however, that there will be additional demand. And look, if we are becoming a developed economy by whatever, 2047, you'll have to massively modernize the capital market anyway. Otherwise, we're not getting there. So this is not the real problem, in my view.
And so what is the real problem?
No, the real problem is, will these projects be in the money? There is not a dog's chance of any market financing a project that isn't in the money. And there's no difficulty in financing projects that are in the money. They will not be in the money unless the pricing problem is taken care of. If you're selling electricity to a state-owned DISCOM, which is losing money right, left, and center, why would anyone set up anything in order to do it?
So staying a little bit on the capital mobilization and deployment question, the question that I was asking was that will domestic savings be enough to be intermediated either by banks or by debt capital markets to finance infrastructure?
See, I think,
or would we need international
the financing
capital?
problem is not just because of green.
Sure.
Just add up. If you go to any lecture or discussion on what do we need to do, what do you hear? You hear that we must spend an extra at least 1% of GDP on infrastructure, broadly, not power, but broadly, which is true. We must spend an extra 1% on education because we are massively underfunding it. We must spend an extra 1% of GDP, maybe more, on health, an extra 1% of GDP on research and development. So you add up all these 1%, and by the way, 1% on defense, which we're living in a dangerous neighborhood. So we have allowed defense expenditures to get unreasonably low. Now, if you add these up, you need to find resources for an extra 5% of GDP, and anything you want on green is only a little bit more than that, okay? And that is the nature of the fiscal challenge facing India if we want to become sort of a Viksit Bharat. Can it be done? Sure. It can be done in the sense that you can finance more expenditure if you can get rid of existing expenditure. There are a lot of expenditures which many people think are really not achieving any worthwhile purpose. The fertilizer subsidy is actually counterproductive. The food subsidy may no longer be needed, but try and persuade the farmers. Every one of these things is tough. Similarly, the implicit subsidy on power given by keeping power rates in every state low, both for farmers and for consumers. And I mean, populism is leading to the consumer thing being even bigger. You know, everyone wants to say another 200 units free and maybe I'll get elected again. So my point is we can't be doing all these things and financing Viksit Bharat. We won't get there. And I think this is what the resource problem should be looked at in its totality. If we were to address that in its totality, this problem would get settled. It'll become a matter of detail, I think.
Yeah, and I think one more point over here is that if we are looking at it in totality, we are basically alluding to some of the structural barriers that we need to unblock and lower. That is a high cost of capital, that is, you know, just the way the businesses get done or not get done in the country. So the question that I'm asking is, does climate give you an opportunity to look at old problems with a slightly new way? And what does it take? Where are those opportunities and what should we do about that?
That's to be honest, I mean, I think climate's a very serious issue and I spend a lot of whatever energy I have looking at it. But to say that it gives you an opportunity to do things that you otherwise wouldn't do, that is exaggerating the situation, because climate is something that's going to affect you 20 years from now. And somebody should be worrying about that too. These other things that are affecting us right now. So what I mean is, look, one of the objectives, it's no secret that, you know, you want to control your debt to GDP ratio. It's gone too high. The only way of controlling the debt to GDP ratio is to bring the fiscal deficit as a percent of GDP down. So when I talked about these extra 5 percentage points, many people think we should reduce India's fiscal deficit to GDP ratio by something like 2 or 3 percentage points over the next 5 years. So to that 5%, you add another 3. Frankly, fiscal rectitude will make a big difference because you won't need to have such a high SLR ratio in the banks. And let the banks earn their money. I mean, lending to the government is a mug's game. It's not a mug's game, it's a beautiful game because it's a totally reliable, you know, you can just sit back and play golf. If you were to cut the SLR and force the banks to find decent borrowers, they'd have to work hard. At the moment, they don't have to work hard. So I think these are all interconnected, but I don't want to say that somehow these were being neglected, but because everybody is now convinced about the importance of climate change, they're going to find these solutions. No, because actually we have to sneak in something good for climate change in an otherwise more short-term, more politically feasible, driven set of solutions. That's possible. I mean, I think take the renewable energy obligation that the government wants to impose and logically carry that through to call for a major change in power sector pricing. You know, I think this is just about possible. And we should concentrate on doing that, basically.
Yeah. No, you talked about climate risk, and I think the entire day we talked about that a lot. And I think this is very real risk for lenders, for pension funds, for, you know, because that actually could lead to asset value destruction as well. So these are serious questions. But at this point, may I invite any comments, any reflections or questions from the audience? Sean moves around the world and he looks at green capital, green finance and opportunities. Would you have to say anything about it, Sean? And Eric, you have been doing very interesting study for China, Brazil, on their greening trajectories. Do you find similar problems elsewhere and macroeconomic you know, framework which actually makes climate financing easier? This is something that is, to the economists in the room.
Thanks for your very thoughtful remarks this year and last year. It's thought-provoking and things. I'm going to say one of the things that comes to mind as you speak is the critical importance of the right kind of ambition and then the creative thinking about doing that. An example is the steel anecdote. In the previous session, we heard from Swarup from JSW talking about what the JSW is now doing in a few short years. Your key point, though, about scale is, cost right, 40% extra is right. But you know, when you think ambition, there are ways around that. What I talked about in that session was that if we were able to engineer large-scale contracts, Mahindra, for example, is very open to the idea of the government providing a minor tax credit, like a couple of percentage points, to allow large-scale offtake groups. The price drops like a stone. And we think we're going to see price parity of green steel and ordinary steel in a few short years if we get at scale purchasing, as we've seen for renewable and so on. The critical issue is in most of these technology areas is the discussion that's happening globally, is the need to scale up quickly as a way not just to achieve our climate goals, but as also, while we're at it, to achieve our financial viability goals and make it something we can do quickly. We will get price parity in everything from steel to low carbon concrete to ammonia for shipping fuel, fertilizer, to potentially sustainable aviation fuels with the volume. And that's the importance of thinking big early rather than thinking incrementally linear. And I suppose the question to you is, do you see precedents in India in the past about breaking out of a linear change model and looking at this idea of ruptures in our change models, thinking big to achieve big change quickly to make it financially viable? That'd be my thought. And I'm also throwing this at Eric too, because he's someone who's studied this a long time. He might have some thoughts in his question. Eric, over to you.
Well, thank you. I think what we have done in our India study is really trying to take some of your very early ideas and writings on India and try to see how one can think about the machinery that's needed to implement them. But just to compare, so we have indeed done a study of China. There was the first one, and then we did the India, and now we have almost completed the Brazilian one. And of course, in all these cases, the core is domestic resource mobilization. And without that, we will never succeed in this. But the big difference between China on the one hand and India and Brazil on the other is that China can do this only on domestic resource mobilization and has all the technologies that it needs to do this. So it doesn't mean that it's easy to do in China, but it means that the conditions are quite different. And what I wanted you to speculate on, so Brazil has gone through this sort of generations of development of these investment platforms or country platforms, and I think if I look around, probably the latest version of the Brazilian platform is the state of the art. India has had a number of sort of flirtations, or maybe the better word is attempt from the outside to propose solutions to India for how it can mobilize international capital and technologies. How do you see that happening, and what is what kind of framework can work in India to make this happen?
No, it's a good question. I mean, historically in India, I don't think there's any restriction on FDI coming into these areas. So that, I don't think there'd be a problem. India's always been suspicious of getting lured into borrowing, which may lead to greater than whatever we call a tolerable level of borrowing. Now, it makes a lot of sense to me that whatever borrowing is being done, we should do it preferentially for the green economy portion. So if we are restricting borrowing, don't restrict it here, restrict it elsewhere. But otherwise, it is true that, Brazil has a much higher potential for domestic resources. They're not actually mobilizing as much as they should. It's a higher per capita income country. But I think India should do more of domestic resource mobilization. We haven't generally been, although the COP goes on and on about, how many trillions of dollars, etc., the world needs. I don't think India has been arguing that very strongly. We've generally supported whatever the countries of the South have said, but for ourselves, it's not the case that we've been saying that we need all this huge amount. The general assumption is that we can manage. The problem is that can we manage at the transformational level to bring about the thinking big? And those sums, perhaps Niti Aayog or somebody, they're supposed to be working on what Viksit Bharat means. They're also supposed to be working on how do you get to net zero by 2070. Certainly what it means for the power sector is very big. And therefore, I hope out of that will come some articulation of numbers. And what I've seen, there are, as you know, there are a large number of articles people are writing about this is the amount that the world needs. But those are really based on very dubious detailed calculations. They're used more in order to make the point that the developed world needs to help the developing world, and otherwise, you can't expect to see the change you want. I don't think India has been counting on that kind of support. But what is happening at the moment is that even some of our traditional sources of long-term support, it's not clear how they will expand. For example, the World Bank. I don't know, they're not actually allowed to lend anymore for climate change, but they are allowed to lend for something as long as they don't call it climate change. So that's a nice bit of creative definitions which may enable them to lend. But the present level of World Bank lending to India is about 3 or 4 billion a year. And frankly, if you want a big push, our approach always was that the multilateral development banks should do the kind of risk sharing, first kind of loss guaranteeing and that kind of thing. But it's not clear from the current signals whether that is actually on the cards. If it were on the cards, and if states were faced with a situation that, they have entrepreneurs who are willing to set up the projects. The strength here is there are private sector guys with the capacity to set up the projects and demonstrated capacity also. They've set up large solar projects, also less so in the case of wind, but certainly large solar projects. So there are private sector guys with the capacity to do it. Now, we had taken the view that as a strategy, the multilateral development banks should do a kind of risk sharing, in effect leveraging private foreign capital, which could be bonds and so on, green bonds maybe, that will go to the new entrepreneurs setting up renewable power generation capacity. But I think the current expectation is that there's a bit of a hold on that. Quite honestly, we don't know what the US government's view is on what the what the World Bank should do. And to some extent, since their view will affect the ADB also, I think the ADB is more willing to signal a larger increase from its own resources, including to the private sector. The core in this is that they should be lending to the private sector, not just financing a whole bunch of government projects. And the bank has traditionally financed government projects. So within the bank, it would require a complete shift towards the IFC rather than the World Bank. And these kinds of things always raise internal problems within the organization. I have no idea what their thinking is on this.
Great. You do have a question. Yes, please. Raj.
Good evening, sir. This is Dhwaj Khattar from Indic Associates, based out of Jaipur. We are a public policy firm and work at the subnational level. So a follow-up question to what you just responded. You said that MDB should start lending to private institutions and private organizations, private entities. But the major chunk of money and the interest that we have, that usually MDBs are approached is because of the concessional finance that they provide. If private entities go to these banks, would concessional finance be available? And even if it is a kind of a PPP model, would they be able to access the concessional finance? The second question, which is a broader question which I wanted to ask, was, with your experience, such a long experience in the government and in the bureaucracy, and obviously your expertise, looking, yesterday the Chinese president said that the dragon and elephant should come together, and should start dancing together and should come together. And as we speak, the Prime Minister is in Tianjin. How do you see India's growth trajectory as we stand today with China and sans China being a partner?
Well, I mean, I have no basis for pronouncing, but I think the government has always taken the view, I think, that, you know, while we have problems with China really relating to the border, as long as both sides can agree that we will work towards, I think the phrase used is peace and tranquility on the border, which is now elaborated to say both go to a mutually acceptable solution, and that since our positions are not easily reconcilable, if it means that we'll keep discussing these things, but as long as there's no unilateral change in the actual border situation, other relations can go on in the form of economic cooperation. So I would be in favor of that. I mean, look, after all, I mean, China is the largest economy in Asia. We are not at China's level, but hopefully we are closing the gap. So to rule out cooperation doesn't make any sense at all. But obviously there are security issues. Even if we were cooperating, until the level of trust is high, it's quite possible that in certain areas, we would be hesitant to bring in Chinese technology. I mean, all the interconnected networks and that kind of thing. But there are many others where this is not relevant. So I think all those areas should, in principle, be open.
Great. I think we have come up to the close of the day. I would give also the last word to you, Mr. Ahluwalia. You think we have done, we have covered the left-hand side of the title, which is charting the road to Green Viksit Bharat, and the right-hand side, which is the milestones. So, in conclusion, what would be those milestones that you would like to prioritize?
Well, I would certainly say that if the government of India remains fixed on the net zero by 2070 target, and then breaks that down into what does it mean for the next 10 years, and then we say, look, this is what we're going to achieve. I mean, I've written a paper where what I've said is that I think we've invited the COP33 or whatever it is to meet in India 2 or 3 years from now. And I think before that, we ought to have a much clearer set of targets which indicate what's going to be our transition on the green front, okay? Emissions, etc. I think governments work well when targets are set, because broad targets are not very useful. If you break down the broad target into some specific components, and these are the ones that are most important for the next 10 years, then somebody will become responsible for achieving them, and then they will push for the changes needed, or else they'll make it clear that unless you do this, your target won't be achieved and don't blame me. Now, we are not having that debate at the moment. What has happened at the moment is there is progress, which is good. It's not as fast as it should be. I think we need to define a clearer set of targets which we can meet and indicate what's going to be done by the center, what's going to be done by the state. I mean, take, for example, transport. You know, one of the biggest things in cutting down emissions is to move from private transport to public transport. This is entirely in the hands of the states. There's nothing the central government can do. It's not even being thought about at the moment. In fact, the whole thinking is, how about giving me a few EV buses, because that's nice and sexy. But the truth of the matter is that, you know, very often pushing them into EV buses, which are actually more capital intensive, rather than building a well-functioning public transport system, may not be the best way of going forward. So I think we need much more experimentation. Different state governments will do it in different ways. And I think we should allow that variation. If the central government decides that we're going to subsidize, which is a good idea, subsidize meaning provide some money, I think it's much better for us to say this much money is being given to the states and let the states tell us what they're going to do. Not that you must do this and meet this condition, etc. That has always been, even in the days of the UPA, that was the biggest problem with the states. I mean, they said that whenever you give us money, you attach conditions to it, and those conditions become very onerous, and subsequently even release of money gets held up because somebody in the central government says they haven't met these conditions. So we need to break out of that and have a much more cooperative relationship between the center and the states. But again, end of 10 years, 5 specific targets, broken down that in order to achieve these targets, this is what the center must do, this is what the states must do. I think that would be terrific.
Thank you. So in closing, I will say one thing, that regulators, driven by investors and regulators, corporate entities and banks are supposed to now work on their transition plans, right? And I think what I'm hearing is it's time for the governments to work on some kind of transition plans and have the right mix of sovereign, sub-sovereign kind of initially a planning with targets, but also backed by an investment strategy. Where will the money come from, whether that's public or private? That's what I hear you saying.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, very often what the regulators do will not necessarily promote the investment. It'll actually discourage people from doing the investment because most of this investment doesn't take into account climate risk. A lot of the effort to finance, I mean, you want to finance a hotel, for example, close to a highway in the Himalayas. If somebody did a climate risk analysis, it may not be worth financing, particularly since it's unlikely that the insurance companies will actually insure such things. So, the regulators will be holding up a mirror, pointing out the problems, and then it's up to the system to respond in a constructive way.
But definitely the Reserve Bank of India is looking at exactly what you just said, the physical risk, the transition risk, and I think that what Reserve Bank of India is doing.
Yeah, but my only point is Reserve Bank of India is not saying that where the risk is high, we're going to push them to lend. The Reserve Bank of India is saying, you better watch out what the risks are and don't invest where there are high risks. So that's the crux of it.
So, like you said, regulators can nudge. They are making the data platform. That is, banks are also doing a lot of these things. Today in the morning we heard a risk is a risk is a risk. Without calculating it, without knowing it, you can't also probably look at the opportunity side of things. So with that, I think we should conclude the day. It has been a long but a very fruitful day in the midst of a lot of local protests, I think I hear, which are happening outside in Bombay. People have had to leave a bit early because of those traffic snarls, because of the protests. But thank you so much. Give ourselves a big hand and give Mr. Ahluwalia a big hand. Thank you.